Dahua Country, Suzy City, Sunshine, Psychological Clinic. Li Mengtian sat stiffly on the sofa, his hands placed neatly on his knees. Opposite him sat a beautiful doctor, her snow-white doctor's gown open. The women's suit on her upper body was bulging, as if it was about to burst the buttons on her chest. The black pencil skirt that tightly wrapped her hips outlined an attractive curve for her two round and slender legs. I am Li Mengtian, he stammered in response. As an old virgin who had not had a girlfriend for more than 20 years, Li Mengtian didn't know where to look when he suddenly saw this amazing scene. Hello, Mr. Li. The beautiful doctor opened her notebook and gently turned the pen on her fingertips. I am Lu Xian, your psychologist. When you made the appointment, you mentioned that you've been troubled by nightmares recently. Yes. When Li Mengtian looked up, he accidentally saw the pair of snow-white straight legs and swallowed his saliva in fear. It's the same dream, repeated, causing me to suffer from insomnia every day. Can you describe it in detail? Li Mengtian took a deep breath and tried to organize his words. I dreamed of a woman in ancient costume, with fear and anxiety on her face, shouting to me, "Husband, be careful." Then my feet suddenly collapsed and fell into the endless void. Dr. Lu's face changed slightly, and she leaned forward eagerly. Then what? As she leaned forward, the collar of her white coat opened slightly, revealing a touch of snow white. Li Mengtian's eyes widened instantly, and then he turned his face away like a child who had done something wrong, and his ears were red and almost dripping with blood. He felt his heart beating wildly in his chest, almost jumping out. Then, I fell down and kept falling down. It was black below with no bottom. His fingers unconsciously grasped the armrest of the sofa. Every time I come here, I wake up, my heart beats very fast, and my whole body is sweaty. Dr. Lu suddenly stood up and walked towards the bookshelf. Li Mengtian's eyes followed her back uncontrollably. The white coat could not cover her graceful figure at all. The short skirt swayed gently with her steps, revealing more skin. I have a portrait here. Do you recognize it? She came back with a portrait and leaned over to put on the coffee table. This angle made Li Mengtian accidentally glimpse the deep cleavage. He immediately closed his eyes and felt the blood boiling in his body. Mr. Li, are you feeling uncomfortable? Dr. Lu's voice was anxious. No, nothing. Li Mengtian suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Just a little. Huh. Li Mengtian looked down at the portrait. His eyes suddenly widened, and his hand trembled as he pointed at the portrait. Yes, it's her. Before he finished speaking, the lights in the clinic suddenly flickered. Li Mengtian was horrified to find that the space around him began to distort, as if the whole world was thrown into a drum washing machine. A second later, the surroundings returned to normal. Mr. Li, do you know her? Dr. Lu's voice suddenly became cold and sticky, as if squeezed out of the abyss. Li Mengtian looked up suddenly and saw that the skin of Dr. Lu was peeling off inch by inch, revealing the rotting purple-black flesh underneath. The white coat was torn by the swollen body, and what stretched out from under the short skirt was no longer slender legs, but twisted tentacles covered with barbs. Her face was cracked to the roots of her ears, her fangs dripped with fishy mucus, and a terrifying gasp came from her throat. Cosplay. Li Mengtian blurted out unconsciously. As a Senior 2D fan, he reached out and patted the hideous head. The props are quite realistic. But soon Li Mengtian's pupils suddenly contracted because his fingertips touched the cold, rough scales that were gently squirming. The head squirmed strangely under his palm, making a sticky, squeaking sound. The monster was also stunned. In the monster's worldview, the head is the most sacred part, and no living creature can touch it. I didn't expect that the human in front of me actually touched my sacred head. How can this be? The hell demon tilted his head and bit his sharp teeth with a click. The hot and rotten smell sprayed on Li Mengtian's face. Damn it. You dare to touch my head. Even if you are the emperor, you are unforgivable. 20 years. We have been looking for you for 20 years. I didn't expect that the credit for breaking the sky would fall on me. Haha. Li Mengtian woke up at this moment. As a soldier who joined the conscription at the age of 18 and was discharged this year, when facing danger, calmness is the first rule of survival. All the previous behaviors were because there was a beautiful woman full of temptation in front of him, so he was dazzled. I knew that beautiful women would affect me. I will stay away from beautiful women in the future. If there is a future. Li Mengtian took advantage of the hell demon's triumphant laughter and the veteran's instinct took over his body instantly. He suddenly overturned the coffee table to block the monster's sight and rushed to the door like an arrow. Li Mengtian ran to the door of the room quickly, opened the door, and ran out. What surprised Li Mengtian was that the corridor that was originally bustling with people was now quiet, without a single person. Li Mengtian didn't bother to think about where everyone had gone. He ran madly to the end of the corridor, where there was a staircase to go down. Li Mengtian swore that he had never run so fast in his life. In the corridor behind him, Dr. Luno, now he should be called Dr. Lu with limited skin version of Hell Demon, was crawling rapidly in a twisted posture, making a strange chuckle laugh in his throat. "Mr. Li, don't run." Her voice was sweet and greasy, but it was creepy. "We haven't finished the psychological evaluation yet." "Evaluation of your uncle." Li Mengtian cursed while running, and caught a glimpse of the fire cabinet on the wall from the corner of his eye. Fire extinguisher. He braked suddenly, opened the glass cabinet door, picked up the red fire extinguisher, pulled out the pin, turned around, and aimed at the demon who was rushing towards him. "Take my dry powder." Puff. The white fire extinguisher gushed out instantly, covering the demon's face like a blizzard. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The demon was caught off guard and staggered back, waving its sharp claws in the air. "How dare you eschew?" She sneezed loudly, and 2 wisps of black smoke came out her nose. Li Mengtian's eyes widened. "It really works. You bastard." The demon was furious, and the scales on her face were dyed pale by the dry powder, just like a snail sprinkled with salt. "I will tear you apart." She pounced on her fiercely, and Li Mengtian immediately sprayed another fire extinguisher. Puff. This time, the dry powder accurately hit the demon's eyes. "Ah, my eyes." The demon covered her face and screamed in pain, and dark blood oozed from her fingers. "You are dead. I must tear you into pieces bit by bit. Then go to hell." Li Mengtian's murderous intent emerged in his heart, and he took the opportunity to swing the fire extinguisher and smash the can on her head. Bang! The hard metal can was dented, and the demon's head was knocked to one side, and his neck stretched and bounced back like a rubber band. The air froze for a second. The demon slowly straightened his neck, and his mouth was grinning to his ears. "Do you know that we, the demons of hell, are not afraid of ordinary physical attacks?" Li Mengtian looked at the deformed fire extinguisher in her hand, and then looked at her intact head and swallowed her saliva. "Now I know." Too late. The demon's claws suddenly stretched out, knocked the fire extinguisher out of Li Mengtian's hand, and then pinched Li Mengtian's neck. The game is over. Li Mengtian faced a serious demon of hell and had no power to fight back. He was picked up by the demon of hell by the neck. Lack of oxygen made his vision gradually darken, and Li Mengtian kicked and beat in vain, and his consciousness began to blur. In a trance, he heard the demon whisper excitedly, "Haha, as long as you kill this human, I will." The demon's fingers extended into bone spurs and pierced Li Mengtian's heart. In the severe pain, something awakened in his body. It was a feeling older than fear, a hunger from the universe. Li Mengtian's mouth, no, it can no longer be called a mouth, was expanding, forming a bottomless black abyss. A roar like a collision of stars came from the depths of his throat, generating a terrifying suction. The demon's bone spur stopped 1 centimeter away from Li Mengtian's heart. For the first time, fear appeared on that terrifying face. "No, impossible. You're already dead, and now it is just the reincarnation of the residual soul." The hell demon tried to retreat, but it was too late. Li Mengtian, or some existence in Li Mengtian's body, the abyss mouth, produced an irresistible suction. The hell demon grasped the concrete floor tightly, and his nails left deep grooves on the hard floor. "Come here quickly." The demon screamed, but the sound was soon stretched and distorted. Its body stretched like melted wax, and finally it broke away from the floor with a pop sound and was sucked into the abyss while spinning. In the Dongqing District Street office of Suzy City, there is a gray 5-story building with faded posters of the core values of nationalism on the exterior wall. Su Xiaoyu put her feet on the desk, turning a pen in her hand and watching the drama boredly. A panel on the wall that originally looked like an old fire sign suddenly lit up, and a skull logo in the center flashed wildly. Then the wall in front of Su Xiaoyu turned into a map screen, and a bloody one appeared in a place called Sunshine Psychological Clinic in Xiqing District. "Wow!" Su Xiaoyu jumped off the chair excitedly. The rat in the gutter finally appeared. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the corridor, and the door of the archive room was pushed open. A burly man with a hideous scar on his face rushed in, followed by a young monk in a simple monk's robe. Qin Yu, the action captain of the Suzy branch of the Demon Suppression Pavilion, stepped on the floor with a dull sound with his combat boots. The evil spirit on him seemed to lower the temperature of the archives room by several degrees. Captain Qin, Su Xiaoyu said happily. A level 1 held demon reaction appeared in Xiqing District. Qin Yu strode to the central control console, and his thick fingers slid quickly on the touchscreen. On the city map on the screen, a scarlet light spot was flashing at a location called Sunshine Psychological Clinic in Xiqing District. Level 1 response plan. Qin Yu's voice was as rough as sandpaper. Su Xiaoyu prepared the soul-binding lock and isolation barrier. Shirkong, and I will kill this rat. Su Xiaoyu was about to pull out the barrier starter from under the console, when suddenly the alarm in the whole room suddenly rose an octave. The number 1 on the main screen of the console seemed to be wiped out by an invisible hand and replaced by a constantly jumping blood-red number. 1. Several people looked at each other in confusion, but their expressions were still relaxed. 2. The lights in the whole room suddenly dimmed, as if the light was sucked away by the numbers. 3. The Buddhist beads in Shirkong's hand broke without warning, and the sandalwood beads fell to the ground, and every crisp sound was like a bullet hitting a steel plate. 4. This is impossible. Su Xiaoyu's lips lost their color, and the detector in her hand snapped and burst into a ball of electric sparks. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the LCD screen. The energy reading is about to break through the threshold. The old scar on Qin Yu's face began to ooze black blood, dripping down his chin onto the floor, corroding small holes with green smoke. 5. The power of the entire floor began to flicker, and the emergency lights cast jumping shadows. The higher the digital value, the higher the level of the Hell Demon. In a small place like Suzy City, there has never been a Hell Demon beyond level 3, but now. 6. Shirkong's monk robe moved without wind, and the speed of his hands forming seals was so fast that afterimages appeared, but beads of sweat still oozed out of his forehead. This is not an ordinary demon. His voice seemed to come from a far distance. Something is awakening it. 7. The main chassis of the console made a dying hum, and black smoke spewed out of the heat dissipation holes. Su Xiaoyu suddenly covered her ears. There was a scream beyond the range of human hearing coming from all directions. 8. The demon-suppressing mirror on the wall clicked and a crack appeared, and dark red liquid oozed out of the crack. Qin Yu slammed his fist on the table. Su Xiaoyu, activate the city-level defense. Contact the headquarters immediately to request. Wait. Qin Yu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and he suddenly interrupted Su Xiaoyu. Everyone listen. His voice was so low that it seemed to come from underground. Start the burning city protocol. Su Xiaoyu took a breath, and the soul-binding lock in her hand fell to the ground with a clang, looking at Qin Yu in disbelief. 9. When the number jumped to 9, the entire control room fell into silence. Qin Yu's pupils stared at the scarlet number. Burning city protocol. Start. His voice was hoarse and not human. Su Xiaoyu's fingers were suspended above the red button, shaking violently, and her nails turned white due to excessive force. Her throat tightened, and her mind flashed back to the old man selling candied haws in the market, the parents picking up their children at the school gate. Captain, she suddenly screamed, tears welling up in her eyes. Wait 10 more seconds. Just 10 seconds. Qin Yu was furious and pushed her away. The bronze brass knuckles smashed on the protective shield of the ultimate button, and cracks spread instantly. Get out. Do you know what the 9th level Hell Demon represents? That is the existence that destroys the country. Chapter 2. The Strange Youth. Just as Qin Yu's fingertips were about to touch the button. Wait. Shirkong suddenly shouted, his eyes radiating a golden light, his monk robe billowing without wind. He pointed at the violently flickering screen, his voice distorted by shock. It's disappearing. The alarm ceased abruptly. The blinding red light extinguished, plunging the control panel into an eerie silence. On the screen, the alarming figure 9 appeared to fade away as if erased by an eraser, slowly diminishing and vanishing. In its place emerged a line of blood-red text. Target has disappeared. Energy source, unable to resolve. Threat level, exceeds database. Su Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground. Only then realizing her fingernails had completely turned inside out, blood dripping from her fingertips, yet she felt no pain. Qin Yu slowly withdrew his hand, his knuckles turning blue from excessive force. The glass door of the Sunshine Psychological Clinic lay shattered, sharp shards glinting dangerously in the sunlight. The people inside had long fled, gathering at the clinic and Apos' entrance, murmuring amongst themselves. Su Xiaoyu pulled out a compact isolator and pressed a button. The damaged Sunshine Psychological Clinic flickered and vanished like a soap bubble, revealing a pristine, fictitious version of the clinic. She then raised the memory eraser and called out loudly, "Hey, everyone, look here," as all eyes turned towards Su Xiaoyu. A flash of white light emitted from the memory eraser, erasing everyone's memories of that day. Qingyu stepped into the real clinic. A bronze short sword sliding into his palm, he could sense the air here was thick as if congealed blood plasma. The energy readings were exceptionally anomalous. Su Xiaoyu stared at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the detector, her voice tightening, but strangely, it felt as if something had filtered through, leaving behind an unnatural residue of waves. Shirkong clasped his hands together, the red mark on his forehead glowing faintly. The celestial demons have been vanquished. Yet the resentment lingers. The group advanced down the corridor, their combat boots crunching on the shards of glass, producing a sound that sent shivers down their spines. A strange odor, a blend of rust and rotting fruit, wafted through the corridor. "Prepare for battle," Qingyu murmured, as the runes on his sword illuminated one by one. The charging sound of Su Xiaoyu and Apos' pulse gun was particularly jarring in the silence. Shirkong gathered a point of golden light at his fingertips, prepared to form a seal at any moment. Ahead lay a human corpse. The ground beside the body was marred with deep claw marks, and the fluorescent light tubes from the ceiling dangled like dead serpents, swaying ominously. The three approached cautiously, only to discover it was a young man lying on his back, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. Alive? Su Xiaoyu raised her brows in surprise, yet the gun remained unwaveringly aimed at the man and Apos' head. Qingyu cautiously leaned closer, using the sword's tip to part the young man's disheveled hair. He appeared to be in his early 20s, an ordinary college student. Yet there lingered a suspicious dark substance at the corner of his mouth. Most bizarrely, the floor around him formed a perfect circular charred pattern, as if meticulously burned. "Examine him," Qingyu commanded. Su Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved a sampler. As the needle pierced the young man's arm, she gasped sharply, "Captain, his blood." The liquid in the test tube appeared an unnatural dark red under the sunlight, and upon closer inspection, faint silver particles swam within. Su Xiaoyu inserted the test tube into the portable analyzer, and the data on the screen made her expression grow increasingly grave. Human DNA, but mixed with a significant amount of unknown substances. Her hand trembled around the device. The energy readings indicate there is a black hole within him, slowly absorbing the residual energy of the celestial demons surrounding him. Shirkong and Apos' face turned serious. The energy trajectory indicates that the hellish celestial demon was not exterminated, but rather dragged Apos into this unknown space within him. Qingyu and Apos' gaze fell upon the young man and Apos' slightly parted lips. For a brief moment, he thought he saw a flicker of strange black light deep within the man's throat. "Take him back to headquarters." Qingyu sheathed his short sword, his voice carrying an undeniable resolve. "Use the specially designed restraint suit, along with 3 layers of seals." Shirkong suddenly grasped Qingyu and Apos' wrist. "Captain Qin, are you insane? This entity is clearly not an ordinary human. What if he awakens at headquarters?" "That is precisely why we must control him for study," Qingyu retorted, shaking off the monk's grip, his gaze unwavering. "Do you not wish to learn how to utilize something capable of consuming celestial demons?" Su Xiaoyu had already prepared the restraint device, but as she began to fit the young man with the suit, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his skin. A fleeting vision surged into her mind, an endless darkness, countless screaming mouths, and a pair of golden eyes slowly opening from the depths of the abyss. "Ah!" She stumbled back, nearly toppling the instruments. Qinyu's sharp gaze shot toward her. "What happened?" "Nothing at all." Su Xiaoyu forced herself to calm down, discreetly hiding her trembling hand behind her back. "Just static electricity." Su Xiaoyu's Wuling Hongguang was parked at the clinic's entrance, the specially designed lead alloy cage in the trunk gleaming coldly. Qingyu took one last look at the dilapidated clinic, then discarded a surveillance device disguised as trash. An instinct whispered to Qingyu that this seemingly ordinary young man would irrevocably alter the fragile balance maintained between the demon suppression pavilion and the celestial demons for decades. 20 years ago, the bright moon of the Blue Star inexplicably turned blood red. From that night onward, hellish celestial demons descended upon the human realm. These terrifying entities fed on humans, flawlessly replicating their appearance and even their most intimate memories. They lurked among the populace, only to be uncovered through blood tests or soul identification. Until they revealed their true forms, they would never trigger human alarm systems. "Let us proceed. Notify the logistics team to restore everything here." He closed the car door, shadows cloaking half his face. A storm is approaching. The Wuling Hongguang drove into the secret entrance of the Demon Suppression Pavilion branch in Sioux City, passing through layers of barriers, finally stopping before a specially designed isolation chamber. Li Ming Tian was secured on a cold metal bed, his limbs shackled with alloy cuffs inscribed with runes, and the monitoring magical array above him slowly rotated, documenting every fluctuation of his vital signs. Su Xiaoyu conducted another blood test, her brow furrowing deeper. Strange. She stared at the analyzer, incredulous. His DNA is completely normal. Impossible. Qin Yu replied coldly. The test results from the clinic clearly indicated abnormalities. But now, he appears to be an ordinary person. Su Xiaoyu spread out the data report. Blood, cells, energy fluctuations, even the black hole within him has vanished, all conforming to normal human values. Shirkong stood by, twirling the prayer beads, his expression profound. Perhaps his abilities only awaken under specific circumstances? Just as the three engaged in fervent discussion, the damaged Sunshine Psychological Clinic returned to silence, dust floating in the slanting beams of light. Three figures silently traversed the shattered glass door, their leather shoes crunching on the shards, yet making no sound. Damn it. The short-haired man slammed his fist against the wall, causing the concrete to crack instantly. Sharp black bone spurs extended from his fingertips, etching 5 deep grooves into the wall. The Demon Suppression Pavilion personnel have been here. Xiaoya is dead. The suited man crouched down, lightly touching the dried black slime on the floor. The slime suddenly activated, as if alive, crawling up his fingers, forming a hazy image on his skin, the glimmer of a bronze sword, the flashing pulse gun, and several indistinct figures dragging an unconscious body. Xiaoya emitted a summoning signal before her death. The suited man stood, his tie moving without wind. He discovered a message worth conveying with his life. The young man with yellow hair lay sprawled on the ground, his nostrils flaring as he sniffed the air like a hound. His pupils constricted to mere slits, reflecting the invisible remnants of energy upon the floor. How intriguing. He flicked his suddenly elongated tongue, declaring, Xiaoya was not killed by the Demon Suppression Pavilion. He pointed to the deep scratches on the floor. Look here, it indicates that he fought with all his might. His finger traced the lingering vibrations in the air. Yet the traces left by whatever had slain him were disturbingly pristine. Silence enveloped the three of them. The temperature within the clinic plummeted, frost forming intricate patterns on the windows. The man in the suit suddenly activated his phone, which connected to the clinic's front desk computer, and began perusing the day and Oppos as patient registry. Hema, male, 182. Date of visit, today. Li Mengtian, male, 139. Date of visit, today. A sinister smile crept across the suit-clad man's face. I found you. Once I consume both of you, the truth of today's events will be revealed. Just then, the sound of brakes echoed from outside the clinic. It was the logistics team from the Demon Suppression Pavilion arriving. The three hastily exited through the back door. Chapter 3. The Peril of Family. Li Mingtian abruptly opened his eyes, the blinding white light compelling him to instinctively shield his face with his hand, only to discover that his wrist was secured by a semi-transparent restraint tethered firmly to a metal bed. He struggled momentarily, the restraints tightening painfully around him. Awake? A deep male voice inquired from nearby. Li Mingtian turned his head to find a man with a grotesque scar on his face coldly observing him. Beside him stood a young woman and a solemn-looking monk. Who are you? Where's this? Li Mingtian croaked, his throat burning as if scorched by fire. This is the branch of the Demon Suppression Pavilion in Susue City. The scarred man, Qin Yu, stepped closer, looming over him. I am Qin Yu, the action team leader. This is Su Xiaoyu and Master Shirkong. Li Mingtian thrashed violently. Let me go? This is illegal detention. Su Xiaoyu adjusted her glasses, her fingers swiftly gliding over a holographic screen. Vital signs stable, brainwaves normal, DNA test results. Human. She frowned at Qin Yu. The current tests still indicate he is an ordinary human. Master Shirkong closed his eyes for a moment, sensing, then shook his head. He indeed lacks the aura of a demon. Quite peculiar. Li Mingtian scoffed. I can't understand your nonsensical ramblings. I demand to be released immediately, or I will sue for illegal detention and personal injury. Qin Yu disregarded his threats, picking up a file from the table and flipping open a page. Li Mingtian, 20 years old, a resident of Susue City, recently discharged from military service, no criminal record. Father Li Yibiao, in poor health and bedridden for years. Mother Zhu Yinqing, a sanitation worker. Qin Yu's gaze sharpened. A day ago, you devoured a held demon at the Sunshine Psychological Clinic. Li Mingtian's pupils constricted as fragmented memories flooded his mind. Peeling skin of the doctor, his uncontrollable gaping maw, the sound of chewing in the darkness. His fingers twitched involuntarily. I don't know what you're talking about, he gritted. I've never encountered a demon, let alone consumed anything. Qin Yu chuckled coldly. When a person lies, their heartbeat changes. Li Mingtian's face turned ashen. Now, do you remember? Qin Yu's voice was frigid. Something resides within you. It can devour demons, but can also consume humans. If we do not control you, you will inevitably become a more dangerous being than the demons themselves. Li Mingtian remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing disdainfully. So what? How do you intend to control me? Dissection? Life imprisonment? We hope you will join the Demon Suppression Pavilion. Qin Yu locked eyes with him. Undergo training, learn to control the power within you, and use your abilities against the demons. Li Mingtian stared at him, his gaze gradually cooling. You want me to help you kill? It is about slaying demons, Qin Yu corrected. You have consumed a hell demon. You should know what they are, pure malice, distorted monsters. They devour humans, and after consuming them, they can assimilate all of the victim's memories. transforming into that individual and living among humans. Unless they reveal themselves, they are difficult to detect. And you, Li Mingtian, have the capability to stop them. Will you join us to safeguard humanity? Li Mingtian pondered for a long while before finally shaking his head. I do not trust you. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Slaying demons? Li Mingtian mocked, the corner of his mouth curling. You bind me to an experiment table, draw my blood, analyze my DNA. Discuss the thing within me. Now you want me to join you? Li Mingtian lay passively on the metal bed, the humiliation of captivity still taut in his body. How do I know you are not another group of monsters? Qin Yu and Appo's gaze suddenly sharpened, the bronze sword and Appo's scabbard emitting a faint hum, as if sensing its master's murderous intent. Yet ultimately, he merely stated coldly, do you think you have a choice? Captain. Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brow and stepped forward. Let me give it a try. She approached Li Mingtian, removing her glasses to reveal clear yet weary eyes. Li Mingtian, I know you do not trust us, but you must understand. You can devour hell demons and have become a target in their eyes. She projected a holographic image, depicting three figures searching within the Sunshine Psychological Clinic. It appeared that the hell demon had transmitted some information to its brethren before its demise. And now the other demons were investigating that location. Su Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved information on the three individuals, marking them as hell demons, and uploaded it to the server. She then magnified the image, revealing a suited man perusing his phone, which displayed Li Mingtian's appointment record. They have already locked onto you now. All the demons in Susue City are searching for you. A chill crept over Li Mingtian and Appo's fingertips. You need not join us. That is acceptable. Su Xiaoyu met his gaze. But can you guarantee that when the thing within you spirals out of control again, it will not harm the innocent? Can you ensure that when the demons come for you, you will survive alone? Li Mingtian fell silent. He knew she spoke the truth. Within those fragmented memories, a gaping void in his throat greedily consumed everything, and he could not control it. As Li Mingtian remained silent, an alarm abruptly shattered the stillness of the room. Su Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved her equipment, and a 3D map of Susue City unfurled in the air, three glaring red dots flashing in a certain area of the West District, a common residential building. The Hema family. Su Xiaoyu and Appo's expression changed drastically as three hell demons appeared simultaneously, consuming Hema and his family. Li Mingtian and Appo's blood ran cold. Hema, the man who had stood in front of him while waiting at the clinic. The hell demons had found Hema, and next, they will come for my family. Li Mingtian's voice was chillingly low. My parents are still at home. Li Mingtian thrashed desperately, but Qin Yu firmly held his shoulder. Calm down. Qin Yu and Appo's voice brooked no dissent. We have sent people to intercept those three hell demons. Let go. Li Mingtian shouted, an abnormal darkness flickering in his eyes. Those are my parents. The room's lights flickered suddenly, and the monitoring devices emitted piercing alarms. Master Shirkong swiftly formed a seal, enveloping Li Mingtian in a golden light that suppressed the agitated energy within him. Let him go, Su Xiaoyu interjected suddenly. Let him witness the brutality of the hell demons. Su Xiaoyu looked down at Li Mingtian with utmost seriousness. Li Mingtian, you were once a valiant warrior defending your homeland. I hope you remain true to that spirit. Qin Yu and Appo's eyes narrowed, his gaze flitting between Li Mingtian and the monitoring screen. 3 seconds later, he abruptly released Li Mingtian from his restraints and turned toward the weapons rack. All personnel, mobilize. He tossed a black tactical vest to Li Mingtian. Put this on. It will protect you. Li Mingtian donned the vest without hesitation, then looked eagerly at Qin Yu. Remember, Qin Yu drew his bronze sword, the blade aimed at Li Mingtian and Appo's throat. If you dare to escape or exhibit any abnormal behavior, I understand. I want to run away. Li Mingtian and Appo's forehead glistened with sweat. Qin Yu chuckled coldly, retracting his sword. The four of them swiftly rushed to the underground garage, leaping into the modified black SUV. As the engine roared and they sped out of the base, Li Mingtian's gaze remained fixated on the real-time monitoring on his tablet. 3 red dots still lingered at the Hema residence. Faster. His nails dug deep into his palm. Su Xiaoyu swiftly assembled an oddly shaped firearm in the back seat. It's a 15-minute drive from the He family to your home. We have enough time. Oh. Li Mingtian inquired, puzzled. Where have those 3 red dots vanished? Shirkong closed his eyes and manipulated his prayer beads, suddenly opening them wide. This is not good. One among them is a hell demon of the space element. It has activated a spatial transmission spell, and from the fluctuations in space. The target is none other than Li Mingtian's residence. Chapter 4. The demon at home. Li Mingtian's breath was nearly suspended. On the surveillance screen, 3 red dots had vanished, yet the voice of Shirkong echoed in his ears. Their target is your home. The SUV sped through the streets. Li Mingtian and Appo's fingers gripped the seat tightly, his nails almost embedding into the leather. His parents were still at home, and the 3 demons had already arrived. Go faster. Li Mingtian's voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Su Xiaoyu in the back seat was swiftly assembling some kind of pulse weapon, calmly analyzing. Li Mingtian, you need to remain calm. They have just devoured the Hemo family. They should still be. They are already at my house. Li Mingtian abruptly interrupted her. His eyes were fixed on the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. They know me. They will use my parents as bait. Countless horrifying images flashed through his mind, his father's throat being torn apart, his mother's insides being ripped out, blood soaking the living room floor. No, no, no. Shirkong suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, the grip steady. Calmly. The monk's voice was deep and resolute. These lowly demons can only consume one human per day. Li Mingtian turned sharply. What do you mean? Shirkong's eyes were half closed, golden light swirling at his fingertips. They have already consumed the Hiyemo family. They cannot feed again in a short time. Moreover, he paused, they will not directly kill your parents. Why? The sin of blood would attract unnecessary trouble. Shirkong opened his eyes, his gaze piercing. Demons prefer to hunt covertly. They are more likely to disguise themselves as your parents, waiting for you to walk into their trap. Li Mingtian's heartbeat steadied slightly. Disguised as my parents? In other words, when he burst through the door, he might be greeted by two familiar faces, concealing hellish malice. The real them. Li Mingtian and Apos. S voice trembled. They are still alive, but imprisoned. Qin Yu interjected coldly. Thus, we still have time. Li Mingtian gritted his teeth, a cold fury and fear churning in his chest. Give me a weapon. Li Mingtian's icy voice rang out. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the driving Qin Yu, who nodded slightly. She handed Li Mingtian a black dagger, explaining its use. As Li Mingtian accepted the dagger, its cold touch sent chills through him. He grasped it tightly, his eyes aflame. If you dare touch my family, you must die. Li Mingtian and Apos. S fingers clutched the black dagger fiercely, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The cold sensation spread through his palm. Yet it could not extinguish the boiling rage within his chest. Li Mingtian, calm down. Su Xiaoyu pressed his shoulder, her voice urgent. The demons are not something you can handle right now. You must remain calm. Don't rush to your death. Rush to my death? Li Mingtian spun around. Bloodshot eyes glaring. Those are my parents. Qin Yu's single eye, sharp as a blade, locked onto him. Anger will only hasten your demise. I do not need to be calm. Li Mingtian roared, the dagger spinning in his palm, its cold gleam reflecting his fierce visage. I need them dead. Shirkong suddenly reached out, gripping his wrist, reciting a calming mantra. Listen well, the monk and Amp. Apos. S voice resonated like a bell in his mind. If you lose control, the first to perish may be your parents. Li Mingtian and Apos. S breath hitched. You are just an ordinary person now, incapable of confronting the hellish demons. Shirkong continued. Rest assured, dealing with the demons is our responsibility. The SUV screeched to a halt at the community entrance. Qin Yu drew his bronze sword, its blade shimmering coldly in the moonlight. The plan is simple. Su Xiaoyu will activate the isolation barrier, while Shirkong and I will make a frontal breakthrough. He cast a sideways glance at Li Mingtian. You, stay behind me, do not act recklessly. At this moment, Li Mingtian was terrifyingly composed. No. I will go home first, then take the opportunity to injure a hellish demon, and then you will break in. No way. Too dangerous. Qin Yu reprimanded in a low voice. You are currently just an ordinary person, utterly incapable of facing the hellish demons. If you fall into danger, the black hole within you may swallow the entire building. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly interjected between them. Li Mingtian, trust us. We understand the demon's weaknesses better than you. Li Mingtian's gaze was fixed on the window of the third floor. A flicker of red light pulsed, like an eye blinking. They are waiting for him inside. Perhaps tormenting his parents. No. Li Mingtian's voice was as cold as ice. Their target is me. Qin Yu's bronze sword crossed in front of his chest. What do you intend to do? I will not allow you to walk into your own death. Li Mingtian slowly raised the dagger in his hand, its edge reflecting the determination in his eyes. I will go up first. They cannot continue to feed today. For the sake of my secret, they cannot kill me. Therefore, I must go up and take the chance to injure one, weakening their power. Are you mad? Su Xiaoyu grasped his arm tightly. 3 demons. How can you confront them alone? Shirkong and Amp. Apos. S Vajra's staff vibrated ominously. Li Mingtian, you are merely an ordinary person. If you engage in combat with 3 demons, it is certain death. Precisely for this reason, I am the best bait. Li Mingtian shook off Su Xiaoyu and Apos' hand. His voice low. They want to know my secret. They will not kill me immediately. Besides, I feel my body and Apos' sensitivity has significantly increased. I can fight them. And during the struggle, you can break in and ambush them. The runes on Qin Yu and Apos' sword flickered uncertainly after a few seconds of contemplation. He resolved to let Li Mingtian face the consequences, his voice cold. 2 minutes. What? I give you 2 minutes. Qin Yu's voice was sharp as ice. 2 minutes later, regardless of what happens inside, we will force our way in. Li Mingtian nodded, turning toward the building entrance. As he arrived at his front door, warm light spilled through the crack, and he could faintly smell the aroma of braised pork, his mother's specialty. Li Mingtian gently pushed open the door. Tian? Why are you back at this hour? His mother poked her head from the kitchen, her apron stained with soy sauce. His father sat on the sofa reading the newspaper, casting a puzzled glance over his reading glasses. Everything seemed terrifyingly normal. Li Mingtian stood at the entrance, And at that moment, he calmed himself, sensing three cold presences in the room. One in the kitchen, one in the living room, and one. Li Mingtian noticed a fortune cat ornament on the shoe cabinet that he had never seen before. Mom, you got off work early today. His voice tightened. By the way, Mom, where is the scarf I gave you last week? It's in the wardrobe. His mother wiped her hands on her apron. You child, why are you asking about the scarf? Li Mingtian and Apos' heart relaxed instantly. He had never given his mother any scarf. And the mother in the kitchen was unaware of this. It seemed his parents were indeed safe. The aroma of braised pork wafted through the room, and Li Mingtian inhaled deeply, an expression of delight crossing his face. Mom, it smells amazing. He walked slowly toward the kitchen, his left hand casually resting on his coat, while his right hand gripped the dagger tightly in the shadow. Specially made for you, his mother cheerfully remarked, focused on the pot. Li Mingtian entered the kitchen. The cold light flashed. The dagger hidden beneath his clothing struck like a venomous snake, aimed precisely at the back of his mother's head. Unfortunately, the mother and Apos, before him swayed and vanished. When she reappeared, she was already several meters away from Li Mingtian. He heard a chilling laugh. The head of his mother rotated 180 degrees. Tian has learned to kill mommy? The kitchen lights flickered unexpectedly. In the interplay of light and shadow, he beheld his mother and Apos' skin melting like wax, revealing beneath it a dark crimson, scaly form. The creature split its jaws, displaying 3 rows of serrated teeth. Tian. Your heart is truly ruthless. Chapter 5. Slaying the first demon. Li Mingtian feigned terror as he stared at his mother in the kitchen. Staggering backward as if paralyzed by the horrifying scene before him, he retreated towards the shoe cabinet, where an unfamiliar fortune cat figurine with crimson eyes eerily fixed its gaze upon him. Mom, what has happened to you? Li Mingtian's voice trembled. Yet his fingers subtly tightened around the dagger concealed within his sleeve. His mother's body twisted and expanded grotesquely, her mouth tearing to the roots of her ears. Yet her voice remained chillingly gentle. Tian, come let mommy hug you. Li Mingtian took another step back. The fortune cat quivered slightly, barely suppressing its urge to pounce. Ever since he had devoured his first hellish demon, his physical prowess had significantly increased, and he inexplicably awakened certain combat techniques within his mind. Now was the moment. With a sudden turn, Li Mingtian thrust the dagger like a flash of lightning, precisely piercing the fortune cat's brow. Meow. An unearthly scream erupted, unlike any cat and Apos' cry, as the fortune cat and Apos' golden pupils abruptly contracted, its ceramic shell cracking open to reveal a twisted black core within. Surprised? Li Mingtian sneered, pressing the button on the dagger and Apos' hilt with force. Buzz. A blinding white light burst forth from the dagger's tip, as divine purifying energy flooded into the demon's body. The fortune cat swelled like an overinflated balloon, distorting grotesquely before exploding into a cloud of black mist. Within the dark haze, a tormented face could be faintly discerned, screaming as it dissipated into the air. The hellish demon that had transformed into the fortune cat had been utterly unprepared, fixated solely on capturing the human before it. Little did it expect that the human's dagger would suddenly strike at its core, nor that the dagger would possess a hidden mechanism. The powerful purifying energy detonated within its core, leading to its untimely demise. Such a formidable hellish demon, met with such a hasty end. In the kitchen, his mother and in the living room, his father froze simultaneously. They transformed into terrifying demons, genuine astonishment etched across their faces for the first time. You. The voice of the triangular-mouthed demon in the kitchen began to distort, reminiscent of a malfunctioning tape recorder. How did you know where it was? Li Mingtian flicked the remnants of black blood from his dagger, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Your acting is commendable, but... He pointed to his nose. The stench emanating from you could be sensed from 3 streets away. The Apos, father and Apos, in the living room, now a demon comprised entirely of bones, spoke in a deep tone. This kid is off. Kill him. The triangular-mouthed demon flickered, like ink dissolving in water, vanishing entirely into thin air. Li Mingtian and Apos' pupils contracted sharply, every muscle in his body tensed. A space-type demon. His mind raced. This type of demon's attacks were elusive and deadly. Each manifestation could bring forth a fatal strike. But, perception. Li Mingtian immersed himself in sensing the environment around him, his powerful perception enhancing exponentially. He detected 2 chilling presences. Suddenly, a frigid sensation emerged 3 meters to his left, akin to a freezer opening in the dead of winter. Here it comes. Li Mingtian pivoted sharply. A dark bone blade grazed his throat, the force of the wind stinging his skin. The triangular-mouthed demon's figure flickered and vanished once again. Quick reflexes, the skeletal demon sneered, its bones cracking ominously, sharp spikes protruding from its joints, resembling a living weapon. Without hesitation, Li Mingtian spun the dagger in his palm, the cold gleam flashing. The skeletal demon initiated the assault, its right arm elongating into a bone spear aimed directly at Li Mingtian and Apos' heart. Li Mingtian ducked, the dagger slicing upward towards the demon and Apos' wrist. Clang. The sound of metal clashing erupted. The skeletal demon's arm proved as hard as alloy, leaving only a white mark from the dagger-esque strike. Is this all you can do? The skeletal demon grinned wickedly, its left arm splitting into dozens of slender bone needles that rained down upon Li Mengtian. Li Mengtian rolled to evade, the needles puncturing the ground, emitting tendrils of black smoke. Poison. Before he could catch his breath, the cold presence returned behind him. The triangular-mouthed demon reappeared, claws aiming for his back. Li Mengtian seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head, sidestepping to avoid a fatal blow. Yet still felt a gash tear across his shoulder, blood instantly soaking his shirt. Got you. Li Mengtian roared suddenly, his left hand like a vice gripping the triangular-mouthed demon and Apos' wrist. The triangular-mouthed demon was startled, attempting to leap through space once more, only to find its left hand firmly locked, delaying its escape by a second. Die. Without hesitation, Li Mengtian thrust the dagger toward the demon and Apos' throat. The triangular-mouthed demon hurriedly turned its head, the dagger embedding into its shoulder, black blood spraying forth. It let out a shriek, forcing itself free, vanishing once again into the void. Outside, Su Xiaoyu had activated the isolation barrier while deploying surveillance monitors. The three of them focused intently on the monitor screen, where the fierce battle between Li Mengtian and the two demons unfolded, exhilarating and breathless. Bang! The triangular-mouthed demon was pierced through the shoulder by Li Mengtian's dagger, black blood gushing forth as it screeched and retreated into the void again. Su Xiaoyu and Apos' eyes widened, unable to suppress a low exclamation. Wow, this kid, without any formal combat training, can actually contend with two high-level demons? She turned to Qinyu, her tone filled with excitement. Captain, he just single-handedly took down a demon, and now he and Apos' severely wounding the Space Type 1. Such combat talent. He is practically a born demon slayer. Qinyu's single eye fixated on the screen, the corners of his mouth curving slightly in rare appreciation. He indeed possesses remarkable skills. Shirkong clasped his hands together, the red mark on his forehead glowing faintly, his voice low yet filled with admiration. Ba. This child not only possesses a robust and agile physique, but also exhibits astonishing battle instincts. That counterblock just now was executed with exquisite timing, if not for rigorous training. It would require extraordinary talent. Su Xiaoyu clenched her fist in excitement. We must recruit him. To let such talent slip away would be a waste. Qinyu snorted softly, yet his admiration could not be concealed. Continue observing. The skeletal demon has yet to reveal its true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeletal demon on the screen let out a roar, its bones cracking loudly, its form suddenly expanding to twice its size. Su Xiaoyu gasped. Oh no. It's about to enter its second stage. Qinyu's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing. Wait a moment. Let us see where this kid's limits lie. Shirkong frowned slightly. Captain Qin, if we don't intervene soon, I fear. Qinyu's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his voice deep and resolute. I believe in him. He will bring us greater surprises. On the monitor, Li Mengtian faced the transformed skeletal demon with unwavering resolve, slowly adopting an unusual stance, the dagger spinning at his fingertips, glimmering coldly like the moon. Su Xiaoyu held her breath, murmuring softly. What other abilities does this guy possess? Inside, the skeletal demon recognized the formidable human before it, its bones cracking as they restructured. In an instant, it morphed into a fearsome bone armor encasing its entire body, sharp spikes extending from its joints like a killing machine. The next move would claim your life. It stomped the ground fiercely, fracturing the floor, launching toward Li Mengtian like a cannonball. Li Mengtian's gaze sharpened, advancing rather than retreating. Just as they were about to collide, the skeletal demon's bones formed a spiked cage, enveloping Li Mengtian. The air on his left suddenly warped. At the same time, the triangular-mouthed demon manifested, its bone blade aiming for Li Mengtian's temple. A deadly situation. Not good. Save him. Qinyu let out a furious roar and kicked open the door of Li Mengtian and Apos' residence with a single powerful blow. Chapter 6. The death of the bone demon. At this critical moment, a cold smile unexpectedly appeared at the corner of Li Mengtian's mouth. He had been waiting for this very instant. Just as the bony spikes of the bone demon were about to pierce through Li Mengtian and Apos' chest, he suddenly crouched down, deftly twisting his left foot on the ground. His waist turned like an axis, and he executed an improbable retreat from the charge. Tai Chi, cloud hands. This was a technique Li Mengtian had observed an elderly man practicing in the park, which he found immensely fascinating. The old man, noticing Li Mengtian's interest, had taught him the movements of Tai Chi today. Li Mengtian's sudden inspiration allowed him to employ this technique. The bony spikes grazed Li Mengtian's clothing. Yet with a flick of his right hand, he redirected the trajectory of the spikes with a seemingly gentle motion. To everyone and Apos' astonishment, the poisoned spike shot straight into the chest of the just materialized triangular-mouthed demon. The triangular-mouthed demon looked down in disbelief at the bone spike protruding from its chest. The bone demon was equally stunned, never having anticipated that its lethal strike would be utilized against it in such a manner. With a cold smirk, Li Mengtian seized the fleeting opportunity, his dagger striking like a silver serpent, slicing upward. Swish. The head of the triangular-mouthed demon flew off, dark blood splattering against the ceiling. The headless corpse wobbled before crashing heavily to the ground. Li Mingtian activated the sacred purification energy within the dagger, causing the triangular mouth demon to convulse violently in a halo of white light. The bone demon roared in furious rage, forcefully extracting its bony spikes. But it was too late. The corpse of the triangular mouth demon began to decompose rapidly, transforming into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the ether. Bang! The door to Li Mingtian and Apos' home was kicked open, splintering wood flying. Amitba. Shirkong drifted in, his monk and Apos' robe billowing, the red mark on his forehead gleaming brightly. He surveyed the wreckage of the room and the standing Li Mingtian, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. With hands clasped together, his voice resonated like a bell. Benefactorly, splendid work. To be able to slay 3 demons with a mortal body is an unprecedented feat among the new recruits of the Demon Suppression Pavilion. Qin Yu entered wielding a bronze sword, its tip aimed directly at the bone demon. A rare smile creased his usually stern face, and his singular eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration. Li Mingtian, well done. Truly remarkable. You are even stronger than I was in my youth. For this iron-willed captain to express such sentiments is a most esteemed commendation. Su Xiaoyu was the last to rush in, her pulse gun locked onto the bone demon. Yet her gaze towards Li Mingtian had completely transformed. Grabbing hold of his arm, her voice quivered with excitement. Li Mingtian, you must join our Demon Suppression Pavilion. Your skills, your reflexes, your combat intelligence. She suddenly raised her voice. With just a bit of training, you would be the bane of demons. Breathing heavily, Li Mingtian wiped the sweat from his forehead, staring at the 3 individuals who had sought to confine him not long ago. Their eyes now held no suspicion or scrutiny, but rather a fervent recognition, even admiration. He had proven himself. Realizing it was trapped within the confinement barrier and unable to escape, the bone demon began to despair. Its body emitted a chilling cracking sound as countless bony spikes erupted from within, intertwining to form an impenetrable bony prison. Dark energy surged between the bones, causing the entire cage to tremble violently, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation. Damn it! Qin Yu's bronze sword struck the bony prison fiercely, sparks flying, yet only severing a single bone. Before him lay multiple layers of the bony cage. Shirkong formed a mudra with his hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as the Vajra demon-subduing pestle struck the bony prison repeatedly. Yet he could not carve out a passage in such a short span of time. Su Xiaoyu and Apos' detector emitted a sharp alarm. Energy levels are rising continuously. In 10 seconds, the explosion's radius will encompass several hundred meters, obliterating everything. Within the bony prison, the head of the bone demon twisted and contorted, emitting a final maniacal laugh. Too late. You will all accompany me to the grave. At this critical juncture, get out of the way. Li Mingtian and Apos' voice was eerily calm. His pupils had completely turned jet black, and his lips curled into an uncontrollable, almost deranged smile. Before the 3 could react, Li Mingtian had already dashed towards the bony prison. A swirling black vortex began to form in his throat, exuding a suffocating pressure. The terrifying force of absorption spread instantly. The bony prison visibly decayed and disintegrated at an alarming rate. No. Impossible. The bone demon screamed in terror from within the prison. How can you destroy my... Before the words could escape, Li Mingtian suddenly opened his mouth wide. This was no mere metaphor. His jaw unhinged completely, his mouth expanding to an unimaginable extent, engulfing the upper half of the bony prison. Crack. The sound of splintering teeth echoed throughout the room. A horrific suction erupted. The explosive energy that the bone demon had yet to release was forcibly drawn out, transforming into a black torrent that surged into Li Mingtian's mouth. The bone demon let out a shrill, inhuman wail, its body deflating like a punctured balloon, contorting as it was pulled apart by the overwhelming force. It struggled in vain. The entire devouring process lasted merely 3 seconds, yet it plunged the room into a deathly silence. Qin Yu and the others stood frozen, eyes wide. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Li Mingtian was literally consuming a self-destructing demon. Moments later, the last wisp of black mist was drawn into Li Mingtian and Apos' mouth. He slowly closed his lips, his jaw clicking back into place. The room was left with only a few broken bony spikes, remnants of a once formidable demon. This. Su Xiaoyu's detector clattered to the ground. He just consumed an A-level explosion and a Tier 1 bone demon? Shirkong's Vajra pestle clattered to the floor. His usually composed face etched with shock. Ba, this is simply incredible. Li Mingtian knelt on one knee, his fingers digging deep into the floorboards. A wisp of black mist escaped his lips, and his throat was filled with a metallic tang of blood. Burp, a sulphurous belch erupted uncontrollably. The black hole within him writhed contentedly, curling up like a satiated cat. Yet, overwhelming fatigue quickly followed. Li Mingtian? Su Xiaoyu was the first to notice the anomaly. Her pulse gun clattering to the ground. She rushed over to support his swaying shoulders. Your pupils are dilating. Qin Yu's bronze sword clattered to the ground as his rough hand cradled the back of Li Mingtian's head. Shirkong. Check him. There might be issues. The sound of prayer beads clashing hastened. Shirkong pressed his fingers to Li Mingtian's brow, golden light coursing through his meridians. No worries. He simply cannot withstand the power of the devouring. Temporarily. Before he could finish, Li Mingtian's eyelids drooped like a severed kite. His head fell heavily against Qin Yu's shoulder, his breathing becoming long and steady. He has fallen asleep. Shirkong retracted his fingers. A bemused expression on his face. The data on the monitoring device caused Su Xiaoyu and Appo's eyes to widen, vital signs stable, energy readings even more stable than before. She pointed at the screen displaying rhythmic waves. This guy is treating demon energy like a tonic? Qin Yu carefully lifted him. A complex light flickering in his eyes. Take him and his parents back to headquarters. Prepare the highest specification of a monitoring ward. And simultaneously notify the logistics team to restore everything here and erase all memories of this incident. Chapter 7. Joining the Demon Suppression Pavilion in the heart of Sioux City. Amidst its golden locale stood a European-style villa. Outside the expansive windows, the surface of an artificial lake shimmered under the moonlight, resembling scattered silver coins. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A man, cloaked entirely in a black trench coat, strode briskly down the corridor and halted before the study door. He took a deep breath and gently knocked. "Come in," came a frail yet authoritative voice from within. The figure in black pushed the door open, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head, speaking solemnly. "My lord, the life forces of Black Cat, White Bone, and Big Mouth have all vanished." Inside the study, an elderly man with white hair stood before the window, his back to the entrance. A glass of red wine clasped in his hand. Tall and dignified, he wore an exquisitely tailored dark red tang suit, with intricate golden embroidery adorning the cuffs. Upon hearing the report, his fingers paused slightly, causing the wine to swirl gently in the glass. All of them. The old man's voice was soft, yet it bore an unmistakable weight of authority. Yes, the man in black lowered his voice even further. The three went to investigate the cause of Li Ya and Appo's death. But merely half an hour ago, their soul flames extinguished. The elder fell silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a low chuckle. Interesting. He turned slowly, revealing a face that was both refined and foreboding, with deep-set wrinkles that seemed chiseled by a knife. Yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, akin to a lurking beast. 3 first-tier celestial demons, including one from the space system, have been completely annihilated? The old man gently swirled the wine in his glass, the movement reflecting the depths of his inscrutable gaze. Cold sweat beaded on the forehead of the man in black. "I suspect that Qin Yu of the Demon Suppression Pavilion personally intervened." "No." The old man shook his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "If Qin Yu had led the team, Big Mouth would at least have managed to escape. Unless..." He paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Unless there were other unforeseen circumstances." The man in black suddenly lifted his head. "Do you mean that experts have arrived in Sioux City?" The elder did not respond directly, instead asking, "Where did they last disappear?" "The 3rd building of Qingxiu Garden in the West District." The man in black answered quickly. "Relay the order." The elder's voice turned frigid. "Send the mad dog to investigate." The man in black was taken aback. "My lord, the mad dog is excessively bloodthirsty. It cannot be controlled once it begins to kill. This could escalate." The elder snorted coldly. "That is how it shall be." Li Mingtian slowly opened his eyes, the blinding white light prompting him to instinctively raise his hand to shield his face. "You're awake. You're awake." A melodious female voice erupted beside him, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Squinting, Li Mingtian saw Su Xiaoyu's fair face leaning in closely, her eyes sparkling with excitement as if she had discovered a rare treasure. "You've finally woken up. You've been asleep for an entire day?" she exclaimed, giving his shoulder an enthusiastic pat. Then, as if recalling something, she quickly withdrew her hand. How do you feel? Is there anywhere you're uncomfortable?" Li Mingtian tentatively moved his fingers, finding his body lighter than expected, even more so than before his unconsciousness. He propped himself up on his arms and surveyed the surroundings. This was a pristine white hospital room, the walls adorned with intricate runes, various sophisticated instruments arranged by the bedside, and a faint scent of sandalwood permeating the air. "This is a top-tier monitoring ward," Su Xiaoyu explained proudly, following his gaze. "It was specially approved by Captain Qin. Even Master Shirkong personally set up 3 calming formations here." Li Mingtian glanced down at himself. He was clad in a loose hospital gown, a silver bracelet monitoring his vital signs encircling his wrist. He attempted to sense the black hole within him, only to discover that it had vanished once more. "My parents." His voice came out hoarse. "Rest assured, they have been moved to the adjacent room and are safe." Su Xiaoyu handed him a cup of warm water. "The memories of the celestial demon they encountered have been erased, and they are now in slumber." As Li Mingtian accepted the cup, the warmth of the water slid down his throat, eliciting a contented sigh. At that moment, Qin Yu and Shirkong entered briskly. Qin Yu fixed his gaze intently on Li Mingtian and suddenly stepped forward. "Kid." His voice trembled slightly with excitement. "You must join the Demon Suppression Pavilion." Su Xiaoyu rushed over as well, exclaiming, "Yes, Li Mingtian, you absolutely have to join the Demon Suppression Pavilion. Your abilities are simply tailor-made for combating celestial demons." Shirkong brought his hands together in a solemn gesture, bowing respectfully. Li Ming Tian, possessing such talent is a boon for all humanity. Li Ming Tian gazed into the eager eyes of the three and smiled suddenly. Are meals provided? Of course. Qin Yu and Amp, Oppos, S rare smile appeared. And there are bonuses too. What about the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Fully covered. Su Xiaoyu chimed in. What about the right to operate independently? Qin Yu pondered for a moment before nodding decisively. In special circumstances, that can be arranged. Li Ming Tian took a deep breath and gazed out the window. He knew that from this moment onward, his life would undergo a profound transformation. Deal. He extended his hand to grasp Qin Yu and Oppos, S rough palm. Seeing Li Ming Tian agree to join the Demon Suppression Pavilion, Su Xiaoyu's eyes curved into crescents, her excitement palpable as if she herself had received a promotion. Leaning in closer, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. Li Ming Tian, your rating is level 2, on par with Captain Qin. Shirkong and I are still level 1. Li Ming Tian raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone. Level 2? Such generosity? Of course. Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Anyone capable of single-handedly taking down 3 level 1 celestial demons, and who can consume self-explosive energy as if it were a snack, deserves to be treated with utmost respect. Li Ming Tian chuckled softly, rubbing his belly with a serious expression. By the way, does your cafeteria serve enough braised pork? Su Xiaoyu paused for a second before bursting into laughter. Plenty. Qin Yu and Shirkong exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. A rare smile graced Qin Yu's typically stern face. Kid, you have good taste. Old Zhou's braised pork is so popular that even folks from headquarters come to partake. Shirkong, twirling his prayer beads, added gently, but remember to exercise afterward. Just last week, a staff member gained 3 pounds. Let us go, let us go? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, tugging at Li Ming Tian and Oppos, S wrist. Just in time for dinner. The aroma from the cafeteria wafted down the corridor. Bouncing ahead. Su Xiaoyu led the way, her ponytail swinging back and forth. Let me tell you, Old Zhou's braised pork is best paired with his special sour plum soup. Qin Yu and Shirkong trailed behind, watching the youthful figures ahead. Youth is truly wonderful, Shirkong mused. Qin Yu touched the scar on his face. Indeed. Brimming with vitality. From ahead, Su Xiaoyu's exclamations and Li Ming Tian's hearty laughter echoed, mingled with calls for another bowl. Shirkong shook his head with a gentle smile as the prayer beads chimed softly. Ba, it seems the cafeteria will be in for a treat. The setting sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow into the dining area. Li Ming Tian stood by the window, pondering. Captain Qin, please do not inform my parents about my joining the Demon Suppression Pavilion. The less they know, the safer they will be. Seated behind the desk, Qin Yu lightly tapped his fingers on the surface, nodding after a moment. Very well, but you must consider this. If they later discover you have suddenly disappeared or been injured, then let them believe I found a dangerous job, Li Ming Tian replied with a wry smile. Su Xiaoyu hesitated, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. Shirkong clasped his hands together, murmuring a quiet prayer. In the residential building where Li Ming Tian's parents resided, a man clad in blue work attire ambled down the hallway, toolbox in hand. His cap was pulled low, and a property identification badge hung around his neck. Humming a tune, appearing no different from an ordinary maintenance worker. 301. This is the one. He halted before Li Ming Tian and Oppos' doorstep, retrieving a detection device from his toolbox, feigning an inspection of the circuitry. A subtle red light flickered across the surface of the instrument, silently scanning the entire door frame. Energy residue, confirmed. The man squinted, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The wiring has deteriorated severely. He suddenly exclaimed aloud, deliberately allowing those inside to overhear. We must find time for a comprehensive maintenance. Yet, there was no response from within. The man raised his voice. The electrical circuits in this house are in a dire state. At the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Pavilion in Suzy City. The surveillance room. Su Xiaoyu scoffed. Team leader Qin. The bait has been taken. Qin Yu strode over, fixated on the surveillance footage displayed on the screen, capturing the very residential building where Li Ming Tian resided, and a man clad in a blue uniform. How intriguing. His eyes narrowed dangerously. He is quicker than I anticipated. Chapter 8. The 3-level hell demon in the corridor. A man clad in blue overalls stood before door 301. His smile gradually contorting into a grimace. No one is paying attention to me? His voice began to rasp, as if his throat were filled with shards of glass. His finger joints cracked ominously, and his nails elongated into jet black claws. Then I shall enter myself. With a thunderous kick, the door burst open, splintering into fragments. The man charged into the room, only to find the living room devoid of any presence. Have they fled? His skin rippled grotesquely, the corners of his mouth tearing back to reveal gleaming white fangs. His body swelled and distorted, the overalls bursting apart as thick black fur erupted from beneath his skin. His spine twisted and elongated, transforming him into a terrifying 2-meter-tall beast, with blood-red eyes and fangs dripping with corrosive saliva. A row of white bone spines protruded from his back. Then let us slaughter everyone in this building, he howled, unleashing a piercing scream that shattered the glass of the entire floor. What is happening? What has occurred? Was there an explosion? Residents of the community fled the building in panic, murmuring anxiously in the open area. Mommy, a big dog. A mother clutched her young child tightly as the child, spotting the frenzied beast, exclaimed with curiosity. The mad beast, moving with lightning speed, darted into the crowd. Its gaping maw opened wide, sharp fangs glinting in the sunlight. As it lunged viciously at the child, the crowd erupted into chaos, screams echoing as the frenzied beast devoured the child, licking its lips in satisfaction before using its claws to rip open the mother's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Help! There's a monster. Terrified, everyone fled in all directions. The beast reveled in the terror and despair etched on human faces, relishing the cruel spectacle, its eyes brimming with excitement and satisfaction. The air thickened with the stench of blood, mingling with the cries, sobs, and pleas for mercy, creating a nightmarish tableau of human hell. The beast grew more exhilarated, employing brutal methods to kill. Suddenly, four figures descended from the sky, tethered to a helicopter. Qin Yu's bronze sword struck first, its blade slicing through the air, targeting the beast and Apos' throat. Abominable creature. The beast nimbly leaped back, leaving a 3-foot-deep trench in the cement below. It sneered, speaking human words. A lackey of the demon suppression pavilion. Su Xiaoyu's pulse gun flared with blue light. You are the real dog. An energy beam struck the beast's left shoulder, erupting in a spray of black blood, but it merely shook it off, the wound slowly healing. Shirkong sat cross-legged in midair, golden beads transforming into a radiant cage descending upon the beast. Vajra suppression formation. The beast suddenly stood upright, its forepaws swelling as it forcefully tore through the golden light. Is that all you can do? From the haze, a shadow surged forward. Li Mengtian leaped into the air, wielding not a dagger but a long, pitch-black blade, its surface adorned with red, vein-like patterns. The demon-devouring blade freshly acquired from the armory. Hey, big dog, look here. The blade glimmered like a blood moon. The beast's right forepaw was severed, black blood splattering against the wall, emitting a hissing corrosive sound and releasing a cloud of acrid white smoke. Yet, instead of howling in pain, it grinned wickedly, exposing its gaping maw. Little brat, does that feel good? In the next instant, the flesh and blood at the severed paw writhed violently. 9 purple-black tentacles covered in suckers bursting forth, writhing towards Li Mingtian like living creatures. What? Li Mingtian and Apos' pupils dilated in shock, utterly unprepared for this monstrous trick. The tentacles moved with blinding speed, sealing off all his escape routes. The paralyzing slime from the suckers already splattered across his clothing. Realize binding technique. In that critical moment, Shirkong's voice boomed like thunder. A radiant golden light erupted from the monk's form, Sanskrit incantations manifesting as tangible chains, instantly ensnaring the beast. Its movements halted abruptly. Even the 9 tentacles froze mid-air, as if time itself had paused. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mengtian rolled to safety as Qin Yu and Apos' bronze sword fell like lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade flared, severing the 9 tentacles at their roots, which fell to the ground, still writhing like living serpents. This is a 3-level hell demon. Su Xiaoyu's detector emitted a piercing alarm, her face pale. Be cautious. It has merged the attributes of 3 demons. It is now unleashing its full power. As if to corroborate her words, the beast and Apos' body suddenly melted like wax, rapidly reassembling. The golden chains of the binding technique were forcibly shattered, and it howled, unleashing a scream that resembled no canine bark. The sound wave shattering every glass pane in the building. Not enough, not nearly enough. It howled madly, its spine cracking ominously as 2 decaying human heads erupted from its back. Those are the residents it had previously consumed. The 3 heads swiveled simultaneously, 6 blood-red eyes locking onto the 4 individuals. You shall all become my nourishment. Among them, Qin Yu was a level 2 cultivator, while Su Xiaoyu and Shirkong were level 1 cultivators. Li Mingtian, having yet to undergo systematic training, could only be deemed a level 1 cultivator. Faced with such a formidable 3-level hell demon, everyone's expression turned grave. Li Mingtian spoke solemnly. Captain Qin, let me try to devour it. Qin Yu interrupted in a low voice. No, your devouring ability cannot consume a 3-level hell demon. It is akin to a full-grown tiger effortlessly slaughtering a hunting dog. A mere cub facing an adult dog would find only death. Should it escape, the entire Blue Star's hell demons would pursue you, and no one could protect you. The oppressive aura of the 3-level frenzied dog demon pressed down upon the community square, its decaying spiritual pressure causing fine beads of blood to seep from the ground. Qin Yu and Apos' knuckles whitened as he gripped the bronze sword. His peripheral vision swept over the 3 behind him. Shirkong, Su Xiaoyu, and Li Mingtian, all level 1 cultivators, standing no chance against the 3-level hell demon. Qin Yu's singular eye fixated intently on the frenzied dog demon, the depths of his pupils reflecting the nightmare of flames from a decade past. Susi City, 10 years prior. At that time, Qin Yu was not yet a captain, merely a newcomer to the demon suppression pavilion. His master, the previous captain of the Susi City Pavilion, a pinnacle level 3 cultivator who had once suppressed countless demons alone. But that day, a level 3 hell demon tore through space, descending upon Susi City. The entire city was engulfed in flames, corpses littering the streets. And members of the Demon Suppression Pavilion fell one after another. Qin witnessed his comrades being ripped apart and devoured by the demon, unable to even scream in horror. In the end, it was his master, the man who always smoked a pipe and laughed, saying demons were nothing to fear, who burned his life as cultivation, sacrificing himself to finally slay that level 3 demon. In his final moments, the master left behind a single warning. Qin, a level 3 hell demon, must not be allowed to escape. Memories sliced through Qin and Appo's heart like a blade. His grip on the sword tightened, veins bulging, knuckles white. As the azure flames on the bronze sword flickered violently, sensing the overwhelming killing intent surging within him. Once again, a level 3 demon. His voice rumbled like a beast, and Appo's growl, his eye bloodshot, fixated on the frenzied dog before him. This time, I shall not allow history to repeat itself. Su Xiaoyu and Shirkong had never witnessed this side of Qin. He had always been calm, even cold, yet at this moment, his murderous intent was almost palpable, causing the air itself to tremble. The frenzied dog demon seemed to sense something, the 3 decaying heads turning toward Qin, grinning sinisterly. Oh, the sin of anger. How delectable. Without uttering a word, Qin stepped forward, and the azure flames upon the bronze sword surged dramatically. Chapter 9. The Mad Dog Celestial Demon. The formation of the 4 symbols suppression array. As this phrase escaped through clenched teeth, blood trickled from the wounds on Qin and Appo's face. This was a complex combined array developed by practitioners from the entirety of the Great Hua Nation. Yet its power was immense. The 4 symbol suppression array? What is that? I don't know. Li Mingtian stood there, bewildered. Qin retrieved a weathered tome from his tactical backpack and tossed it to Li Mingtian. Learn it now. Captain Qin. Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled. She understood better than anyone else that asking a novice to learn a high-level array from the Jin Mo Pavilion on the spot was akin to instructing a drowning person to construct a lifeboat. Shirkong looked at Li Mingtian with a worried expression, suddenly recalling his own struggles in the training camp years ago, where it took him a month to barely grasp this technique. Sun position governs wind, Li position governs fire, Li Mingtian muttered, his words mingling with the sound of bones piercing the air. Qin abruptly shattered the approaching tendrils. As the flesh splattered onto the ancient text, he noticed Li Mingtian and Appo's fingers were bleeding. This kid had actually used his nails to carve open his palm, using blood as ink to sketch the array patterns in the void. The 3 heads of the Mad Dog Celestial Demon erupted into deafening, shrill laughter. The rotting heads grinning from ear to ear. Last-minute preparations? Ha, that's hilarious. It's too late. It lunged forward fiercely, its back splitting open to reveal 27 writhing tendrils. The tendrils surged once more, their suckers opening wide, spewing forth a foul, viscous slime. Li Mingtian. Su Xiaoyu gasped. In that critical moment, Wush Li Mingtian flipped through the book with one hand, reading 10 lines at a glance, while his body moved like a specter, deftly evading all the tendrils' lethal strikes. Sun position flows with wind, Li position gathers fire. He retreated rapidly, his gaze scanning the pages with terrifying concentration. Qin swung his sword, severing 2 attacking tendrils. A flicker of astonishment passing through his single eye. This kid was genuinely learning while dodging. Shirkong clasped his hands together, a golden light forming a barrier to temporarily shield against the demon's assault, and spoke solemnly. Li Mingtian, do you require an explanation? No need. Li Mingtian abruptly closed the book, his eyes ablaze with determination. I understand. In the next instant, he stepped forward, perfectly landing on the Li position of the 4 symbol suppression array. Fire rises. With a low shout, the bloodstains on his black blade ignited. Crimson flames sweeping forth along the edge, forming a wall of fire that directly sealed the demon and Appo's escape route. Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened. You learned it in one go? Is this even human? Qin laughed heartily, the blade's azure flame surging. Good lad. Then let us form the array. Though Shirkong remained silent, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. The 4 practitioners' spiritual energies intertwined in an instant. The 4 symbol suppression array officially taking shape. At the moment the spiritual lights of the 4 symbols shot into the sky, Qin suddenly recalled the words of the old pavilion master upon his initiation. A true demon suppressor does not gamble on chances. The Mad Dog Celestial Demon howled in agony within the array. Yet Qin sword remained steadier than ever. He saw Li Mingtian and Appo's blazing black blade, noticed the proud smile on the youth and Appo's lips, and suddenly comprehended the unspoken conclusion of the old pavilion master's words. But rather, no matter how arduous the path, one must never give up. For perhaps a miracle may arise in the next moment. Qin Azure Dragon position. The bronze sword transforms into a green dragon shadow, sealing off the demon above. Shirkong, White Tiger position. The Buddhist beads coalesce into a phantom of the White Tiger, restraining the demon's movements. Su Xiaoyu, Black Tortoise position. The pulse gun switches to ice mode, freezing the ground to limit its burrowing. Li Mingtian, Vermilion Bird position. The black blade's flames surge, fiery feathers filling the sky, incinerating the evil. Under the quadruple suppression, The mad dog celestial demon thrashed wildly, the decayed heads emitting piercing wails. Impossible. How could a mere first-level practitioner learn a high-level array in an instant? Li Ming Tian sneered, his blade pointed directly at its core. Because I am a genius. The moment the four-symbol suppression array took shape, the entire residential building trembled violently. The intertwining azure, white, blue, and red spiritual lights formed a heavenly net, tightly binding the mad dog celestial demon in the center of the array. Roar! The three heads of the mad dog celestial demon simultaneously unleashed deafening roars. Its back spine suddenly exploded. Hundreds of spiny projections, still laden with rotting flesh, shot out like a torrential rain. Qin Yu's bronze sword wove into a curtain of azure light, the blade clashing against the spines, sparking brilliant flashes. Black tortoise grounds. Su Xiaoyu cried out. The ice bullets from her pulse gun detonating upon impact with the ground. The ice crystals rapidly spread along the demon's limbs, yet as they neared the torso, they were corroded by the black viscous fluid. She gritted her teeth, swapping energy packs. This monster is evolving resistance. Shirkong's Vajra staff plunged deep into the ground. The white tiger phantom formed by the Buddhist beads lunging toward the demon's left shoulder, just as its fangs were about to tear into the target. The right head of the demon suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a jet of pitch-black, foul-smelling venom that violently collided with the white tiger phantom, causing several beads to shatter. Shirkong spat out a mouthful of blood. Who among you discovered its weakness? Right in the throat of the first head. Li Ming Tian's demon-devouring blade suddenly ignited with blood-red flames. He leaped into the air, the blade aimed directly at the chanting rotten head. The demon's tendrils immediately wove into a net, but upon contact with the flames, they emitted a sizzling sound of burning. Qin Yu's single eye suddenly sparkled with intensity. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the bronze sword. Azure Dragon breaks the evil. The ancient runes along the sword's length flared to life, a vivid azure dragon shadow soaring into the air, its claws pinning the demon's back firmly down. Now, Qin Yu roared. Just as Li Ming Tian's blade was mere inches from its target, the middle head of the demon abruptly twisted 180 degrees. Black mist spewing from its 7 orifices. Let us die together. Beware of the poisonous mist. Su Xiaoyu's warning barely escaped her lips when Li Ming Tian unexpectedly charged forward. His left hand suddenly delved into his bosom, retrieving a crumpled talisman, the very wind talisman that Su Xiaoyu had casually given him that morning. As the talisman ignited, a violent gust of wind sent the poisonous mist swirling back into the demon's face. Seizing the moment, it was blinded. Li Ming Tian's demon-devouring blade accurately pierced the throat of the third head. With a fierce twist, he activated the mechanism, unleashing a torrent of divine purification energy. Awol amidst the chilling cries, the mad dog celestial demon's body deflated rapidly like a deflating balloon. However, its dying retaliation was even more terrifying. The remaining 2 heads suddenly self-destructed, rotten flesh and bone fragments erupting into a barrage of venomous needles. Vajra shield. Shirkong abruptly tore apart the Buddhist beads, forming a golden barrier with 108 sandalwood beads in midair. The poisonous needles struck the Buddhist light, emitting a nauseating hissing sound. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaoyu fired her last 3 pulse rounds directly into the demon's chest cavity. The ultra-low temperature froze its reforming organs, and Qin Yu's bronze sword swiftly descended, cleaving the frozen body in half. Vermilion bird incinerates the heavens. Li Ming Tian plunged both hands with the blade into the ground, activating the array technique. A crimson pillar of fire erupted from beneath the demon's remains, and through the black smoke, countless distorted faces could be seen wailing and dissolving in the flames. As the last wisp of black mist was purified, the 4 of them simultaneously collapsed to the ground. The entire square lay in ruins, the walls of the residential buildings marred by corrosive marks, with several nearby structures exposing their steel frameworks. Su Xiaoyu and Amp Appo's fingertips trembled, her face a mask of disbelief. Did we really just take down a 3rd-level celestial demon? Then, as if struck by a thought, Su Xiaoyu stared blankly at Li Ming Tian, suddenly seizing his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. You better come clean. Have you secretly learned the 4-symbol suppression array before? Shirkong shook his head, sighing. Bah. Such comprehension is truly unheard of. Qin Yu sheathed his sword, his single eye brimming with admiration. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be added to the 4-symbol suppression array. As Shirkong gently polished the shattered Buddhist beads, a light laughter escaped his lips. Masterly, that strike just now was learned from Captain Qin. Li Ming Tian slumped to the ground, the demon blade clattering beside him. He raised his trembling right hand, the flesh of his tiger and Amp Appo's mouth already a gruesome mess. The initial stance of the Azure Dragon and Amp Appo's destruction, cough, transformed into a mere hack. Qin Yu and Amp Appo's eyes widened slightly, and he suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. His mirth reverberated, causing the remaining glass windows to hum in response. Amidst the laughter, tears mingled with blood trickled down his cheeks. The great fire from a decade ago was finally consumed by this new flame in that moment. A nearby residential building teetered precariously. Su Xiaoyu swiftly dispelled the isolation barrier and alerted the logistics department to take over the scene, evacuate the survivors, and transport the injured to the hospital, while simultaneously erasing their memories. Li Mingtian, still seated on the ground, was about to speak when his expression abruptly changed. Within his perception, the intense, chilling aura of the Mad Dog Demon re-emerged. Chapter 10. The Mad Dog Demon of Death Beware. It is not fully dead, Li Mingtian suddenly shouted, his pupils narrowing sharply. In his perception, a wisp of chilling black mist was rapidly slithering along the corner, like a living creature seeking refuge in the crevices of the corridor. The Mad Dog Demon has not perished. It has transformed into a shadow to escape. What? Qin Yu turned abruptly, the bronze sword igniting with azure flames anew. Yet, as his gaze swept across the scene, all he could see were shattered walls and charred floors, devoid of any trace of a demon. The Shirkong Buddha beads hovered in midair, golden light illuminating the entire corridor, his brow furrowed. There is no aura. Su Xiaoyu wielded a sensor, frantically pressing buttons, yet failing to detect any energy fluctuations. Impossible. Even a third-level demon should leave behind some remnant of spiritual energy. Only Li Mingtian stood still, his eyes fixed intently on the corner of the staircase. In his view, a viscous shadow was writhing down the steps like sewage, moving at an astonishing speed. I can end Oppos, see and Oppos, it. Li Mingtian seized the demon-devouring blade. My perception range is only 50 meters. Li Mingtian possessed an almost perverse sensitivity to the energy of demons, and even if the entity transformed into a void of shadows, it could not elude this awareness. Pursue. Qin Yu wasted no time. Li Mingtian will lead. We shall seal it off. The four surged forward like arrows. At this moment, the mad dog was in turmoil. It had just used its body and all its cultivation to project a doppelganger as a decoy, a manifestation of its innate talent. Its greatest secret. The demon and Oppos' soul had hidden away, believing it could escape, continue to parasitize a human, and exact revenge. In frantic flight, the mad dog was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could that human detect me? In Li Mingtian and Oppos' eyes, the contorted shadow resembled a cunning black serpent, darting swiftly through the crevices of the wall. Turn left. It has reached the left corner of the building. Su Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, instantly redirecting her pulse gun. A blue-white energy beam struck the corner with a resounding blast, shattering concrete and sending debris flying. However, the shadow had already slipped away. Turn right. It has burrowed into the ventilation duct. Qin Yu's bronze sword sliced through the air almost simultaneously, the azure flames roaring forth, flooding the narrow metal pipe. The flames erupted within the duct. Yet only a thin wisp of black smoke emerged. The shadow of the mad dog demon had already escaped to another location. Damn it. Qin Yu and Oppos' expression darkened. It is toying with us. Li Mingtian remained silent, his mind racing, his pupils constricting slightly. The mad dog demon's escape route appeared chaotic. Yet with each turn, it drew closer to the underground drainage system. It is deliberately taking a detour. Li Mingtian abruptly halted, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The creature and Oppos' true objective was the sewer. Should it burrow into the intricate underground drainage system, eliminating it would become an insurmountable challenge. We cannot let it descend. Li Mingtian's mind raced, suddenly shouting, Su Xiaoyu, set the pulse gun to maximum power and strike the ground 10 meters ahead. Though Su Xiaoyu did not fully comprehend, she instinctively complied. The gun and Oppos' muzzle flickered with blue light boom. The cement floor exploded, revealing the tangled drainage pipes below. The shadow of the mad dog was about to slip through the gap, but Li Mingtian acted first, tearing the holy light thunder from his waist and hurling it into the duct. Click. The holy light thunder activated instantly, unleashing a formidable divine force that detonated within the narrow underground pipe. The mad dog's shadow collided with this wave of energy, emitting a hissing sound as it was forced to retreat. Qin team. Li Mingtian shouted without looking back. Strike 5 meters to the left of its body with the azure dragon sword. Qin Yu's sword tip twisted, the azure dragon shadow howling downwards, striking fiercely 5 meters to the left, generating a deep crater with its immense force. Creak. The mad dog demon was racing through the duct. A powerful force slammed into it, eliciting pained howls. With holy light behind and the azure dragon slash ahead, the shadow of the mad dog demon stumbled out of the duct, akin to a mass of tar scalded by boiling water, writhing in an attempt to re-enter another drainage exit. A cold light flickered in Li Mingtian and Oppos' eyes, and he barked, Master Shirkong, 6 meters to the right. Shirkong was already poised, and upon hearing this, he hurled the Buddha beads into the air. 108 sandalwood beads suddenly scattered, each radiating brilliant golden light, weaving into a grand net of Sanskrit in the air. The Vajra demon subduing net. The golden light net accurately enveloped the location Li Mingtian indicated. Just as the mad dog's shadow was about to touch the ground, it was scorched by the Buddha's light, emitting a sizzling noise and forced back into the air. Su Xiaoyu, already prepared, the young woman switched her pulse gun to electromagnetic mode, firing 3 specially crafted rounds in a triangular formation to seal off the shadow and Oppos' escape route above. This time, amidst the brilliance of the Vajra demon-subduing net. Everyone finally beheld the mad dog, now transformed into a cloud of smoke, darting chaotically left and right, with the Buddha net below and specialized rounds locking it above. Chinyu and Amp, Appos, S bronze sword morphed into the Azure Dragon and Amp, Appos, S phantom, swooping down from above. Desperation. The shadow suddenly contracted violently, coalescing into a corporeal form midair. The decayed head of the dog reappeared, its fangs emitting a dying roar. You cannot kill me. My master will avenge. Before it could finish, a black blade pierced through the back of its skull, the tip emerging from its forehead. Click. The blade and Amp, Appos, S mechanism engaged. The blood-red runes hidden within the blade igniting one by one, the power of divine purification surging into the demon S body like a flood. Roar. The soul of the mad dog demon was as if consumed by an invisible fire, unleashing a mournful wail. Li Ming Tian coldly observed the scene until the soul of the mad dog completely dissipated into the air. With a clatter, the demon-devouring blade in Li Ming Tian's hand shattered into fragments. Having endured to this point, it was indeed of adequate quality. Li Ming Tian paid it no mind. The weapon warehouse of the demon-subduing pavilion in Susi City housed dozens more demon-devouring blades. He closed his eyes, sensing once more, this time, the world was devoid of the mad dog demon S aura. Completely purified. Splendid. Su Xiaoyu was the first to rush forward, excitedly patting Li Ming Tian on the shoulder. Li Ming Tian, we owe this to you. Otherwise, it would have escaped again. Shirkong put away the Buddha beads. His eyes filled with admiration. Amitabha, Li Ming Tian, you have accomplished another great feat. You have entirely eradicated a third-level demon. Even the typically stern Qin, you stepped forward. A rare glimmer of appreciation shining in his single eye. Li Ming Tian, you are the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. This was the highest praise Qin you could offer. Li Ming Tian smiled slightly. It was all right, mainly that mad dog did not run fast enough. TCH. Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Compliment you a couple of times, and you're already puffed up? The four exchanged smiles, the tense atmosphere finally relaxing. In a distant house, a figure cloaked in black silently observed everything, then transmitted information. A new member has joined the demon-subduing pavilion. Male, approximately 20 years of age. Exceptionally talented. Capable of mastering the extremely complex four symbols demon-subduing array on the battlefield. Possesses formidable perception, able to sense even the soul of the mad dog. Displays remarkable precision in battlefield control. His involvement in the demon's demise was substantial. Such a superhuman talent should be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 11. Elderly parents in the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Guild in Susha City. The conference hall was brightly lit. As Li Mingtian stepped through the door, he was taken aback by the grand assembly before him. Over 20 members of the Demon Suppression team, clad in black uniforms, stood in perfect formation on either side of the hall, each exuding a profound aura, at least at the pinnacle of the first level. At the head of the hall, a middle-aged man in a dark golden robe regarded him with a smile, his commanding presence rendering the air in the hall almost stagnant. The leader of the Jiangnan Province Demon Suppression Guild, Weiran. Ha! Well, what a young hero. Weiran exclaimed with a booming laugh, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger until he stood before Li Mingtian. He was tall and robust, his face resolute, with piercing eyes that seemed to shine like those of a tiger. A faint dragon-like energy enveloped him, unmistakably marking him as a super-strong individual at the fourth level and Appos' peak. Weiran clapped a hand on Li Mingtian and Appos' shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. I hear that before joining the Demon Suppression Guild, you single-handedly took down 3 first-level heavenly demons. His deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the hall, silencing everyone as they turned their attention to Li Mingtian. I have just arrived in Susha City and have received news. Weiran paused slightly, his smile deepening. That you actually slew a third-level mad dog heavenly demon? The hall erupted in astonishment. A third-level heavenly demon could raze cities and annihilate lands. Each year, the Great Hua Kingdom lost no fewer than 10 third-level demon suppression agents to such creatures. However, Li Mingtian did not display an ounce of arrogance. Instead, he slightly lowered his head and replied sincerely, you overpraise me, Chiefin. Had it not been for Captain Qin's leadership and the full cooperation of Su Xiaoyu and Master Shirkong, I alone would have never been able to slay the mad dog. He lifted his head, his gaze clear and devoid of any self-importance. This battle is a victory for the entire team of the Susha City Demon Suppression Guild. A flicker of surprise passed through Weiran's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. Good. You are neither arrogant nor impatient. Such character is rare. He turned to Qin and nodded approvingly. Captain Qin, you have found a fine talent. Qin Yu's lips curled into a rare smile, though he maintained a stern demeanor. This lad still has a long way to go. Su Xiaoyu snickered to herself and whispered, Captain Qin's heart is clearly bursting with joy, yet he still puts on this faade. Master Shirkong, with his hands clasped together, spoke gently, Li Mingtian possesses extraordinary talent, yet retains a humble heart, which is indeed commendable. Weiran's voice resonated like a great bell throughout the hall of the Demon Suppression Guild. From this day forth, The entire team of the Susha City Demon Suppression Guild shall be awarded first-class merit and granted the and Oppos, Demon Extermination and Oppos, banner. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Su Xiaoyu leapt up in excitement, her ponytail tracing joyful arcs in the air. Master Shirkong unconsciously quickened his fingers on the prayer beads. A rare smile of satisfaction gracing his typically calm face. Even the usually solemn Qin Yu allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light. The other members of the Susha City Demon Suppression Guild were utterly elated. Moreover, Enwaran deliberately elongated his tone. Waiting for silence before continuing, the Susha City Demon Suppression Guild's rank will be elevated by 1 level, and we shall now enjoy second-level resource allocations. Wonderful! Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, embracing Master Shirkong. We can finally obtain new equipment. Old Zhou's outdated testing device can finally retire. Master Shirkong swayed slightly from the unexpected embrace, but merely chuckled, shaking his head. Su Xiaoyu, mind your image. Qin Yu cleared his throat, though his eyes clearly conveyed amusement. Once the crowd settled, and Wherein waved his hand, and a guard stepped forward, bowing and presenting a Zetan wood box intricately carved with ancient runes. The hall fell silent. All eyes drawn to the small box, gazing at Li Mingtian, and Wherein's eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration as he announced, "This is a reward specially approved by the Provincial Guild." As the box opened, a brilliant blue light shot upwards, instantly transforming the hall into a deep-sea azure. The air shimmered with a refreshing spiritual energy, seemingly making each breath feel exceptionally clear. A crystal the size of a dragon's eye floated within the box, transparent and shimmering, with what appeared to be a flowing galaxy within, its starlight dazzlingly bright. Heavens! Its star essence! Su Xiaoyu was the first to exclaim, her voice rising an octave, her juice cup clattering to the ground. Her eyes widened as if witnessing an unbelievable miracle, the legendary treasure that could directly elevate one's cultivation by a minor realm. The hall erupted into chaos. What? Star essence. The Provincial Guild actually spared this. This item is worth its weight in gold. Even the usually composed Master Shirkong rose abruptly. And Wherein was pleased with the reaction, smiling slightly as he gestured for the box containing the star essence to float gently towards Li Mingtian. This treasure harbors the power of the stars and can assist you in breaking through your bottleneck. The star essence hovered before him, its blue glow illuminating his face. The entire hall held its breath, awaiting his response. Li Mingtian took a deep breath and reached out to grasp the box. "Thank you, Chiefin." He bowed solemnly. And Wherein laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. "Make good use of it. I have high hopes for you. Li Mingtian, I hope you will continue to strive diligently. Slaying demons and safeguarding this realm." Li Mingtian nodded earnestly. The hall erupted once more in cheers, the clamor nearly lifting the roof off. Su Xiaoyu rushed forward. "Let me touch it. The legendary star essence." Master Shirkong, fiddling with his prayer beads, mused, "This treasure is indeed destined for Li Mingtian." Qin Yu, arms crossed, stood off to the side, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Kid, don't squander this great gift." Suddenly, Enwaran removed the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Li Mingtian. "From today onwards, you may report directly to me." Furthermore, the hall fell silent as Enwaran enunciated clearly, "Li Mingtian is specially approved as a preparatory member of the Hidden Dragon Project, enjoying third-level privileges." An uproar ensued. It was known that third-level privileges meant access to the province's confidential files, even the ability to deploy strategic-grade artifacts. Qin Yu gazed at the youth who was now the center of attention, a glimmer of pride shining in his one eye. He touched the scar on his face, murmuring softly, "Master, do you see this? Our Susha City has finally produced a true dragon. Master, I will protect Susha City, for this is our home the next day." Morning sunlight streamed through the hospital room's curtains. As Li Mingtian opened the door, he saw that his parents had already packed their bags. "Dad, Mom, why are you up?" "The doctor said you need to be observed for another 2 days." He hurriedly approached them. His father, Li Biao, waved his hand dismissively. "Observe what? Each day in the hospital costs money. We're perfectly fine." He patted his chest. His mother, Zhu Yuqing, grasped her son's hand. Tian, take us home. I'll make you some braised pork to nourish you." Seeing the eager expressions on his parents' faces, Li Mingtian ultimately nodded. Upon arriving at their community, the three were stunned. The once tidy residential building now lay in ruins. Walls cracked, windows shattered, and some structures even exposed their steel frameworks. Glass shards and rubble littered the ground as workers hurriedly undertook repairs. Heavens! Zhu Yuqing covered her mouth. What happened? At that moment, Aunt Wang from next door spotted them and hurried over. "Oldly, you're finally back." She lowered her voice. The gas pipeline in the community exploded the night before last. Many buildings have become dangerous. Li Biao inhaled sharply. "How many casualties?" 8 dead, dozens injured. Aunt Wang wiped the corner of her eyes. Li Mingtian stood behind his parents, his fists unconsciously clenching. These were his neighbors, many of whom had watched him grow up. Tian? Zhu Yuqing suddenly turned around. "Why do you look so pale?" "I'm fine." Li Mingtian forced a smile, saying, "Mom, let us go home and take a look." Standing in the center of the living room, he gazed at the grotesque crack in the ceiling. Sunlight streamed through the broken window, casting slanted rays upon the dust-laden floor, creating mottled patterns of light and shadow. His mother, Zhu Yunqing, bent down to gather the scattered shards of plates and bowls, her movements delicate, as if she feared disturbing something fragile. His father, Li Biao, crouched in the corner, meticulously covering the shattered window with newspaper, while the cold wind infiltrated the gaps, ruffling his graying hair. Dad, Mom Li Mingtian and Amp, Apos, S throat tightened. This house is no longer livable. Zhu Yunqing paused momentarily, then resumed wiping the dusty picture frame, an image of their family of 3 taken in the park during last year's spring festival. It's fine, she said softly. The property management assured us that the main structure is intact. With some repairs, it will be habitable again. Li Mingtian approached and took the cloth from her hands. The glass of the frame bore a crack that bisected the smiling faces of the 3. Mom, this building is already unsafe, he murmured. What if something else happens? Zhu Yunqing, still crouched on the floor, continued to wipe the frame with painstaking slowness. What could happen? She replied without looking up, her voice barely audible. We've lived here for so many years. Li Mingtian knelt beside her. His mother's fingers were rough and cold, her knuckles slightly deformed, an affliction from years of cleaning in the early mornings, exposed to the chill. Mom Tian, Zhu Yunqing suddenly interrupted him, retrieving a small cloth pouch from her pocket and unwrapping it layer by layer. Inside was a savings book. Look, Mom has saved another 1,000. The figure on the savings book made Li Mingtian's eye sting. 83,326. That was the result of her waking at 4 every morning to clean the streets, a routine she had maintained for 20 years. It Wang said that nowadays, young people need a bride price of 188,000 for marriage, Zhu Yunqing remarked, carefully wrapping the savings book and stowing it back in her pocket. If Mom works for another 2 years, we'll have enough. Li Mingtian abruptly turned his face away. The sound of dripping water from the broken kitchen faucet resonated sharply in the stillness of the room. Chapter 12. This warmth. Father Li Biao stood precariously on a stool, attempting to secure the loose chandelier with iron wire. His old suit trousers were patched at the knees, and due to his lumbar disc issues, he could only kneel to clean the floors at home. Dad, come down. It's dangerous. I'll be down shortly, came Li Biao and Apos' breathless voice from above. I've fixed the light in your room. Don't stay up too late reading tonight. Li Mingtian gazed up at his father's stooped figure. Sunlight streamed through the shattered window, casting his father's shadow upon the mottled wall, so frail, so thin. Yet in his childhood, that silhouette had loomed large like a mountain. Memories surged forth. At 6, when he had a fever, his father had carried him across 3 streets to the hospital. That back had been broad and warm. And as he lay against it, listening to the steady rhythm of his father's heartbeat, he felt invincible. As if the sky could fall, and he would not fear it. At 12, when bullied by classmates, his father had gone straight to confront those boys after work. He stood behind his father, witnessing the formidable stature that imparted a sense of security for the first time. And now, as his father bent to retrieve a fallen screwdriver, Li Mingtian clearly heard the creaking sound emanating from his knees. Dad! His voice caught in his throat as he rushed forward, grasping his father's arm. At that moment of contact, Li Mingtian felt a jolt, once capable of lifting him effortlessly. His father's arms now felt like mere flesh draped over bone. It's nothing, Li Biao smiled, patting his son's hand. Yet he could not free himself from Li Mingtian's support. It's just aging. Those 3 words pierced Li Mingtian's heart like daggers. His father's hair had turned so gray it was no longer concealable. Sunspots dotted his neck, and the collar of his shirt was frayed. The man who once towered in his esteem now stood a full head shorter. Just fix the light and be done with it, Li Biao said slowly, making his way to the kitchen. I'll help your mother with dinner. Li Mingtian remained rooted in place, watching his father's unsteady back. Suddenly, he dashed into his room, locked the door, and pounded his fist against the wall. Thud. A crack formed in the wall and blood dripped from his knuckles. Yet he felt no pain. Outside, brilliant sunlight illuminated the entire neighborhood. Distant sounds of construction, neighbors chatting, and children laughing filled the air, an ordinary yet heartbreakingly beautiful tapestry of life. Li Mingtian texted Qinyu. Captain, how much can I access right now? Qinyu replied promptly. Your rank is level 2, with a monthly salary of 8,000. You killed 3 level 1 hell demons, bonus of 150,000. When the bone demon self-destructed, you saved hundreds of meters around, bonus of 300,000. You played a vital role in taking down the Mad Dog demon, which is a level 3 demon, bonus of 500,000. Li Mingtian's heart leaped with joy. Captain, can I withdraw this money early? Qinyu's response was straightforward. Of course. Why? Are you short on cash? After a moment and Apos' hesitation, Li Mingtian briefly explained his parents' situation. No sooner had he sent the message than Qinyu's call came through. Hello, Captain. Jinawayuan, Building 8, Apartment 902. Qinyu's voice crackled over the line. For the password lock, the initial password is 6/8. You can change it. Li Mingtian was taken aback. It's a house I bought years ago. It's been empty. He could hear the flick of a lighter igniting a cigarette on the other end. I'm always staying in the dormitory anyway. You and your parents can live there comfortably. Captain, this isn't proper. Proper? Qin Yu scoffed. Rules are for the dead. Go to the logistics department tomorrow and process the paperwork. Consider it an employee welfare housing. The call fell into silence. Li Mingtian heard the background noise of Shirkong calling Qin Yu to a meeting. Before the call ended, he heard the last words. Remember to water the flowers weekly. That pot of clivia on the balcony was left by my master. Setting down his phone, Li Mingtian pushed open the kitchen door. Dad, Mom. He heard his voice tremble. My workplace. Allocated a house. Zhu Yuqing froze mid-motion. Suddenly, she burst into silent tears, large droplets cascading onto the keys. You. She choked. Are you doing something dangerous? In this society, who still allocates houses? Li Mingtian enveloped the fragile woman in his arms. She smelled of cooking oil, cheap laundry detergent, a scent of home. It's not dangerous, he whispered gently. It's just. I need to protect many people. Just like I protect you. Outside, the construction crew continued their work. The din of drills drowned out Li Yibiao's quiet sobs as he turned away. The heaviest burdens in life are not the partings of life and death, but the worries concealed within the wrinkles of one as parents. Li Mingtian finally understood that his reasons for fighting extended far beyond merely safeguarding humanity. It was also to protect these ordinary, yet warm lights of life. While helping his parents pack their belongings, he discovered a metal box beneath the bed. As he opened the lid, time seemed to rewind. Inside lay a neat collection of his life's accolades over the past 20 years. Kindergarten-esque Good Baby Award, adorned with a hand-drawn red flower from his mother. Clumsy, yet vibrant. A second prize in a third-grade math competition, for which his father had taken leave to attend the award ceremony. A certificate of excellence as a middle school class officer, with an encouraging note from his homeroom teacher tucked inside. Each item was carefully wrapped in plastic. The edges smoothed as if caressed. Li Mingtian's fingertips hovered above the top certificate, hesitant to touch it. Our Tian is the best every day. His mother's voice suddenly echoed in his ears, so vivid it felt as though she stood right behind him. He spun around, only to find the empty room alive with dancing sunlight. At the bottom of the box lay a few yellowed slips of paper. Tian will recite quiet night thoughts today. Reward. 2 red flowers. Son, 5th in the class for the midterm exam. Chicken leg as a reward. Tian's first attempt at cooking, though it was salty. It was delicious. The uneven pencil writing was his mother's hand. Plop. A droplet fell onto the words good baby, blurring the passage of time. Li Mingtian hurriedly closed the metal box, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. Footsteps approached outside, and he quickly shoved the box back under the bed. His mother entered with a cup of warm milk. Tian, how is the packing coming along? Almost done, he replied, his back turned, his voice somewhat hoarse. Zhu Yuqing set the milk on the table, then suddenly bent down to retrieve a bulging envelope from the bedside cabinet. This, take it with you. Li Mingtian opened it to find neatly arranged cash. Mom, this. You're starting your job. You'll need to entertain clients, she said, fidgeting with her apron. I heard young people these days. He pulled the slight woman into an embrace, burying his face in her frail shoulder. The scent of laundry detergent mingled with a hint of cooking oil was the most comforting aroma in the world. Mom, I'll come back often, he murmured. Zhu Yuqing gently patted his back, just as she had when lulling him to sleep as a child. I know. The fridge will always have your favorite food waiting for you. In the living room, his father feigned organizing the newspaper. But Li Mingtian clearly noticed that the paper was upside down. Chapter 13. The Existence of Dragons in the Jinhua Garden of Southern City. Li Mingtian settled his parents before heading to the Demon Suppression Pavilion. Captain, thank you for arranging the house, he said at the office door, absent-mindedly caressing his newly issued access card. My parents, they are very grateful. Without lifting his gaze, Qin Yu polished his bronze sword. That dilapidated house would have remained empty otherwise. The blade reflected the faint curve of his lips. Remember to bring some of your mother's pickled vegetables. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting intricate patterns of light between the two. Observing the dust dancing in the beams, Li Mingtian suddenly inquired, Captain, what exactly is the Qianlong Project? The Qianlong Project? Qin Yu set down the sword, a peculiar glint flickering in his singular eye. It is the highest-level talent cultivation program of the Demon Suppression Pavilion. He rose and approached the file cabinet, unlocking it with a fingerprint to retrieve a document adorned with a golden cover. Do you know why it's called Qianlong? It's derived from the saying, a dragon lurking in the depths will soar to the heavens. Only those with exceptional talent, character, and potential are eligible for selection. He spread the document across the table, revealing its astonishing contents. A monthly allocation of 30 spirit crystals for basic cultivation resources. The option to choose any magical artifact below level 4. Personal guidance from esteemed elders of the pavilion. Access to all forbidden secret realms for practical training. Spirit crystals are exceedingly precious. My rank is only level 2, and I receive merely 2 a month, while Su Xiaoyu and Shirkong get only 1. Qin Yu pointed to a line. And for Qianlong members, these are merely foundational provisions. Li Mingtian gasped, realizing he had just joined the pavilion and had yet to receive any spirit crystals. Do you know what is most precious? Qin Yu's voice dropped to a whisper. It is the dragon blood baptism. To reshape one's foundation with genuine dragon blood has a success rate of less than 30%, but if successful, the failure would render one a half-human, half-demon monstrosity. Is there truly a dragon in this world? Li Mingtian's voice trembled slightly. After all, dragons were renowned in Dehua, where people proudly called themselves descendants of dragons. Qin Yu did not respond immediately. He slowly stood and walked to an ancient safe in the corner of the office. After unlocking it, he retrieved a bronze box intricately carved with dragon motifs, its clasp fashioned as a pair of ferocious dragon heads, vividly lifelike. Do you think myths are all fabricated? Qin Yu chuckled softly, tracing the patterns on the bronze box with his fingertip. They simply wished to avoid inciting panic among the common folk. He pressed the dragon's eye, and the lid of the box slowly opened. Boom. A surge of azure light shot upwards, and the temperature in the office plummeted. Li Mingtian's pupils constricted. Within the box lay a palm-sized azure dragon scale. The edges shimmered with a metallic sheen, ancient runes flowing across its surface, sending shivers through one's soul merely by gazing upon it. 3 years ago, the barrier of the East Sea was breached. Qin Yu's voice was grave. A scale from an azure dragon was dislodged. This is but one fragment. Li Mingtian's throat tightened. That dragon itself was repelled by 12 demon suppressors working in unison. Qin Yu closed the box, the azure light instantly retracting. Do you think we are merely suppressing hellish demons? There is much more at stake. An eerie silence enveloped the office. The age of myths has never ended. Qin Yu's eyes gleamed with a blue light, a mere precaution to prevent public panic from revealing the truth. Suddenly, he pushed a form towards Li Mingtian. Next week is the selection day, to be held in the capital. Prepare yourself in the coming days. In the corridor of the Demon Suppression Pavilion, Su Xiaoyu leaned against the window, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. The waning sunlight filtered through the glass, casting mottled shadows across her face. I heard you're headed to the capital next week? She suddenly spoke, her voice subdued. Li Mingtian paused, turning to face her. The usually vibrant ponytail of the girl now hung listlessly, her hair tips reflecting her dejection. Yeah, for the Qianlong project selection. He stepped closer. I'm reporting soon. Oh. Su Xiaoyu kicked the corner of the wall. We've only collaborated a few times, and now you're leaving. Li Mingtian couldn't help but chuckle. I'm going for the selection. It's not like I want to return. Who cares? Su Xiaoyu's face flushed suddenly, and she thrust a manual against his chest. This is a list of precautions I've compiled. The capital is very different from Su Si. There are many rules to follow. The cover of the manual featured exaggerated cartoon designs, but the pages were densely filled with practical information, from relationship diagrams of various factions at headquarters to the best dining hall counters. Even tips on how to avoid being harassed by the old-timers. Li Mingtian felt warmth in his heart. Thank you. Humph. Su Xiaoyu turned her face away. Remember to bring back local specialties, or else. The lights of Jinhua Garden radiated warmth. Dad, Mom, I'll be on a business trip next week. Li Mingtian said, handing a peeled orange to his mother. It'll all be about a year. Zhu Yunqing hesitated. Such a long time. It's training arranged by the unit, he fibbed. An opportunity not to be missed. Li Biao set down his newspaper. Young people should take more risks. Yet even as he said this, he secretly packed his son's favorite pickled vegetables into a sealed jar. After dinner, Li Mingtian stood on the balcony. The pot of gentleman orchids had returned to normal, its vibrant green leaves swaying gently in the evening breeze. His mother quietly approached, slipping a talisman into his suitcase. I asked for this at the temple yesterday, she whispered. It's very effective. The talisman bore the embroidered characters for peace. The stitches somewhat crooked, clearly sewn by his mother's own hand. The night breeze tousled their hair, and Li Mingtian suddenly noticed more white strands in his mother's hair. I'll be back soon, he promised softly, standing in Qin Yu's office. The sunlight outside stretched their shadows long. Su Si City requires stronger guardians, and Qin Yu, more than anyone, needs the star marrow. Li Mingtian took a deep breath, retrieving the azure crystal, the star marrow, from his pocket. The starry brilliance danced in his palm, reflecting his resolute gaze. Captain, this is for you. Qin Yu was taken aback, then reprimanded. Nonsense. This is a treasure bestowed upon you by the provincial government. I don't need it. Li Mingtian shook his head, pushing the star marrow toward Qin Yu. I'm heading to the capital soon, and I'll have plenty of resources. He paused, his voice deepening. But you are different. Captain, Su Si City needs you to protect it. Li Mingtian stared directly into Qin Yu's singular eye. With the emergence of third-level hellish demons, if your strength does not improve, what will happen next time? Qin Yu remained silent. In the office, only the blue glow of the star marrow remained. After a long silence, Qin Yu finally spoke. Do you know the value of star marrow? I do. Li Mingtian smiled. It can elevate an ordinary person by an entire minor realm. Then why? Because Su Si City needs you more than I do. You have protected this city for 20 years. Li Mingtian interrupted, his tone calm yet resolute. My parents are here, as well as Su Xiaoyu, Shikong, and all the ordinary citizens of this city. They cannot be without Qin Yu. Qin Yu's singular eye quivered slightly, his fingers instinctively tightening around the sword hilt. Veins bulging. Chapter 14. Can we discuss some sensitive topics? Qin Yu fixed his gaze upon the star marrow, its azure brilliance illuminating his resolute face, causing the fierce scar to glisten. His fingers trembled slightly, not out of fear, but rather from something deeper, a sentiment forged through 20 years of demon-suppressing endeavors. Apart from his master, he had never accepted gifts from anyone. Li Ming Tian. His voice was hauntingly hoarse. Are you certain? Li Ming Tian did not respond, merely advancing the star marrow further towards him. Suddenly, Qin Yu laughed, a sound tinged with relief. Good. He accepted the star marrow and swallowed it whole. Boom. The chaotic force of the stars erupted within Qin Yu, his skin instantly adorned with intertwining streaks of blue and black, as if something were writhing beneath his flesh. The scar that traversed his cheek began to radiate light, first blindingly green, then shifting to blue, and ultimately transforming into a resplendent silver glow. Qin Yu knelt on one knee, the bronze sword deeply embedded in the ground. His muscles tensed to the maximum, veins bulging like coiled dragons, as the internal wounds from the demon clashed violently with the power of the star marrow. Outside the window, the night sky of Susi City was suddenly rent with thunder and lightning, dark clouds swirling ominously above the demon suppression pavilion. Su Xiaoyu and Shi Kong rushed to the scene, only to be halted by Li Ming Tian at the door. Do not enter. But Team Qin, he is undergoing a transformation. The starry light spilling through the crack of the door reflected in Li Ming Tian's eyes. Trust him. For a full hour, the office reverberated with thunderous roars. When the last bolt of lightning struck, the entire building trembled. Then, silence. The door opened. Qin Yu stood there. The scar on his face vanished, replaced by a silver dragon pattern that wound from his forehead to his chin, shimmering softly in the sunlight. His eyes remained sharp, yet within their depths, the flow of a galaxy could be faintly discerned. Did it succeed? Su Xiaoyu stammered. Qin Yu clenched his fist, the air erupting with a thunderous crack. He suddenly drew his sword. The rust on the bronze blade faded away, revealing an underlayer of gilded dragon motifs. With a single swing, the azure sword light materialized into a tangible dragon shadow, obliterating the distant training ground targets. Peak level 3. Shi Kong twirled the prayer beads, exclaiming, half a step into level 4. Qin Yu sheathed his sword and turned to face Li Ming Tian. The two locked eyes for a brief moment before simultaneously extending their fists, colliding heavily in the air. Thank you. You're welcome. The morning at Susi City train station was shrouded in mist, with sparse figures on the platform. Li Ming Tian carried a simple bundle, flanked by 3 individuals bidding farewell. Qin Yu still held his bronze sword, the scar on his face now absent, yet the sharpness in his brow remained undiminished. Su Xiaoyu and Appos, eyes glistened with unshed tears, clutching a bag of freshly bought buns. Shi Kong held onto the prayer beads, the red mole on his forehead particularly striking in the morning light. Let us stop here. Li Ming Tian turned and smiled. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu thrust the buns into his arms. Eat on the way. The food on the train is outrageously expensive. I heard a single bun costs $10. Qin Yu snorted coldly, extracting a bronze token from his pocket. Take this. If that rotund fellow at the headquarters gives you trouble, slam this on his desk. The token felt heavy in his hand, inscribed with the characters Qin Yu. Li Ming Tian's heart raced. This was Qin Yu's token, indicating that the portly man was a friend of his. Shi Kong stepped forward, placing a string of prayer beads on his wrist. These beads have been blessed for 100 years. They can ward off calamities in times of peril. The announcement blared, signaling the train and Appos' imminent arrival. Li Ming Tian took a deep breath. Please take care of my parents. Rest assured. Qin Yu and Appos' eyes narrowed slightly. I will be here. These simple 3 words weighed heavy with assurance. The train whistle echoed long and sonorous as it gradually came to a stop. Li Ming Tian ascended the steps. In the fleeting moment the train doors closed, Li Ming Tian glimpsed Qin Yu raising his bronze sword, Su Xiaoyu fervently waving goodbye, and Shi Kong performing a respectful gesture. He touched the house key nestled against his chest, still bearing the charm his mother had given him before his departure. As the wheels rolled, the silhouette of Susi City receded into the distance. Li Ming Tian opened the train window, letting the morning breeze caress his cheeks. To Beijing. The concealed dragon emerges from the abyss. Within a villa in Susi City, a figure clad in black reported to an elderly man. Li Ming Tian has departed. Boarding train D304 to Beijing. The old man and Appos' icy voice resonated. It appears that the boy possesses considerable talent, having joined the hidden dragon training camp. Thus, the dragon hunt plan is now in motion. The train passed through a tunnel, the light outside flickering erratically. Li Ming Tian leaned against his seat, his fingers gently tapping on his knee. 1, 2, 3. In his perception, at least 3 chilling demonic auras lurked within the carriage. The most dangerous of them sat directly across from him. A woman of approximately 22, with chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders, lips like flames, and long legs crossed, her toes brushing against his pant leg ever so lightly. Hello, are you traveling alone? The woman's voice dripped with sweetness. Li Ming Tian responded earnestly. Yes. The long-legged beauty cast him a sultry glance. Would you care to discuss some sensitive topics? Li Ming Tian and Appos' face lit up with excitement. Wow, that sounds wonderful. I absolutely adore discussing sensitive topics. They are my favorite. Li Mingtian then posed a serious question to the long-legged beauty. What are your thoughts on the current re-election of the president of the White Bear Empire? The long-legged beauty appeared bewildered, blinking rapidly, and managed a strained smile. The people and Oppos. S expectations? Li Mingtian shook his head, not sensitive enough. The long-legged beauty struggled. The nation and Oppos. S choice? Li Mingtian continued to shake his head, still not sensitive enough. The long-legged beauty looked as though she were in distress. Oh dear, let us not discuss sensitive topics anymore. If the state spies overheard, they might seize us as spies. Goodness, this carriage feels stifling. I can hardly breathe. What should I do? Li Mingtian, should I open the window? The long-legged beauty looked at him expectantly. No. Do you know how to perform artificial respiration? Li Mingtian hastily shook his head. I wouldn't know how. I'm not a doctor. The long-legged beauty pouted and leaned closer. I'll teach you, just like this. Li Mingtian casually picked up an empty drink bottle from the table, thrusting its opening into the long-legged beauty and Oppos' mouth, and began to squeeze the bottle forcefully. Puffed. The long-legged beauty appeared utterly dumbfounded, her cheeks puffing out as Li Mingtian continued to pump air into her mouth, resembling a frog. Li Mingtian inquired with concern. Are you feeling better? The long-legged beauty seethed internally. I'm going to lose my mind. She gripped the bottle tightly, slowly extracting it from her mouth, her eyes dark as she glared at Li Mingtian. Chapter 15. The God-piercing spike. The tall, leggy beauty fixed her gaze on Li Mingtian, her voice low and menacing. Do you know what you are doing? Li Mingtian remained silent, casting a glance at the curly-haired and buck-toothed figures encroaching upon him. Although they appeared human at first glance, the chilling aura emanating from them was unmistakable to Li Mingtian. Excellent, everyone is here. With a flick of his finger, a compact combat barrier concealed within a box activated silently. This precious device was a rare request made by Li Mingtian, unique to the entire city of Susu. Buzz. The space warped suddenly, the scenery of the carriage rippling away like a disturbed water surface. In the blink of an eye, the trio of demons found themselves enveloped in a dim, surreal realm, surrounded by an endless fog, with a cracked, black earth beneath their feet. The reason he had refrained from activating the barrier sooner was due to the presence of ordinary people within the carriage, fearing for their safety against the three hellish demons. The tall beauty chuckled. Little brother, you seem quite confident, thinking you can ensnare us all at once. A small isolation barrier? The curly-haired demon transformed into a grotesque creature adorned with writhing tentacles, excitedly brandishing its appendages. Perfect. We were just pondering how to kill you silently. Meanwhile, the buck-toothed demon morphed into a beast with razor-sharp teeth, drooling as it gazed at Li Mingtian. We are all second-level hell demons. I wonder where your confidence comes from. Thinking you can trap us. Oh, ha. Do you think you can kill us all single-handedly? Li Mingtian smiled at the buck-toothed demon. Why do you think I have the audacity to confine you? Suddenly, the tall beauty tore off her human skin, transforming into a massive spider-like entity. Her 8 bony legs sharp as sickles. Let us go. The 3 demons unleashed their fury simultaneously. The spider demon spewed a viscous, toxic web. The curly-haired demon's tentacles turned into swords aimed at Li Mingtian, while the buck-toothed one opened its monstrous jaws wide. Standing at the center of the barrier, Li Mingtian made a hand gesture, his fingertips crackling with lightning. Thunderous and swift, activate. This was a 3rd-level killing formation he had specifically requested from the provincial department. Once unleashed, it would summon a tempest of thunder and fire. Boom. Within the barrier, dark clouds gathered rapidly, and countless bolts of purple lightning descended like furious dragons. Each strike locked onto the 3 demons, causing their flesh to rupture and black blood to splatter. The buck-toothed demon was the first to suffer. A bolt as thick as a barrel struck down upon him. He barely raised his claws in defense, only to be reduced to charred remnants upon impact. Before his remains could touch the ground, a searing whirlwind swept him away. Whoosh! The temperature soared to 1,000 degrees, slicing his remains to ashes. The curly-haired demon's tentacles writhed in a frenzy, weaving a dense net in a futile attempt to shield itself. However, the fury of the lightning was overwhelming. When the 3rd bolt struck, its defenses crumbled entirely. No, the king will avenge me. The 5th bolt obliterated his final words. His body shredded like a rag and consumed in the scorching winds. Only the spider demon remained, desperately clinging to life. 5 of her 8 bony legs had been severed, her body riddled with gaping wounds oozing thick, black liquid. Yet, a cunning glint flickered in her compound eyes. Her abdomen split open, and she cackled as she extracted a bloody pendant, a spike-shaped object, dark red and inscribed with twisted runes, which was now voraciously absorbing the residual soul energy of the curly-haired and buck-toothed demons. Buzz. The runes on the pendant lit up one by one, the crimson glow intensifying until the entire barrier was bathed in a sinister light. The spider demon's body rapidly shriveled, as if all her essence was being drained by that god-piercing spike, yet her smile grew ever more malevolent. To die beneath thee and Oppos, god-piercing spike, and Oppos, you shall not have lived in vain. Her voice turned hoarse and inhuman, her remaining upper body suspended in the air, hands cradling the increasingly radiant blood spike. Li Mengtian's pupils constricted. He sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from that spike. This was no ordinary demon weapon. It was an ancient cursed artifact. The spike's brilliance erupted abruptly, a bloodline tearing through space, aiming directly for Li Mengtian's brow. The speed was so swift that he had no time to evade. In a critical moment, the Buddhist beads on his wrist exploded. The beads, infused with a century of incense, erupted in golden light, forming a swastika barrier before him. Crack! The blood spike collided with the Buddhist light, producing a piercing metallic screech. One by one, the beads disintegrated into golden dust. But they bought Li Mengtian a fleeting moment. Now or never. He lunged forward, seizing the spike's handle. Slish! The palm of his hand was instantly cut open, blood gushing along the spike's engravings. Strangely, the droplets did not fall, but were greedily absorbed by the god-piercing spike. The spike trembled violently, emitting a sharp, resonant hum, as if resisting fiercely. Ugh! Li Mengtian let out a muffled groan, feeling thousands of steel needles pierce his veins toward his heart. The god-piercing spike was retaliating, the tip angling toward his throat. I cannot let go. He bit his tongue, a mouthful of essence blood spraying onto the spike, with my blood as a guide. The moment the essence touched the spike, a transformation occurred. The ancient runes on the spike glowed with an eerie purple light, and the twisted, grotesque patterns began to reorganize, morphing into a majestic throne. Recognizing its master. How could this be? The god-piercing spike belonged to Lord Yanjin. The spider demon's remnants emitted a final incredulous scream. The spike's resistance suddenly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mengtian spat another mouthful of essence blood. Boom! A pillar of black and red light surged skyward, fracturing the isolation barrier. As the brilliance faded, the god-piercing spike lay quietly in his palm, tip pointing outward, docile as a pet. The spike shimmered with a dark red hue. The ancient runes now transformed into a throne pattern, emitting a haunting resonance. Earthly artifact, god-piercing spike. The more sacrifices made, the stronger the power, capable of slaying deities. Li Mengtian recalled Su Xiaoyu's words about the hierarchy of equipment: bronze, black iron, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, earthly artifacts, celestial artifacts, and divine artifacts. Gazing at this fearsome weapon, as his fingertip brushed against the tip of the spike, a torrent of frenzied thoughts surged into his mind. A sea of blood. He envisioned an ancient battlefield, countless powerful beings perishing, their essence devoured by the god-piercing spike, transforming into runes upon its surface. Gods and demons fell. He witnessed a golden-armored deity pierced by the spike, plummeting from the heavens, divine blood staining the mountains and rivers. So that's how it is. Li Mengtian inhaled deeply, finally comprehending why the spider demon had exuded such confidence before her demise. This weapon indeed possessed the might to slay gods. Moreover, the god-piercing spike had the capability to return to its master, regardless of the distance. No wonder the hell demon named Yanjin had entrusted such a divine weapon to the spider demon without a second thought. Yet, what intrigued him more was that when his blood mingled with the spike, the previously violent aura had transformed into something submissive, as if it had encountered its true master. What on earth is happening? Li Mengtian pondered, utterly baffled. Above the clouds, in the demon palace, a towering black palace floated amidst the sea of clouds. Its pillars constructed from white bones, with countless still wailing heads hanging from the eaves. Within the hall, the figure upon the throne suddenly opened his eyes, rumble. The sky darkened abruptly, thunder roiling like an enraged dragon, the clouds torn asunder, as if the very heavens trembled beneath his wrath. Has my divine weapon been seized? A deep voice reverberated through the realms, causing all beings within 1,000 miles to kneel, shivering in fear. The figure upon the throne slowly rose, with each movement. The fabric of space fractured further. His visage was shrouded in shadow, save for his blood-red eyes, which hung in the darkness like a crimson moon. Who dares to lay hands upon my weapon? He raised his hand, and the final image of the divine weapon materialized in the void. Li Mengtian and Apos' bloodied face was vividly discernible. A human? The voice of the throne and Apos' occupant held a trace of astonishment, swiftly morphing into an overwhelming intent to kill. This accursed human dares to seize my weapon. Outside the hall, countless celestial demons knelt in terror, their bodies uncontrollably disintegrating into blood mist. Drawn into the hall, the king was drawing power. Issue a command. With those two words, 3 figures cloaked in black robes emerged, kneeling in deference. Employ every conceivable method. The clouds churned, and crimson lightning struck down. Before the throne, Li Mengtian and Apos' likeness stood vividly alive. The figure upon the throne gazed towards the mortal realm, his sight piercing through miles of clouds. Locking onto the train heading towards the capital, bring this human before me, alive. Chapter 16. The Dueling Blade of Duan Yue in the early morning. The train gradually came to a halt at the Shanjingdong station. Li Mengtian merged with the throng of passengers exiting the platform. The Shirshin Zue was concealed within his sleeve, its cold touch constantly reminding him that danger had not yet subsided. Outside the station, towering buildings loomed, and the streets were bustling with vehicles. The splendor of this ancient capital, steeped in a millennium of history, far surpassed that of Susasai, yet Li Mingtian keenly sensed a subtle chill wafting through the air. The traces of demons were omnipresent. These beasts only triggered alarms on human detection devices when they manifested. Otherwise, they masqueraded as humans, indistinguishable from ordinary people. Blood tests could reveal the truth, but with billions in the Great Huan nation, conducting such tests on each individual was nothing short of a fantastical daydream. He extracted the address given by Qinyu, Shanjing Shijiao Qianlong training base. Best to settle in first. Li Mingtian hailed a taxi and provided the address. The driver hesitated visibly upon hearing Qianlong base, glancing at him curiously through the rearview mirror. Young man, are you heading to that place? The driver inquired cautiously. Yes, but that's a military restricted area, the driver muttered, choosing not to press further. As the vehicle departed from the urban sprawl, the scenery outside gradually turned desolate. An hour later, the taxi halted at what appeared to be an ordinary military exclusion zone. High walls were adorned with electrified fencing, and the sniper scopes atop watchtowers glinted coldly. This is as far as I can take you. Entry beyond this point is prohibited. The driver wiped the sweat from his brow. Li Mingtian alighted and approached the guard post, only to be confronted by two fully armed soldiers who immediately aimed their rifles at him. Halt. Identification. He produced the Qianlong token. Upon seeing it, the soldiers' expression shifted dramatically. They stood at attention and saluted. Greetings, officer. The gates creaked open, revealing a robust man clad in black combat attire. Approximately 40 years of age, with a sharp gaze reminiscent of an eagle. Li Mingtian? He appraised him from head to toe. I am Chu Taijun, the chief instructor at the Qianlong training base. Li Mingtian saluted. Greetings, Instructor Chu. Chu Taijun turned on his heel. You are the earliest arrival among this batch of trainees. Follow me. Passing through 3 security checkpoints, Li Mingtian's pupils constricted at the sight before him. Hundreds of young cultivators engaged in fierce combat on the training grounds. Some soared through the air on swords, others manipulated flames, while others transformed into massive bears. At the center of the arena, a live demon was visibly restrained by chains. Welcome to the Qianlong base. Chu Taijun's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Your first lesson here is, he suddenly drew his blade, unleashing a wave of energy that cleaved the demon in half. How to slaughter these beasts as one would livestock. Black blood rained down, splattering the training ground and Appos, bluestone slabs, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the surface. The severed remains of the demon continued to convulse, its broken bones scraping the ground with a grating noise. Li Mingtian watched in rapt attention. The Shishinzei in his sleeve began to emit warmth, as if yearning to absorb the dying demon and Appos' essence. Impressive. Instructor Chu's Duanyu's remains as formidable as ever. Cheers erupted around him. Turning, he saw a dozen young men and women standing at the edge of the training ground, each exuding a robust aura. The weakest among them being at the pinnacle of the first level. They regarded him with scrutinizing eyes, some crossing their arms and smirking, others observing with keen interest. Chu Taijun sheathed his sword, shaking off the black blood. Li Mingtian, the prodigy recommended by Jiangnan province. He emphasized the word recommended. A slayer of third-tier demons. Recommended prodigy? A burly youth stepped forward, his buzz cut framing sharp, eagle-like eyes. Isn't that the talent from Jiangnan province who couldn't even last a month before he ran home crying? Laughter erupted on the training ground. Xiaohu, Chu Taijun warned, glaring at the buzzcut youth. Take him to the dormitory. The rest of you, continue training. Xiaohu pouted, reluctantly approaching Li Mingtian and sizing him up. Follow me, talent. Li Mingtian silently trailed behind, overhearing hushed whispers. Look at his spindly arms and legs. Can he even lift the Duanyue blade? Jiangnan province will do anything for a quota. I bet he won't last through the first week. The training base was far larger than Li Mingtian had anticipated. After traversing several gray buildings, Xiaohu stopped in front of a 6-story structure. 3rd floor, this will be your dormitory for this cohort. You arrived first, so you can choose your room. Your gear is already inside. Xiaohu suddenly turned, a glimmer of combativeness in his eyes. I heard you've slain a 3rd-tier demon? Li Mingtian nodded. See you at the training ground tomorrow at 3. Xiaohu grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I look forward to witnessing the prowess of the talent. Li Mingtian selected a room on the east side, where sunlight streamed in abundantly. The dormitory was simpler than he had envisioned. 2 beds, 2 wardrobes, and 2 sets of desks and chairs. The only distinctive feature was the 2 Duanyue blades hanging on the wall. Beneath them lay a tome titled The Duanyue Blade Technique. The dark blades appeared as if they had absorbed the essence of the night, their sheaths devoid of any gleam. As Li Mingtian reached for the blade, he felt an immediate weight, 100 pounds suddenly pressing down, causing his wrist to emit a piercing crack. He swiftly pivoted his waist, sinking his shoulders to steady the blade, which scraped against the bluestone floor, producing sparks. Astonished, he grasped the Duanyue blade with both hands, feeling the immense weight. No wonder they mocked him for being unable to lift it. When drawn, the blade made no metallic ring, only a sound akin to tearing through heavy silk. The double-edged blade was entirely black, with only the cutting edge shimmering with a faint blue light. resembling two dormant bolts of lightning under the illumination. The blade and Appos' spine exceeded 2 fingers in thickness, and intricate runes were etched within the blood grooves. When he brushed his fingers over them, he could sense a faint, almost imperceptible, scent of blood seeping from the contours of the runes. Li Mingtian struggled to carry the Duanyue blade into a secluded grove within the base. Gripping the hilt tightly, his knuckles turned white, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The 100-pound blade trembled in his grasp, its chilling blue glint reflecting on his taut face. Up he uttered under his breath, muscles in his right arm bulging as he forcefully raised the blade. Yet, as soon as the blade left the ground by 3 inches, his wrist faltered, and the blade's tip silently sank into the earth, embedding itself. Breathing heavily, his palms tingled, and his grip was reddened from the pressure of the hilt. This blade felt almost alive, resisting his command. Li Mingtian recalled the contents of the Duanyue blade technique. He decided not to rush into swinging the blade, but instead focused on maintaining his grip. He held the blade aloft with both hands, parallel to his chest, standing still for half an hour. Sweat dripped from his chin. His arms felt as if they were laden with lead, and his muscles ached to the point of near numbness. Yet he persevered, gritting his teeth until his arms trembled like sifted chaff, before finally lowering the blade. After resting briefly, he resumed his practice. Within the instructor and Appos' room at the Qianlong base, smoke curled in the air as a dozen instructors sat in a circle around a table piled with bets, cigarettes, and fine spirits. I wager that lad will take at least a month to master the Duanyue blade technique. A dark-faced instructor guffawed, slapping the table. Just wielding that 100-pound blade will be enough to tire him out, let alone mastering the 3 techniques of Duanyue. Without a month, he won't even brush against the threshold. Nonsense. A tall, lean instructor scoffed, tossing a bottle of spirits onto the table. I bet he'll do it in half a month. That boy has a wild streak in him. If pushed, he might just succeed. Ha ha ha, you all overestimate him. Another instructor sneered. I bet 2 months. Even I took 40 days to master the Duanyue blade technique. How can Li Mingtian, no matter how talented, possibly surpass that? Laughter erupted from the crowd as the stakes continued to escalate. Chapter 17. The initial mastery of the Broken Mountain Blade. Li Mingtian felt the weight of the blade pressing down on him as he gripped the hilt of the Broken Mountain Blade, with both arms slightly lowered. The blade, as dark as ink, shimmered with a cold, eerie blue edge, and the 100-pound weight strained his wrists, tightening his muscles like iron. Initially, he struggled to even hold the blade steadily. With the edge slightly tilted, the tip seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, plummeting downward and nearly causing him to stumble. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, his arms bulging with tension, veins protruding as he gradually raised the blade until it was level with his shoulder. Sweat trickled down his temples, and his breath grew increasingly labored. Yet he clung to the hilt with unwavering determination. The Broken Mountain Blade seemed to possess a spirit of its own, trembling slightly as if testing his limits. Taking a deep breath, Li Mingtian anchored himself, merging his waist and legs into one, resolutely withstanding the oppressive weight. The blade was like a mountain, and he, like a sturdy rock. With a low shout, he exerted all his strength, finally stabilizing the Broken Mountain Blade in front of him, no longer wavering. The blade glinted in the morning light, the eerie blue gleam sparkling like cold stars, and the lightning patterns on the blade subtly glowed, as if responding to his will. Gasping for breath, a smile broke across Li Mingtian's face as he sensed the blade adapting to him, just as he was adapting to the blade. Yet, the true test was only beginning. Holding the blade was merely the first step. Wielding it would be the real trial. The instructors exchanged glances, astonished that Li Mingtian had mastered the grip of the blade in just 3 short hours, a feat that was the foundation of the Broken Mountain Blade technique. One instructor murmured, "Is this boy truly a prodigy?" Another feigned indifference. Holding the blade is just the beginning. It's still early. However, the gravity in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. With a swift motion of his left arm, Li Mingtian swung the Broken Mountain Blade, creating a heavy arc of light. The blade's wind howled, carving a long fissure several meters deep into the ground. Yet, the momentum nearly caused him to stumble as he was pulled off balance. He raised the Broken Mountain Blade again, and with a thunderous roar, the blade cut through 3 trees of bowl-like thickness in an instant, splintering wood and sending branches flying. The force of the blade was unrelenting, dragging him forward as he stumbled, almost losing his grip. His palms split open, blood dripping down the hilt. Again, Li Mingtian's eyes blazed with intensity as he steadied himself, delivering an upward thrust. The blade cut through the air with a deafening crack, carving a deep trench in the ground. However, the ferocity of the strike jolted him back, causing his insides to churn. A metallic taste rising in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Not fast enough. Not fierce enough. He roared, pivoting sharply, letting the blade guide his movements, transforming into a black whirlwind. Trees snapped, earth crumbled, and the entire forest trembled under the blade's might. Yet, at the peak of his momentum, the blade suddenly slipped from his control, the immense force rebounding, and the back of the blade struck his chest with a resounding thud. He spat out blood, collapsing to one knee, the Broken Mountain Blade embedded deep in the ground. Could it be that I truly cannot do this? His arms trembled. the blood from his mangled palms trickling down the hilt, staining the dark blade with a dark red hue. The weight of the 100-pound blade felt like a mountain pressing down on him. Each swing felt like tearing through his very muscles, his lungs burning with fire, his breaths raspy and labored. Yet, his fingers remained locked onto the hilt with ironclad determination, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. I must not falter. This is the first trial of the hidden dragon training camp. He bit down on his tongue, the coppery taste igniting clarity in his chaotic mind. There are too many people I must protect in this world. With a fierce shout, he swung the blade, cleaving through the stagnant air. The eerie blue light swelling to 3 feet in length. He no longer concerned himself with technique but mechanically repeated the most fundamental slashes, allowing the blade's force to guide his body. His arms had long since gone numb, his palms torn, blood coursing down the hilt, leaving dark red trails on the blade and Oppo's surface. Each swing was accompanied by labored breaths, his muscles crying out under the unbearable strain, yet his gaze grew fiercer, as if the blade's glimmer was fueled not by mere light, but by his indomitable will. Coughing up another mouthful of blood, he swallowed hard, the blade whistling through the air with a deep, resounding roar, akin to mountains crashing together. From a distance on the high platform, all the instructors kept their eyes fixed on him. Has this boy gone mad? A burly instructor crossed his arms, brow furrowed, yet a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. He has practiced for 2 hours without losing grip of the blade, even once. Madness. No, it's sheer tenacity. A stern-faced female instructor remarked, tapping her fingers lightly on the railing. His bones and muscles have reached their limits, yet his spirit drives him forward. Such resolve is rare beyond compare. Suddenly, an elderly instructor with graying hair slammed his hand on the table, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Excellent. He is the one. I shall claim this boy for myself. Preposterous. The burly instructor shot him a glare, his voice booming. I've been watching him all day. You think you can just take him? The female instructor scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing from her sleeve as the broken mountain blade appeared, poised between the two. You two old fools, do not forget that I am the chief instructor of blade techniques. Oh, the chief instructor is so impressive? The elderly instructor sneered, his robe rustling without wind. According to the rules of the Hidden Dragon Camp, students choose their mentors, not the other way around. Other instructors joined the fray, vying for Li Mengtian. Amidst their quarrels, he remained blissfully unaware. His world was consumed by the blade in his hands. Each swing felt like cleaving through his own limits. Finally, at a certain moment, boom, the blade struck the ground, splitting it open with a 3-zhang-long chasm, dust billowing into the air. The arena fell silent. The instructors halted their disputes simultaneously, their pupils constricting in shock. The intent of the broken mountain blade? The elder instructor's beard trembled. The female instructor's blade drooped slightly. The burly instructor burst into laughter. Ha! Excellent. This boy is mine to teach. Li Mengtian was completely immersed in his own world. Recalling the annotations on the last page of the broken mountain blade technique, the blade is heavy as a mountain, the heart light as a feather. To wield the blade with intent is to grasp its true essence. He slowly lifted his head, a fierce light blazing in his eyes, as he finally understood the quintessence of the broken mountain blade technique. So it was. He suddenly drew the blade upward, no longer attempting to overpower it, but allowing the blade's momentum to guide him, moving with the blade as it drew upon his strength. The 100-pound blade felt as light as a feather in his hands, and its trajectory was unstoppable. First move, broken mountain, earth splitter. Li Mengtian's arms bulged like dragons, the heavy blade seemingly alive in his grasp, trembling and emitting a low hum. He stepped forward, causing the ground to collapse beneath him, and then, boom. The blade light descended like a furious blue thunderbolt, the edge not yet arrived, but the ferocious wind had already bent the ancient trees within 10 zhang. In the next instant, the blade's energy erupted, tearing the earth apart like tofu, rocks and soil flying, dust soaring into the sky. The trees on either side were ripped apart by an unseen force, trunks splintering, with chips raining down like a torrential downpour. The entire forest was cleaved apart, forming a chasm deep as an abyss. Second move, broken mountain, heaven splitter. Li Mengtian's blade momentum did not wane. He suddenly spun around, delivering an upward slash with the broken mountain blade. The air seemed to be siphoned away, a blinding blue light shooting upwards like a reverse waterfall, piercing the heavens. Whoosh boom. The blade's energy split the clouds asunder, revealing a sliver of pale sky. The residual shockwave pulsed, and within 100 zhang radius, the birds, unalarmed, were turned to mist by the invisible pressure. The dust, yet to settle upon the ground, was once again swept up, forming a towering tornado that pierced the heavens. At the eye of the storm stood Li Mengtian, his robes billowing, embodying both divinity and enchantment. The third stance, mountain severing, annihilation, with both hands gripping the blade. His inner energy erupted like a volcano, igniting the lightning patterns along the sword and Oppo's edge, which shrieked with a piercing howl. In the next moment, he leapt into the air, the severing mountain blade transforming into a beam of devouring darkness, crashing down upon the earth with fierce determination. A resounding boom echoed, devoid of any ornate display of light. With the tip of the blade as its epicenter, an expansive 30 zhang area of ground collapsed, creating a colossal bowl-shaped crater. Soil, rock, and vegetation, every material disintegrated into dust upon contact with the blade's aura. A shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, snapping ancient trees like mere blades of grass, while countless stones cascaded down the distant cliffs. As the dust settled, Li Mengtian knelt on one knee at the center of the vast pit, the severing mountain blade planted before him. He slowly lifted his gaze, the residual azure glow in his pupils gradually extinguishing, revealing a landscape now transformed into a desolate ruin reminiscent of the apocalypse. Chapter 18. The contest for Li Mengtian and Apo's vision blurred as he perceived a multitude of figures rushing towards him. Their movements were animated, mouths opened and closed. Arms waved, and expressions fluctuated between excitement and fervor. Yet their voices seemed muffled, as if separated by a thick layer of glass, distant and indistinct. He strained to catch their words, but all he could hear was the thunderous roar of blood coursing through his veins and the lingering, soul-shaking resonance of the broken mountain blade. He was unable to comprehend. He had no idea what the commotion was about. The instructors formed a circle around the bloodied and unconscious youth, exchanging glances before breaking into laughter. The mirth was laced with self-mockery and a hint of helplessness. Only moments ago, they had argued passionately, nearly coming to blows, each vying to claim Li Mengtian as their student. Yet Li Mengtian had not heard a word. The burly instructor scratched his head and grumbled, "What a waste of breath." The female instructor sheathed her broken mountain blade with a disdainful huff, declaring, "We and Apo's, I'll discuss it once he awakens." The elder instructor crouched down, checking Li Mengtian and Apo's pulse, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This lad, despite pushing his body to such extremes, he still managed to execute those 3 strikes? After a brief silence, he suddenly grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Now, this is intriguing. In the distance, the broken mountain blade lay embedded in the ground, its ethereal blue light gradually dimming, as if succumbing to slumber. Slowly, Li Mengtian opened his eyes, the blinding white light causing him to squint instinctively. The scent of antiseptic filled his nostrils, and beneath him was a soft bed. He found himself in the base hospital. However, before he could fully awaken, he is awake. He is awake. A booming voice erupted, followed by a surge of bodies filling the ward. A dozen figures descended upon him like hungry wolves, faces either stern, cold, or exuberant, their eyes gleaming as if they were beholding a rare treasure. Li Mengtian, choose me as your mentor. I shall teach you the furious dragon combat technique, ensuring your combat power doubles within 3 months. The burly instructor thumped his chest, causing the bed to shake. Don't listen to him. His brutish methods will ruin you. The female instructor retorted icily, flicking her finger to summon a slender sword that danced in her palm. Its cold light sharp and fierce. My Thousand Shadows sword technique is far more suitable for you, blending blade and sword, harmonizing strength and softness. Nonsense. He practices the broken mountain blade. He should follow a dominating path. A scarred instructor pushed to the front, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Kid, learn mountain-crushing force from me. One punch and the earth will tremble. You know nothing. The elder instructor bellowed, pulling from his robe an ancient tome. This is my treasured and Apo's dragon elephant body refinement technique, and Apo's, master it, and your physique will rival that of ferocious beasts. Li Mengtian, just nod, and it's yours. Get lost. Your outdated dragon elephant technique is irrelevant. Another lean instructor leaped onto the foot of the bed, pointing down at Li Mengtian. Li Mengtian, train in assassination techniques with me. My blade strikes without shadow, severing enemies and Apo's heads as easily as reaching into a bag. How dare you call that a blade technique? What and Apo's that? You want to fight? In an instant, the ward erupted into chaos. The instructors, faces flushed and spittle flying, argued fiercely, some rolling up their sleeves, ready to resort to blows at any moment. Li Mengtian was bewildered. He opened his mouth, his throat parched, momentarily at a loss for words. These usually stern and stoic instructors were now akin to market vendors fighting over discounted produce, nearly ready to brawl over who would take him as a student. At that moment, get out of here, all of you. A thunderous roar reverberated through the ward, shaking the glass. The instructors fell silent, turning in unison to see a towering figure standing at the door, his face stormy enough to drip water, none other than the base and Apo's chief instructor, Chu Taijun. What are you all doing? Where is your dignity as instructors? Chu Taijun strode forward, his large hand waving dismissively, shooing them away like flies. Out. Leave. We will discuss this once he is healed. The instructors, suddenly cowed, shuffled out, but not without reluctance, casting desperate glances towards Li Mengtian, signaling with their hands. And some even discreetly tossed him notes with their contact information. Finally, as the door slammed shut, tranquility returned. Li Mengtian let out a long breath. Yet a smile crept onto his lips. He had become so formidable that this group of proud instructors were fighting tooth and nail to take him under their wings. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Have you heard? The newcomer, Li Mengtian, managed to practice the broken mountain blade technique to minor proficiency in just one day. In the cafeteria, a tall, slender student whispered, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Nonsense. A burly man slammed the table, splattering soup from his bowl. What caliber of martial art is the broken mountain blade technique? I struggled for 3 months to barely grasp it, and he achieves minor proficiency in a day? There should be limits to such boasting. A chorus of agreement followed. Exactly. Once, Brother Chun, known as and Appos, Bloodblade, and Appos, was hailed as a once-in-a-decade genius, and even he took 15 days to achieve minor proficiency. What is this Li Mingtian compared to him? A female student with a ponytail sneered. In the training grounds, several sparring students paused in their exercises. I suspect the instructors are exaggerating, a lean man remarked, polishing his long sword with a scoff. Perhaps he is the illegitimate son of some influential figure, and they are merely creating hype. Huh. I say we should test him ourselves. A brash young man grinned widely. And tomorrow as practical training, let and Appos, give this and Appos, genius and Appos, a proper lesson in blade techniques. In a corner, a perpetually silent, brooding youth suddenly spoke. I investigated. He indeed practiced his blade work in the small grove on the eastern side of the base yesterday. He narrowed his eyes. That grove has since been completely destroyed, and there is now a 30-foot-long blade mark. The air fell silent for a moment. TCH. The brash youth broke the silence first. It's probably a setup by the instructors, waiting for this kid to show off. Laughter erupted among the group, though it was tinged with unease. Xiaohu shrank back, feeling small. He had yet to reach minor proficiency with the broken mountain blade technique. Currently, he was still at the initial stage. If he faced Li Mingtian, he would likely be utterly humiliated. He recalled how he had arrogantly told Li Mingtian that he looked forward to meeting him at the training grounds at 3:00 and Appos, clock, burying his head in his bowl. Xiaohu devoured his food fervently. A person who eats, a soul that eats. Eating is the way of the superior. Temporary hardships will pass. Chapter 19. Roommate Jing Zonga Li Mingtian rested in the hospital for the entire morning, having fully restored his strength. After finishing lunch, he made his way to the training ground, recalling that Xiaohu had asked him to arrive at 3 o'clock for a sparring session. At 2:30 p.m., on the training ground, Li Mingtian sat cross-legged, the Duanyue blade resting across his knees, its cool blue edge glinting in the sunlight. He closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, his breathing steady, resembling a statue. At 3 o'clock p.m., a gust of wind swept a few fallen leaves across the empty training ground. Li Mingtian opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. No one was there. Was he late? He raised an eyebrow and continued to wait. At 4:30 p.m., a few passing students began to point and whisper, "Look, isn't that the legendary one-day minor achievement genius? Who is he waiting for? He looks like a fool. Keep it down. He is the instructor's darling." Li Mingtian's ears twitched slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting in amusement as his fingers gently tapped the hilt of his blade. The training ground was now surrounded by students, all craning their necks to see what this so-called super genius was up to. Who was he waiting for? No one knew. He had been sitting for an hour. Could he be practicing some special technique? The crowd murmured, and someone even pulled out their phone to sneak a photo. Meanwhile, Li Mingtian remained oblivious to the commotion, still meditating with the Duanyue blade resting before him. At that moment, make way, make way, Xiaohu and several teammates swaggered in, only to be taken aback by the throng of onlookers. What was going on? Xiaohu grabbed a passing student. I don't know, the student replied excitedly. I heard Li Mingtian was at the training ground, so everyone came to see. Xiaohu's expression instantly froze. He stiffly turned his head, and through the gaps in the crowd, he indeed saw the figure that had haunted his nightmares all night, Li Mingtian quietly seated in the center of the training ground. The Duanyue blade beside him radiating an eerie blue light in the sunset. Oh no, a chill ran down Xiaohu's spine, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly remembered the appointment for 3:00 and Appos, clock that afternoon. He thought Li Mingtian had forgotten, but it turned out he had remembered. Brother who? Isn't that the rookie you said you'd teach a lesson to yesterday? A teammate nudged him. Here is your chance. Xiaohu's face turned a shade of pale, and he suddenly clutched his stomach. Ouch. My stomach hurts. The teammates looked bewildered. Must have eaten something bad at lunch. You all go ahead. I'll be right back. Xiaohu exclaimed before darting away at breakneck speed. His agile form belied any signs of stomach issues. The training ground erupted in laughter. Li Mingtian shook his head helplessly, sheathing the Duanyue blade and returning to the dormitory. In the distance, several instructors shook their heads with disappointment. That Xiaohu, a burly instructor, crossed his arms, exuding frustration. He runs faster than a rabbit. That brat. Too scared to fight. Just boasts all day. An older instructor stroked his beard, squinting at the direction Xiaohu had fled. Tsk. Look at how his legs are moving. You'd think a ninth-tier beast was chasing him. Upon opening the dormitory door, Li Mingtian paused slightly. In the previously empty bed, a figure was now seated cross-legged. The person had dark skin, as if he had spent years under the scorching sun, and his features were sharply defined. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, a subtle aura of restrained sharpness surrounding him. Sensing the movement, the figure opened his eyes, which were piercing like an eagle-ass, but quickly returned to calm. Hello. He stood, his voice deep and succinct. I am Jing Zonga. There were no unnecessary pleasantries, no formal introductions. Just those 5 simple words, which made Li Mingtian raise an eyebrow. Li Mingtian, he replied, equally succinct, leaning the Duanyue blade against the wall. The blade made a dull thud upon contact. Jing Zhang's gaze shifted momentarily to the blade before quickly averting his eyes. The dormitory fell silent. As Li Mingtian approached his bed, he suddenly noticed a heavy sword resting at Jing Zhang's bedside. The scabbard was worn, the hilt wrapped in frayed cloth. It appeared unassuming, yet emanated a faint scent of blood. A swordsman? Where did you come from? Li Mingtian casually inquired. Jing Zhang nodded, pausing before adding, the northern battlefield. Those 4 words made Li Mingtian's expression sharpen. The northern battlefield, an arena of true bloodshed, where none who returned were ordinary. The two exchanged a knowing glance, a tacit understanding passing between them. Night winds slipped through the window cracks, causing the curtains to flutter gently. Li Mingtian suddenly smiled, since our teammates haven't arrived yet. Shall we practice at the training ground tomorrow? Jing Zhang nodded, sure. After their brief conversation, the dormitory returned to silence. This time, however, a subtle camaraderie lingered in the air. True comrades are those with whom one is familiar and can entrust their lives. Only through frequent sparring can they truly understand each other. Li Mingtian lay back on his bed, hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jing Zhang resume his cross-legged position, entering a state of meditation. How intriguing, he murmured softly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The next day, as morning mist lingered and a thin layer of frost blanketed the training ground, Li Mingtian and Jing Zhang walked side by side, the sound of their footsteps resonating in the tranquil dawn. Each held a wooden sword, rough around the edges yet imbued with an inexplicable aura of lethality. Look, it's Li Mingtian. A voice rang out, and the previously sparse training ground erupted into activity. Students halted their movements, their eyes fixated on the center. Even a few instructors engaged in morning exercises turned their arms, displaying keen interest. Who's that black kid next to him? Never seen him before, must be a newcomer, right? Huh, daring to spar with Li Mingtian? Quite bold. Whispers filled the air. But Jing Zhang remained unfazed. He stood silently, the wooden sword pointed towards the ground, his dark face betraying no emotion. Li Mingtian chuckled, gesturing courteously, Brother Jing. Shall we keep it light? Jing Zhang nodded, suddenly lowering his center of gravity, swish. Without warning, and with no pleasantries exchanged, the wooden sword lunged straight for Li Mingtian's throat like a venomous snake. Chapter 20. The little princess Tian Qixing. How swift. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. The strike was unadorned, a pure manifestation of lethal skill honed on the battlefield. Li Mingtian and Apos' eyes sparkled with intensity, the weighty sensation of the Duanyue blade still lingering in his muscle memory. With a flick of his wrist, he positioned the wooden sword at an astonishing angle to parry, bang. The sharp clash of the 2 wooden swords pierced the morning air. Jing Zhang's assault did not relent. The blade pivoted, transforming from a thrust into a sweeping cut, aiming directly for Li Mingtian and Apos' midsection. Each of his moves was succinct and ruthless, imbued with the unique ferocity of the northern battlefield. Intriguing. A subtle smile graced Li Mingtian's lips as he suddenly altered his approach. The profound essence of the Duanyue blade infused his wooden sword, and what appeared to be a languid horizontal slash effectively sealed off all of Jing Zhang and Apos' escape routes. On the sidelines, the instructors and Apos' expressions grew increasingly grave. That dark-skinned boy is no ordinary opponent. The burly instructor squinted. Every strike targets vital areas. The female instructor nodded, Li Mingtian isn't exerting his full strength. They are testing each other. In the morning light, the crisp sound of wooden swords clashing became a torrential downpour. Jing Zhang's offensive grew ever more ferocious. Each strike aimed at lethal points, throat, heart, abdomen, all aimed to kill. His swordplay was devoid of embellishments, simple, direct, and efficient, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty wolf. Each move a fight for survival. This dark-skinned boy has truly killed before, perhaps more than once. The veteran instructor's pupils constricted. Yet, Li Mingtian stood unwavering like a rock. The profound essence of the Duanyue blade melded seamlessly with the wooden sword, though it appeared light. In his hands it felt as heavy as a mountain. Each block was executed with flawless precision, thwarting Jing Zhang's lethal strikes. Clang. As their wooden swords met, Jing Zhang suddenly shifted his technique, the blade rising menacingly to slice at Li Mingtian's wrist. This was the famed wrist-cutting blade of the Northern Army, designed to counter heavy weaponry. A glimmer flashed in Li Mingtian and Apos' eyes. Rather than evade, he accelerated his downward strike with the wooden sword. Bang. Both swords halted at each other's vital points. Jing Zhang and Apos' blade pressed against Li Mingtian and Apos' throat, while Li Mingtian and Apos' blade rested over Jing Zhang and Apos' heart. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Silence enveloped the scene. All the trainees held their breath. A few instructors inadvertently rose, their eyes filled with shock. A stalemate? Murmured one trainee. No. The burly instructor shook his head. Li Mingtian has won. Indeed. The next second, crack. Jing Zhang's wooden sword suddenly splintered with a fine line. then snapped into two pieces. At the fracture, remnants of Li Mengtian's profound blade intent lingered. Jing Zhangge stared at the broken sword in his hand, paused for a moment, then cupped his fists in salute. I concede. Concise and straightforward, without a hint of reluctance. Li Mengtian hurried to assist him. Brother Jing, you overstated. It was merely a friendly spar. Jing Zhangge shook his head, a rare seriousness gracing his dark features. Your blade can defend as well as attack. He pointed to his heart. That last strike, you held back. Li Mengtian smiled but said nothing. Meanwhile, the trainees erupted in exclamations. My heavens. That new dark-skinned lad actually matched Li Mengtian to such an extent. What do you know? That guy's swordplay is genuinely terrifying. It's all lethal moves. But Li Mengtian is even more monstrous. That kind of defense is utterly unbreakable. Are all the new recruits this extraordinary this month? The instructors exchanged knowing smiles. The female instructor softly remarked, one is adept at offense, the other can both attack and defend. An ideal match. The burly instructor grinned. This duo is intriguing. Sunlight bathed the training ground, casting long shadows of the two combatants. Outside the Jinglong training base, a girl clad in exquisitely crafted deer-hide boots strode ahead with a lively gait. She wore a well-fitted dark red training suit, with golden embroidery on the collar and cuffs, and a beautifully decorated short sword hung at her waist, more an artwork than a weapon. Her features were striking, skin as fair as jade, with almond-shaped eyes exuding an innate pride, and an upturned chin that radiated undeniable nobility. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? The girl turned back, impatiently urging. Coming, coming. The chubby boy trailing behind her was sweating profusely, burdened with an array of luggage, resembling a mobile shelf. His round face was flushed, yet he dared not utter a word of complaint, only quickened his pace to keep up. At the entrance of the base, the guards immediately stepped forward to block their path. Please present your student ID. The girl raised an eyebrow, about to respond. Blind your dog eyes. The chubby boy suddenly darted from behind her, his previously ingratiating expression transforming into one of arrogance. Do you know who this is? The granddaughter of President Tian of the Great Hua Nation, one of this month's Jinglong trainees. The reprimanded guard turned ashen but did not dare retort. He recognized the Air Force insignia adorning the chubby boy and Amp. Appo's chest. Su. Young Master Su? Another guard stammered. Saluting, I did not recognize Mount Tai. Tian Qixing huffed, striding directly between the two guards. The chubby boy hurried to catch up, turning back to glare. Remember this face. Next time you dare block our way, I'll break your legs. Inside the base, many trainees were drawn to the commotion at the entrance. Who is that? So arrogant? Shoo. Keep it down. That girl is President Tian and Appo's granddaughter. A talent awakener, her ability is a curse. The chubby boy beside her is Su Hangbo, the sole heir of Air Force Commander Su Changkong. As Tian Qixing passed the training ground, her attention was captivated by the fierce battle at its center. There, Li Mengtian and Jing Zhangge were locked in a fierce struggle. Intriguing. Tian Qixing and Appo's lips parted slightly. Who is that pale-skinned lad? Su Hangbo quickly leaned in, reporting to the young lady, that lad is Li Mengtian, recently in the spotlight. He reportedly mastered the Duan Yue blade technique in just one day. One day? A flicker of intrigue danced in Tian Qixing's eyes. Surely that is a tall tale? Suddenly, she raised her voice. Hey, you with the heavy blade. The crisp sound of her voice shattered the training ground's atmosphere. Li Mengtian and Jing Zhangge simultaneously halted, turning to look. There stood a strikingly beautiful girl, arms crossed, followed by a bowing chubby boy. Let us have a match. Tian Qixing beckoned with a crooked finger. A reward awaits the victor. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Li Mengtian wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled. Apologies, but I only spar with true warriors. Implicitly stating, I do not play pretend with young ladies. Tian Qixing's smile instantly froze. You are seeking death. She abruptly raised her hand, a strange black light coalescing at her fingertips. Halt. A thunderous roar echoed from afar. Chief Instructor Chu Taijun strode over, his expression ominously dark. Miss Tian, this is not the presidential palace. Tian Qixing pouted, reluctantly retracting the black light. Yet her gaze towards Li Mengtian brimmed with a dangerous intent. Su Hangbo quickly interjected. A misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Instructor Chu. We are here to report. On the sidelines, Jing Zhangge silently tightened his grip on the wooden sword. Li Mengtian, however, gazed thoughtfully at Tian Qixing's retreating figure. Murmuring softly, trouble has come. Chapter 21. Su Hangbo and Appo's plea for mercy. Li Mengtian received notification that the current cohort of the Hidden Dragon trainees had all arrived. Comprising Li Mengtian, Jing Zhangge, Su Hangbo, and Tian Qixing. Training would commence tomorrow morning. As night deepened, a solitary, dimly lit desk lamp illuminated the dormitory. Li Mengtian and Jing Zhangge sat cross-legged, a copy of the Duan Yu knife technique spread out before them, its ancient strokes casting a nostalgic aura in the warm light. Jing Zhangge furrowed his brow, his fingers tracing a particularly intricate diagram, while Li Mengtian quietly explained beside him. Suddenly, a series of knocks shattered the tranquility. Jing Zhangge's expression hardened. He swiftly closed the book and moved silently to the door, akin to a stalking leopard. Li Mengtian, however, remained unperturbed, softly urging, "Open the door." As the door swung open, a round, eager face peeked in. Su Hengbo, grinning widely, his eyes squinting like a mischievous rat. He held two exquisitely wrapped gift boxes, the fragrant aroma wafting in from afar. "Brother Jing, how are you?" Su Hengbo bowed slightly, attempting to squeeze past Jing Zhanga, only to be firmly blocked by his imposing stature. Jing Zhanga and Appo's expression was as cold as ice. Su Hengbo swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He tiptoed and called into the room, "Li Gu, it's me, Xiao Su." Without lifting his gaze, Li Mingtian continued to peruse the knife techniques, inquiring, "What is it?" "Hee. Nothing much." Su Hengbo rubbed his hands together, eager to bond as the training session was about to begin with just the four of them. "I brought a little something to break the ice." With a flourish, he produced two gleaming golden cards, presenting them with both hands. "These are Supreme VIP cards for Guagua Supermarket, each loaded with 50,000 for your use." Li Mingtian raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on the cards for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Su classmate, how thoughtful of you. Of course, it and Appo's only right." Seeing an opening, Su Hengbo eagerly added, "We're all in this together now. I'll be counting on you two big brothers to look out for me." His eyes darted nervously towards Li Mingtian. Jing Zhanga let out a cold snort, still blocking the doorway. Li Mingtian casually accepted the cards, tossing them onto the table. "Come in." Su Hengbo, as if released from a great burden, hurried inside and placed the gift boxes on the table. From Jing Drunken Immortal House, roast goose and osmanthus wine, best enjoyed while hot. Jing Zhanga frowned, but seeing Li Mingtian tearing open the packaging, he chose not to intervene further. Su Hengbo, feeling at ease, pulled up a chair and rubbed his hands together. "Li Gu, I heard you mastered the Appo's Duan knife technique and Appo's to a minor success in just one day? Truly impressive. You're undoubtedly the top seed in our cohort." A flattering smile spread across Su Hengbo and Appo's face, his voice lowered as if fearing eavesdroppers. "Li Gu, Jing Gu." He glanced around to ensure the dormitory door was securely shut before leaning closer, whispering, "That girl Tian Qixing, spoiled since childhood, has a bit of a temper. But her grandfather is." He hesitated, swallowing hard, not daring to utter the name directly, instead gesturing upwards to imply the influential figure. Li Mingtian continued chewing on the goose meat, his eyelids barely lifting. "And?" Su Hengbo, beads of sweat forming on his brow, chuckled nervously. "So, during tomorrow and Appo's training, if she provokes you two again, could you perhaps—" He fidgeted, choosing his words carefully. "Maybe go easy on her. Don't make her too uncomfortable." Jing Zhanga shot him a frosty glance, his eyes sharp as blades, causing Su Hengbo to instinctively retract his neck. Yet, he persisted. "Li Gu, you embarrassed her in front of everyone today. She will surely hold a grudge. But think about it. Her grandfather is the president of Dehua. If this escalates, it won't be good for anyone." Finally, Li Mingtian raised his gaze, a smile playing on his lips. "Su Fatty, are you threatening me?" "And no." Su Hengbo panicked, waving his hands, nearly slipping off his chair. "I would never dare. You don't know. That girl was so furious she smashed her room when she got back. Even threatening to make your life difficult. I genuinely fear this could spiral out of control." Jing Zhanga coldly scoffed, "Let her come." Su Hengbo shivered, quickly turning to Li Mingtian, his eyes pleading. "Li Gu, please, just do this for me." Li Mingtian glanced at the weighty shopping cart in his hand, and then at Su Hengbo and Appo's perspiring, round face. Despite his slick demeanor, the genuine concern in his eyes was unmistakable. Li Mingtian gently placed the shopping cart back on the table, rhythmically tapping it twice with his fingers. He met Su Hengbo and Appo's anxious gaze and suddenly smiled. "All right, for your sake." Su Hengbo and Appo's eyes brightened, his chubby face relaxing into a broad grin. "Really? Li Gu, you're too generous." However, Li Mingtian abruptly interrupted, his expression turning stern. "I only agree to not seek her out. If she acts out of line." With a flick of his finger, the golden shopping card flew back into Su Hengbo and Appo's hands. "You can keep this. I, Li Mingtian, do not require payment for understanding boundaries." Su Hengbo fumbled to catch the card, his face oscillating between red and pale. Jing Zhanga, standing nearby, subtly raised the corner of his mouth. "Also." Li Mingtian rose to his feet, towering over Su Hengbo, informed that young lady. He placed his hand on the hilt of the Duan knife, the blade scabbard thudding against the floor. "Here in the Hidden Dragon Base, we rely solely on true skill, even if her grandfather is the president." Li Mingtian leaned in closer, whispering into Su Hengbo's ear, "Here, that one tea matter." Su Hengbo shuddered, his back soaked with cold sweat. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out, and he could only awkwardly chuckle as he hurriedly exited Li Mingtian and Appo's dormitory. Once outside, Su Hengbo remembered he had intended to inform Li Mingtian about Tian Qixing's troublesome antics, a notorious trap. Forget it. I want to get involved. I'll inevitably have to clean up the mess later, sigh. What a calamity. It and Appo's all my mother and Appo's fault. I was born an hour before Tian Qixing, and my family insists I look after her. Sigh. Over the years, I've certainly done more than enough to clean up after her. Oh, heavens. Jing Zhanga observed the closed door, unusually initiating a conversation. You've softened. Li Mingtian shook his head, his fingers brushing against the lightning patterns on the Duanyu knife. It's not softness. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. I simply find it suddenly. Jing Zhanga, hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise on his usually stoic face. After a moment of silence, he nodded slowly. The president, indeed, commands respect. 3 years ago, during the Northern Border Campaign, he stood on the front lines for 7 days and nights. The light in the room illuminated Li Mingtian and Amp, Oppo's, resolute profile. Given that level of responsibility, I would yield a little if his granddaughter walks in here with an air of entitlement, but there are limits. Chapter 22, ignored? At dawn, the assembly horn reverberated throughout the Qianlong base. Li Mingtian and Jing Zhanga were already dressed and walked steadily towards the training ground. Su Hengbo hurriedly followed behind, struggling to fasten his belt while running, resembling a flustered, plump penguin. To their surprise, Tian Qixing also arrived on time, clad in a black training outfit. Her long hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, her face devoid of the usual arrogance, replaced instead by a hint of sternness. However, when the four of them stood in the center of the training field, the sight before them left everyone in shock. The instructors of the entire Qianlong base had gathered. The burly instructor stood at the front with his arms crossed. The female instructor toyed with a sharp dagger at her fingertips. The elderly instructor stroked his beard while squinting. And even the chief instructor, Chu Taijun, stood with his hands behind his back on the high platform, his gaze piercing. What was happening? Su Hengbo widened his eyes in disbelief. Why is everyone here? Tian Qixing furrowed her brow slightly, clearly taken aback by the scene. Just then, Li Mingtian, the burly instructor, bellowed suddenly, shaking the ground beneath them. From today onwards, you will train with me. I guarantee that within a year, you will cleave mountains and rivers. Nonsense. The female instructor scoffed coldly, drawing her slender sword half an inch from its sheath. His talent is wasted on a brute like you. The elderly instructor refused to back down, flicking his sleeves. My blood-dominating blade is the most suitable for him. Silence. The lean instructor leapt onto the railing. Li Mingtian, I will teach you the assassination blade. A swift strike that takes the enemy and Oppo's head as effortlessly as plucking a flower. Step aside. A gun-toting instructor appeared beside Li Mingtian like a specter. The fastest graduation record in the history of Qianlong camp was achieved under my tutelage. The scene descended into chaos as the instructors argued vehemently, their faces flushed, with some even rolling up their sleeves, ready to brawl. Su Hengbo and Tian Qixing stood by. Utterly ignored, Jing Zhanga maintained his stoic expression, though the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Su Hengbo stared in disbelief. Are we forgotten? Tian Qixing's face turned pale with anger. Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. Never had she experienced such neglect. In a fit of rage, she kicked the nearby weapons rack. Bang! The sound of metal clashing brought instant silence. All the instructors turned in unison, finally noticing, oh, it seems there are 3 other students here? The female instructor waved dismissively. You 3, find a random instructor to train with. With that, she rejoined the fray for Li Mingtian. Su Hengbo. Jing Zhanga silently tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Tian Qixing's chest heaved violently, rage burning in her eyes. She abruptly drew her exquisitely adorned short sword. Crack. A flash of black light surged forth, and the training dummy nearby was suddenly cleaved in two, the severed surface sizzling as if corroded. Once more, the atmosphere became still. The air on the training field seemed to freeze for a moment. All eyes were fixed on Tian Qixing. Her short sword was enveloped in wisps of black mist, a manifestation of her cursed talent. The mere aura emanating from her caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, a thin layer of frost forming on the ground. Cursed talent. The burly instructor murmured, in any other circumstance, this would undoubtedly be a top-tier prospect. The female instructor nodded slightly. A wielder of this caliber may not appear in a decade. Jing Zhanga remained silent, his demeanor as solid as iron. The palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from Tian Qixing left several instructors secretly alarmed. It was the essence of one who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What a shame, the elderly instructor sighed suddenly. All eyes inadvertently shifted to Li Mingtian. He stood there casually, the Duanyu blade resting on his shoulder. A faint smile gracing his face, exuding no sense of pressure. Yet paradoxically, this nonchalance rendered the brilliance of other talents dim. This boy. The sniping instructor shook his head with a wry smile. After just 1 day of practicing the Duanyu blade technique, he has already carved a 30-zhang blade mark. Such aptitude is simply unheard of. The female instructor added, now even Lady Tian's cursed talent pales in comparison to him. The burly instructor did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. The fear was in the comparison. Tian Qixing and Oppo's expression darkened, the black mist in her hand swirling violently. Having been the center of attention her entire life, she had never been so disparaged. Li Mingtian, she gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. I challenge you to a duel. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Su Hengbo nearly fell to his knees. Lady, don't be impulsive. Jing Zhanga took a few steps back, creating space for the two. Li Mingtian, however, merely smiled. Are you certain? Less chatter. Tian Qixing pointed her short sword at him. Are you afraid? Li Mingtian looked sideways at Tian Qixing. Sensing the situation, Chu Taijun declared, no one is to serve as Li Mingtian and Amp, Oppo's instructor today. Then, Chu Taijun fixed Li Mingtian with a deep gaze and suddenly blew his whistle. All personnel. 50-kilogram weight, 20 kilometers cross-country. The last one will undergo additional training. The instructors snapped back to reality, promptly returning to their respective groups. Tian Qixing glared at Li Mingtian's retreating figure, the fury in her eyes almost palpable. Jing Zhonga passed by her, whispering, you cannot defeat him. Do not provoke him further. None of your business. Tian Qixing retorted angrily. Jing Zhonga expressionlessly followed Li Mingtian. Leaving Tian Qixing standing alone, the black mist in her hand twisting incessantly. Chu Taijun barked, Tian Qixing, Su Hengbo, keep up. As Su Hengbo carried the weight, he lamented tearfully. Heavens, 50 kilograms for 20 kilometers. Beneath the rising sun, the four figures began their ascent along the mountain path. Li Mingtian led the way, his steps steady as a mountain. Jing Zhonga followed closely, his breath steady. Tian Qixing pursued with gritted teeth. Su Hengbo was on the verge of tears. The instructors stood by, observing the scene with mixed expressions. This group, though consisting of only 4 individuals, the female instructor remarked softly, truly intriguing. The burly instructor grinned. That lad, Li Mingtian, is deliberately provoking Lady Tian, isn't. The elderly instructor stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with insight. A dragon does not dwell with snakes, yet a true dragon can elevate the flight of other dragons. The mountain path twisted and turned, the silhouettes of the 4 young individuals gradually fading into the morning light. The Qianlong training officially commenced. With the 50-kilogram weight strapped to her back, Tian Qixing gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on Li Mingtian ahead, when she suddenly smiled. The black light flickering in her hand, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching. The black light, like a bolt of lightning, struck Li Mingtian. At that moment, the mountain path was shrouded in mist, as Li Mingtian and Jing Zhonga, burdened by their weights, ran with determination. The speed, amplified by Tian Qixing's curse light, went unnoticed by anyone. Only Chu Taijun, soaring above, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh, but fearing to disturb the 4 below. As Li Mingtian ran, he suddenly felt his stomach grumbling loudly, a tumult brewing within, an urgent pressure threatening to erupt. Chapter 23. The Curse of Diarrhea. Li Mingtian and Oppo's previously steady stride suddenly morphed into an odd, erratic hop, bouncing. He squeezed his legs tightly together, his knees bent at an awkward angle, proceeding with a peculiar gait reminiscent of a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. Jing Zhonga furrowed his brow, a rare look of confusion appearing on his stern face. Li Go? No, it and Oppo's nothing. Li Mingtian gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His voice strained as it squeezed through his clenched teeth. I just suddenly wanted to practice my frog jumps. With that, he bounced once more, only to misjudge the force of his leap, nearly splitting himself in 2. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, his complexion turning pale in an instant, his hands clutching his abdomen as if to suppress an impending intestinal rebellion. Su Hengbo, panting heavily, caught up from behind and froze at the sight. Li Go, are you imitating a kangaroo? Li Mingtian. Taking a deep breath, he strove to maintain his composure, yet his abdomen churned violently, compelling him to bounce again. It and Oppo's nothing, just a cramp. He grumbled through gritted teeth, feeling utterly baffled. He hadn't Oppo's eaten anything during his morning exercise. Gulyulu. Another violent gurgle echoed from his insides, and Li Mingtian's body went rigid, his face flushed crimson, nearly tearing up from the strain. At that moment, Tian Qixing pretended to be nonchalant as he jogged, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him, betraying the effort to stifle laughter. Li Go, you can and Oppo's possibly be. Su Hengbo suddenly had a revelation, lowering his voice. Are you about to have diarrhea? Shut up. Li Mingtian spat out 2 words through clenched teeth, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Yet, how could one resist the power of the curse so easily? Gulyulu, gurgle, a series of prolonged belly rumblings resonated clearly along the silent mountain road. Jing Zhonga, Su Hengbo. Tian Qixing finally burst into laughter, only to slip and fall flat on the ground. Rolling in the dirt, her laughter turned the muddy road into a canvas of filth upon her pristine attire. Yet, this usually fastidious lady was quaking with laughter, unable to rise. Li Mingtian and Oppo's face turned ashen, reaching his limit. He suddenly halted, pivoting sharply towards the thicket by the roadside. Li Go, where are you going? Su Hengbo shouted. Mind your own business. Li Mingtian and Oppo's voice echoed from deep within the woods, accompanied by a rustling sound. Jing Zhonga silently halted, expressionless, to guard the path against any unwary intruders. Su Hengbo scratched his head, glancing at Tian Qixing, suddenly enlightened. My lady, could it be that you? Tian Qixing immediately sprang to her feet, adopting a serious demeanor. What does this have to do with me? Yet her wandering gaze betrayed her unease. At that moment, boom, A tremendous noise erupted from the depths of the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Jing Zhanga and Amp, Appo's brow twitched. His usually stoic face was caught between the urge to laugh and the need to restrain himself, flushing red. Su Hengbo stared in disbelief. Li Ge, did you just bring down the mountain? Tian Qixing, Kuden, and Appo's contain herself any longer, doubling over in laughter. Only to have her joy turn to despair as she laughed too hard, succumbing to weakness and tumbling into the mud. In the sky, Chu Taijun finally lost his composure, laughter reverberating through the clouds. Li Mengtian, are you all right? Jing Zhanga called towards the woods. After a brief silence, Li Mengtian's feeble voice floated back. Do you have any paper? Su Hengbo, Jing Zhanga, Tian Qixing, who was previously busy spitting out the mud in her mouth, erupted in laughter once more. Ha ha ha. Su Hengbo, Li Ge, I didn't bring any paper. Jing Zhanga, neither did I. A chill wind swept through, and Li Mengtian slowly lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. Leaves. Only leaves. Damn it. He inhaled deeply, reaching for a handful of leaves, only to discover sizzle. The edges of the unknown leaves were as sharp as a knife, nearly slicing his fingers. Li Mengtian and Appo's forehead pulsed with rage, and suppressing his fury, he cautiously selected a few of the softest leaves, rubbing them between his fingers to ensure they wouldn't and Appo's cut him before he sizzle. Li Mengtian and Appo's finger punctured a hole through the leaf. Li Mengtian fell silent for 2 seconds, then yanked a handful of wild grass, carelessly rubbing it before shoving it against his backside. Ow! The wild grass was prickly. His furious roar startled a flock of mountain sparrows into flight. 10 minutes later, Li Mengtian finally emerged from the woods, his expression dark enough to drip water, with patches of leaves still clinging to his trousers. The moment he appeared, Su Hengbo instinctively pinched his nose and took 3 steps back. Li Ge, there and Appo's a certain odor about you. Seeing the murderous glare in Li Mengtian's eyes, Su Hengbo hastily amended. The fragrance of nature. Jing Zhanga discreetly shifted 2 meters away, eyes alert. Tian Qixing, who had intended to mock him, found herself overwhelmed by the indescribable stench of leaves mixed with excrement, nearly gagging as she covered her mouth and nose. Ugh. Li Mengtian shot her a cold glance, his voice chilling. Tian Qixing, we will have Appo's, good and Appo's, talk later. Tian Qixing felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively retreating behind Su Hengbo. Su Hengbo was on the verge of tears. What does this have to do with me? Just then, Li Mengtian and Appo's stomach rumbled once more. Everyone. Li Mengtian. I want to kill you. Li Mengtian enunciated each word with deadly intent directed at Tian Qixing. Tian Qixing turned on her heels and fled, shouting, it and Appo's. That's not my fault. The curse lasts only half an hour. Half an hour. Li Mengtian roared, just as he was about to give chase, but his abdomen churned again, forcing him to clench his legs tightly and stiffly shuffle toward the woods. Jing Zhanga turned his back, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Su Hengbo, holding back laughter, turned beet red. But accidentally, he let out a fart. Everyone. Su Hengbo. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Finally, as the curse and Appo's duration came to an end, Li Mengtian emerged from the woods, a menacing glint in his eyes as he drawled out, Tian Qixing. Tian Qixing, who had been triumphantly leaning against a tree, felt her hair stand on end upon hearing his voice and swiftly turned to flee. Where do you think you're running? Li Mengtian swiftly intercepted her, his smile unervingly gentle. Tian Qixing, I specifically came to thank you for your care. Tian Qixing feigned calmness, lifting her chin defiantly. Humph. Now you know my power, don't you? Don't provoke me again. Li Mengtian nodded, only to suddenly slip, stumbling forward. Oh no. His hand inadvertently pressed against Tian Qixing's head, rubbing it absent-mindedly for a moment. The air froze instantly. Tian Qixing stood frozen, her pupils dilating, as if struck by lightning. Li Mengtian, she screamed, jumping back and furiously shaking her head, as if her hair had been tainted with a lethal poison. You actually touched me with your hand. Li Mengtian looked innocently bewildered. Oh dear, my hand slipped. Su Hengbo watched in astonishment, muttering quietly, this is a mutually assured destruction kind of revenge. Jing Zhanga discreetly retreated 10 meters, fearing collateral damage. Tian Qixing had lost her mind. She frantically tugged at her hair, tears threatening to spill. I will kill you. I absolutely will kill you. Li Mengtian shrugged nonchalantly, turning to leave, but not before kindly advising. Oh, by the way, I suggest you wash a few more times. Those leaves are rather coarse. Ah! The piercing scream of Tian Qixing reverberated through the realm. Chu Taijun sighed, rubbing his forehead. What a calamity. This morning exercise session had to be abruptly halted. Tian Qixing languished in the bathhouse for a full 3 hours, utilizing an entire bottle of shampoo, nearly scrubbing his scalp bald. Meanwhile, Li Mengtian indulged in a lengthy bath, emerging with his skin thoroughly reddened. Lying despondently on his bed, Tian Qixing muttered, Li Mengtian, just you wait. Tomorrow morning's practice shall resume. Chapter 24. The odorous cross-country the following day commenced with the same fervor. All present. Carry a weight of 50 kilograms and traverse 20 kilometers of rugged terrain. The last participant shall endure additional training. Li Mingtian led the pack, followed closely by Jing Zhangge, with Tian Qixing occupying the third position. Su Hengbo, though struggling, persevered with great effort. Today, however, Su Hengbo's flushed cheeks were accompanied by an air of curiosity and anticipation. Li Mingtian, noticeably more cautious than usual, occasionally cast glances at Tian Qixing as they ran. In contrast, Tian Qixing wore an innocent expression, even managing a sweet smile, as if yesterday and Apos, as events had never transpired. Li Gu, why do you keep staring at Miss Tian? Su Hengbo panted, his gossiping spirit ignited. A gut feeling told Li Mingtian that Tian Qixing would not relent. As they covered 15 kilometers, Li Mingtian remained oblivious to any issues, gradually lowering his guard. However, as they passed through a thicket, a dark glimmer from Tian Qixing's fingertips silently descended upon Li Mingtian. Curse, fortune extraction. Li Mingtian was mid-stride when suddenly, crack, he stepped squarely on a hidden branch, causing him to slip and nearly tumble into a muddy pit. Jing Zhangge, maintaining a stoic expression, ran past him, coolly remarking, your balance is lacking. Li Mingtian. Tian Qixing feigned concern. Li Shixiao, how careless of you. Li Mingtian rose, brushing off the dirt, casting a dubious glance at Tian Qixing. Did you just? Tian Qixing quickly retorted, don't say such things. It wasn't me. Smack. A clump of bird droppings landed squarely on Li Mingtian's forehead. The others. Li Mingtian slowly wiped away the excrement and looked up at the treetops. A sparrow tilted its head, meeting his gaze for a brief moment before fluttering away. Very well, Li Mingtian thought, lacking any evidence. He took a deep breath and continued running. Bang! Just as he accelerated, a pine cone struck him on the forehead from above. On a distant branch, a squirrel brandished another pine cone, grinning as if to say, take that. Jing Zhangge glanced back, his lips twitching slightly. Tian Qixing was laughing so hard she could barely run, clutching her stomach for breath. Thud! Li Mingtian stepped onto what appeared to be level ground, only to have his leg plunge into a concealed rabbit hole. Damn it! He gritted his teeth as he tried to pull his leg out, only to find his shoe stuck in the hole, leaving him with just a sock. Su Hengbo could no longer contain himself, collapsing onto the ground in laughter. Li Gu, you're just, ha ha ha. Feigning concern. Tian Qixing rushed back, her big eyes blinking innocently. Shixiao, do you need my help? Li Mingtian retrieved his shoe from the rabbit hole and resumed his morning run, now being extra cautious. Yet, misfortune was only just beginning. While crossing a stream, the stone he stepped on suddenly gave way, sending him splashing into the water. As he navigated through the woods, a spider and Apos, web fell across his face, and while scaling a dirt slope, his pocket tore with a loud rip, causing his pants to sag uncomfortably. Su Hengbo was nearly purple with suppressed laughter, while Jing Zhangge's lips twitched in amusement. Li Mingtian scowled, hastily tying a vine around his waist as a makeshift belt, grinding his teeth. Tian Qixing blinked innocently. What is it, Li Mingtian? Do you need assistance? Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a dead tree toppled without warning, heading straight for Li Mingtian's head. He rolled to evade it, only to land, splat, right in a puddle of fresh wild boar dung. Silence enveloped the scene. Jing Zhangge took 3 discreet steps back. Su Hengbo finally lost it, kneeling on the ground, pounding it in laughter. Ha. Li Gu, you're just, ha. Tian Qixing covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with suppressed giggles. Oh dear, Shixiang, you have quite the aroma and Apos, about you. Li Mingtian slowly stood, the dung dripping down his combat uniform. He paused for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. Tian Qixing tensed. What now? Li Mingtian lunged at her. Let me introduce you to the gifts of nature. Don't come near. Tian Qixing shrieked, activating her curse, knowing it required a minimum half-hour cooldown. She dashed away in a panic, with Li Mingtian hot on her heels, the two of them resembling a chaotic chase of dung-fueled fury. Su Hengbo gasped for breath. Is this a rigorous training session or a comedic variety show? Ha. Jing Zhangge looked skyward, pondering why he chose to train with such a motley crew. High above, Chu Taijun was laughing so hard, he had to lean against the wall. This batch of trainees is simply extraordinary. Thus, the most odorous cross-country run in the history of Qianlong was born. On the mountain path, for figures raced in the morning light. Tian Qixing vowed she had never run this fast in her life. In a mere 8 minutes, she completed the 5-kilometer stretch, racing towards the Qianlong training base. She sprinted madly towards the entrance. Behind her, Li Mingtian, exuding an intense natural fragrance, pursued her with fierce determination. Li Mingtian, stop, Tian Qixing yelled, glancing back as she ran. You stop first. Li Mingtian grinned wickedly. I brought you Apos, gift and Apos. I don't want your pig dung. The guard at the base, old Zhang, leisurely sipped his tea. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Miss Tian sprinting as if pursued by a ghost, with a fragrant Li Mingtian hot on her trail. Young people these days really know how to have fun, old Zhang mused, shaking his head as he calmly pressed the button to open the gate. Tian Qixing slid through the entrance, quickly turning to shut the door smack. Li Mingtian and Appos, hand blocked the gap, revealing a friendly smile. Tian Qixing. I'm merely practicing the principle of reciprocity. No need to be polite. No. Dante. Tian Qixing pushed desperately against the door. But Li Mingtian and Appos' strength far surpassed hers. The gap widened. Whoosh. Li Mingtian swiftly reached in, smearing a handful of pig dung directly onto Tian Qixing's head. Ah! Tian Qixing screamed in despair, shaking her head vigorously, only to splatter dung all over her own face. Li Mingtian nodded in satisfaction. But in his overly enthusiastic motion, a dried bird dropping fell from his hair right into his mouth. EW? Both froze, staring at each other for a moment before simultaneously exclaiming, disgusting. They turned and dashed towards the shower room in a frenzy. Li Mingtian. This isn't over for me. Tian Qixing lamented, tears streaming as she scrubbed her hair. Meanwhile, Li Mingtian, upon reaching the shower room, rinsed off while gargling repeatedly. Yet after 10 rinses, he still tasted the lingering flavor of bird droppings. As for the unfortunate Su Hangbo, he was the last to reach the base. Sentenced to an additional 5 kilometers around the field as punishment. Chapter 25, The Beautiful Pig Mother, My Treasure That Night. Li Mingtian perused the library at the base until the late hours before returning to rest. On the following day, a resounding command echoed. All personnel, assemble. Carry a load of 50 kilograms and complete a 30-kilometer cross-country run. The last one will face extra training. This time, Li Mingtian paid no heed to Tian Qixing. For her curses were inescapable. As soon as misfortune befell her, she would promptly seek out Tian Qixing, and it was a fail-safe strategy. As the 4 of them ran halfway, a flicker of dark energy sparked at Tian Qixing and Appos' fingertips, and he secretly cast a curse, the temptation of the pig mother, upon Li Mingtian. In the distance, from the thickets, a pair of amorous wild boar eyes suddenly gleamed. While running, Li Mingtian felt a chill creep up her spine and turned to look. What on earth was happening? A robust male wild boar was gazing at her with longing. Its nostrils exhaling warm breaths, its hooves eagerly scratching the earth as if it had found its true love in life. Li Mingtian and Tian Qixing, feigning concern from a distance, called out, "Why aren't you running?" Li Mingtian and Appos' lips twitched. Tian Qixing as the first male wild boar emerged from the underbrush. Li Mingtian remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It was a colossal beast, its tusks gleaming white, bristles standing like steel needles, radiating an overwhelming aura of masculinity, until it lifted its soulful eyes towards her. The wild boar and Appos' nostrils suddenly flared, releasing 2 streams of hot vapor. It fixed its gaze on Li Mingtian, its small black eyes shimmering with unprecedented tenderness. Li Mingtian took a step back. Wait, that look isn't right. Oh woo. The wild boar released a melodious howl, its hind legs excitedly pawing the ground, its tail twirling like a propeller. It lowered its head and delicately lifted a bouquet of wildflowers with its tusks, bashfully offering them to Li Mingtian. Plop. The wildflowers fell at Li Mingtian's feet, glistening with suspicious saliva. The scene fell into silence. Jingzhonga. Su Hangbo. Li Gu. Is it trying to court you? Shut up. What was more terrifying? Huff huff. From the forest emerged a dozen male wild boars, each one gazing at Li Mingtian with hearts in their eyes. Some carried wild fruits in their mouths. Others rubbed tree sap on their backs, presumably a pig version of cologne. A few even smeared mud in the shape of a lopsided heart. Tian Qixing, hiding behind a tree, roared with laughter. Ha! Li Shixiao. It seems you are quite popular. In the sky, amidst the clouds, all the instructors had gathered. News of the events between Li Mingtian and Tian Qixing had spread throughout the Qianlong base over the past few days. All the instructors regretted not witnessing it firsthand. And thus, they all came today. Haraha. The instructors laughed until they nearly fell, each regretting not having joined in a couple of days prior. Li Mingtian's face turned ashen as she slowly drew her broken blade. I will count to 3, you lustful. Suddenly, the leading wild boar charged forward. But it did not attack. Instead, it attempted to affectionately nuzzle Li Mingtian's pant leg with its tusks. Another wild boar, unwilling to be outdone, flopped onto the ground, exposing its soft belly, its tail thumping eagerly against the earth as it gazed at Li Mingtian with anticipation. 3. Li Mingtian swung her blade down at the ground, shouting, "Get lost." Oh woo, a plaintive cry. The wild boars collectively retreated 2 steps, their eyes brimming with tears. One particularly sentimental boar even began to wipe its tears with its hooves. Su Hangbo was laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. They truly love you. Li Gu. Jing Zhangge silently drew his heavy blade. Need assistance? No need. I can handle this myself. Li Mingtian gritted her teeth and suddenly pivoted, charging toward Tian Qixing. Tian Qixing, reveling in the spectacle, suddenly noticed Li Mingtian sprinting towards him with a legion of wild boars in tow, and his face drained of color as he fled in a panic. Li Mingtian, don't come near. Tian Qixing, I brought you some admirers. Li Mingtian cackled, accelerating towards him. Then, embracing Tian Qixing, an invisible curse from Li Mingtian enveloped him, transferring a portion of its power to him. As it turned out, Li Mingtian had discovered the previous night that some curses could be contagious, and with a spirit of experimentation, she had indeed. The wild boars, initially pursuing Li Mingtian, suddenly caught the scent of an amp, Appos, beautiful pig mother and amp, Appos, emanating from Tian Qixing, causing some of them to swivel their heads towards him. Huh, the wild boars wondered. Why is there an additional beauty? Huh, the wild boars rejoiced. The more, the merrier. Tian Qixing. It and Appos, over. Whoa. A portion of the wild boars instantly redirected their charge towards Tian Qixing. Li Mingtian, I will kill you. Tian Qixing screamed as he began to flee for his life. Li Mingtian too fled in a frenzy. But upon seeing Tian Qixing being chased by a horde of wild boars, her spirits were instantly lifted. Behind them, the fervent calls of the boars rang out. Huff huff. Marry me. Thud. A boar was kicked away. Woo. Even if you strike me, I still love you. Woo. I love you, beautiful maiden. Don't run. Li Mingtian gritted her teeth in irritation. If wild boars weren't a protected species, I would feast on braised pork chops today. Ultimately, the cross-country run concluded with the curses on Li Mingtian and Tian Qixing dissipating. The wild boars, realizing they had been deceived, began to express their outrage, surrounding the Qianlong base with foul-mouthed complaints. Such was the simple, yet wild daily life of the Qianlong training camp. Li Mingtian earned the title of amp, Appos, Prince of Wild Boars, and amp, Appos. Although he would explode with rage whenever someone called him that, it did little to hinder the nickname amp, Appos, spread. As for the instigator, Tian Qixing, no one dared to bestow the title of Princess of Wild Boars upon her, partly because she was the granddaughter of the president, and partly because she wielded a dagger, surrounded by dark energy, with a murderous glare that warned anyone against giving her a nickname. Of course, Li Mingtian was the exception. In the cafeteria, Li Mingtian sat with a dark expression as she picked at her food, overhearing whispers all around. Look, there's the Prince of Wild Boars. I heard that yesterday, a dozen male wild boars fought for him. TSK, what a captivating charm. Li Mingtian and amp, Appos, chopsticks snapped in two with a sharp crack. At that moment, Tian Qixing strode into the dining hall with an air of indifference, and as she passed, the trainees hastily lowered their heads to eat. After all, no one wished to attract the curse of this young lady. Li Mingtian's eyes sparkled as an idea struck her. She abruptly stood up, drawing in a deep breath, and with a voice loud enough for the entire cafeteria to hear, cheerfully called out, Hey, Princess of Wild Boars. You've come to eat too. Platter. Tian Qixing and amp, Appos, tray crashed to the floor as she slowly turned her head, her eyes glinting with a palpable murderous intent. Li Ming. Tian. The cafeteria fell into a hushed silence. All the trainees bowed their heads, shoulders shaking uncontrollably as they suppressed laughter, their faces flushed. Li Mingtian feigned innocence. What? Don't like that affectionate title? She deliberately raised her voice. I think it sounds much better than an amp, Appos, Prince of Wild Boars, and amp, Appos. Tian Qixing had already drawn her dagger 3 inches. Dark mist swirling around it. You are courting death. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Mingtian turned and fled, with Tian Qixing hot on her heels. Ha! Immediately, the entire restaurant erupted in thunderous laughter. Su Hengbo, amidst his chuckles, wiped away tears, exclaiming, It and amp, Appos, over, it and amp, Appos, over. I and amp, Appos, VE unequivocally shipped this and amp, Appos, Wild Boar CP and amp, Appos. Jing Zhanga felt that in just these few days, he had laughed more than he had in the previous 20 years. Ultimately, this conflict between Li Mingtian and Tian Qixing resulted in a mutual devastation. Chapter 26. The Crimson-Eyed Black Panther Demon. On the 4th day, everyone gathered. A 50-kilogram load. 30 kilometers of cross-country. The last one would face additional training. Today, Tian Qixing was unusually obedient. While Li Mingtian felt indifferent, he knew that if anything went awry, he could always rely on Tian Qixing, he was sure of it. Li Mingtian took the lead, the 50-kilogram weight on his shoulders feeling as light as a feather. The Duanyue blade was secured across his back, the sheath quivering slightly with each step, emitting a low, resonant hum. His breathing was steady and prolonged, each footfall leaving a half-inch deep imprint in the mud, not from strain, but from a deliberate control of his center of gravity. Jing Zhanga followed closely behind. He lacked Li Mingtian and amp, Appos' effortless composure but excelled in precision of rhythm. The endurance honed on the northern battlefield made him akin to an indefatigable wolf, maintaining a consistent 3-meter distance from Li Mingtian. Most striking was his gaze, always fixed on Li Mingtian and amp, Appos' footfalls, mirroring his rhythm perfectly. Tian Qixing trailed behind, a rare awakener with exceptional physical prowess. Each step she took was as steady as a rock. The 50-kilogram load did not hinder her pace. The only difference was her eyes, her pupils shimmering a pale gold in the sunlight, a hallmark of an awakener. Hey, wait for me. Came the lament from Su Hengbo at the back of the line. He was a chubby fellow, struggling greatly with the morning exercises, his face flushed like a steamed crab. Li Mingtian smirked slightly, but showed no signs of slowing down. Despite having only trained together for 4 mornings, he understood everyone in Apos' limits. Including Su Hengbo, the one who seemed the weakest, yet harbored potential even he was unaware of. For all his apparent exhaustion during morning drills, he consistently managed to reach the finish line, only to be punished with 10 laps around the field. High above, the instructors observed the orderly morning practice of the 4. Quickly growing bored, they set aside their tasks to spy on the group for amusement, but found none, which was unacceptable. The tall, thin instructor proposed, why not add some difficulties for them? All instructors, including Chu Taijun, unanimously agreed. As Li Mingtian ran, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura, distinctive to the demons of hell. He abruptly halted, instinctively placing his right hand on the hilt of his blade. Stop, he commanded, and the entire team froze. Even Su Hengbo, panting heavily, immediately silenced and scanned their surroundings with vigilance. Li Mingtian narrowed his eyes. 30 meters ahead, the bushes stirred slightly, not from the wind. Zhanga, 2-0 and Apos, clock, Li Mingtian whispered, slowly loosening the weight from his shoulders. The other 3 followed suit. Jing Zhanga silently nodded, drawing his Duanyue blade. Tian Qixing positioned herself in front of Su Hengbo, her pale golden pupils beginning to flicker with light as a sphere of black energy swirled in her hands. The rustling in the bushes ceased, and the forest fell into an eerie silence. Even the birdsong vanished. Li Mingtian took a deep breath, sensing the chilling aura drawing closer. It's coming, he shouted suddenly, drawing his Duanyue blade with a flourish. A shadow leaped from the bushes, moving so swiftly it seemed to leave an afterimage. It was a pitch-black hell demon, resembling a leopard but larger, with fangs as long as an adult's finger, its eyes glowing an unnatural red. Instead of retreating, Li Mingtian charged forward, the Duanyue blade cutting through the air in a silver arc. The blade clashed with the beast's sharp claws, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Li Mingtian felt a tremendous force reverberate through the blade, forcing him to take several steps back to dissipate the impact. Crimson-eyed Black Panther Demon, Tian Qixing exclaimed in shock. ISN and Amp, Apos, this supposed to be in the Forbidden Zone? Jing Zhanga had already maneuvered to the side, aiming for the demon and Amp, Apos' flank with his Duanyue blade. However, the Black Panther agilely twisted away, its tail whipping like a lash towards his wrist. Jing Zhanga, wielding the heavy Duanyue blade, was unprepared and let out a muffled grunt as the weapon flew from his grasp. Everyone be careful, Li Mingtian shouted. Tian Qixing, use your powers. Tian Qixing was already primed, thrusting her hands forward as a burst of black energy erupted from her palms, striking the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon like a bolt of lightning. Just as the demon was about to pursue Jing Zhanga, its expression changed abruptly. Its once stark face now showed a sinister red hue as it clamped down hard, its hind legs stiffening. Seeing this, Li Mingtian felt a rush of unease. Tian Qixing, what curse did you use? He asked. Of course, it and Amp, Apos, as the diarrhea curse, she replied confidently. This one lasts the longest. Li Mingtian was left speechless, subtly shifting away from the demon and Amp, Apos' rear. The crimson-eyed Black Panther demon glared at Tian Qixing with fury, its eyes bloodshot. Foolish woman, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Tian Qixing retorted. You and Amp, Apos, the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Look at you, that dark face with a hint of red. Anyone would think you're a coal ball on your period. Both Li Mingtian and Jing Zhanga burst into laughter at Tian Qixing's sharp tongue. Su Hengbo covered his face with his hands. He often found himself cleaning up after Tian Qixing, her curses, fiery temper, and sharp wit always managing to anger someone. The crimson-eyed Black Panther demon paused, taken aback by such an insult from a Tier 3 hell demon. Shadow shift. It snarled, its crimson eyes locking onto Tian Qixing. In an instant, its massive form seemed to dissolve into the air, vanishing without a trace. Li Mingtian and Amp, Apos' pupils constricted, his heart racing. He was all too familiar with this premonition. A death threat was imminent. Tian Qixing, get away. Li Mingtian's voice tore through the air, but it was too late. The demon and Apos' form materialized like a specter from Tian Qixing and Apos' shadow, its deadly claws aimed straight for her back. Tian Qixing didn't even have time to turn around. The chilling light of death reflected in her pale golden pupils. Above, the instructors sprang to their feet. How is this possible? The tall, thin instructor gasped. This creature has hidden skills. Quickly restrain it. Just as one instructor was about to press the control switch for the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon, Chu Taijun stopped him. Wait a moment. On the narrow mountain path, time seemed to freeze. Just as the demon and Amp, Apos' claws were about to pierce Tian Qixing and Amp, Apos' back, a plump figure suddenly rushed between them. Bang! The sound of metal crashing echoed through the training ground. Su Hengbo spread his arms to shield Tian Qixing, the demon and Apos' claws digging into his round belly. Incredibly, the anticipated scene of blood and gore did not unfold. His skin transformed into a dazzling gold, resembling the armor of an ancient warrior, absorbing the fatal blow. Clang. The demon and Apos' claws were deflected, its crimson eyes flashing with a hint of human-like astonishment. Though Su Hengbo had blocked the deadly strike, he grimaced in pain, his lips trembling as he urged, "Hurry, get away." Chapter 27. The highest score metallic abilities? Li Ming Tian squinted. This little chubby fellow is quite impressive. The crimson-eyed Black Panther demon quickly recovered from its shock. It let out a low growl, its figure once again blurring, evidently preparing to launch a second attack. However, this time it miscalculated. As it readied its spell, it relaxed its sphincter. With a loud splatter, a foul-smelling excrement erupted from behind the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon. Its limbs weakened, nearly causing it to collapse. Li Ming Tian's eyes gleamed. A golden opportunity. Duanyu, annihilation. Li Ming Tian gripped his sword tightly, his internal energy erupting like a volcano, the lightning patterns along the blade igniting one by one, emitting a piercing shriek. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, the Duanyu sword transforming into a black beam of devouring light. Crashing down upon the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon, boom. There was no resplendent sword light, only the sound of a thunderous crash. The ground within a 30-meter radius of the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon collapsed, forming a massive bowl-shaped pit. Soil, rock, and vegetation disintegrated into dust upon contact with the blade's aura. The shockwave radiated outward, snapping ancient trees like mere straw, while countless stones tumbled down from distant cliffs. The crimson-eyed Black Panther demon let out a mournful cry, its body a bloody mess, especially its back, where a massive gaping wound exposed its innards. As the final and most lethal strike of the Duanyu sword, unfortunately required a bit too long to charge, had it not been for Tian Qisheng's curse. Rendering the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon powerless, Li Ming Tian would not have been able to inflict such severe damage. Yet, with boldness and meticulousness, Li Ming Tian seized the fleeting chance on the battlefield to unleash his strongest technique, directly wounding the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon. The instructors in the sky were left dumbfounded. They had merely intended to send a level 3 hell demon to pursue the four below, as only Tian Qisheng among them was a level 2 cultivator. The other three were merely level 1. According to the instructors and Apos' expectations, the four would have no choice but to flee before the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon. Yet at this moment, Li Ming Tian had actually dealt a crushing blow to the demon, which was utterly unexpected. Don and Apos, T-Doddle, Li Ming Tian and Apos' voice thundered, rousing everyone from their stupor. The Duanyu sword had already been unsheathed, its ancient patterns glowing faintly. Jingzhan Ge, attack with me. Tian Qisheng, do you have any ranged attack methods? Su Hengbo, focus on protecting everyone. The commands fell like stones, and the team members instantly assumed their combat positions. Li Ming Tian felt the Duanyu sword pulsating in his palm, as if it were alive and yearning for battle. The cloud patterns on the blade shone like a starry river, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. 3 seconds until synchronized attack. Li Ming Tian lowered his center of gravity, his left leg stepping forward into a bow stance. He could hear the rush of his own blood echoing, resonating oddly with the sword and Apos' ringing. Jingzhan Ge did not respond, but Li Ming Tian sensed a powerful killing intent emanating from his side. 2. Tian Qisheng crossed her arms over her chest, her pale golden pupils suddenly narrowing into fine lines. She had just utilized curse, diarrhea technique, which typically would have drained her mental strength, requiring half an hour for recovery. Yet in that moment, she bit her tongue, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, forcibly urging a second wave of energy. 1. Su Hengbo suddenly let out a roar unlike any human sound. The golden armor that had previously only covered his arms swiftly enveloped his entire body. Even his face now concealed beneath a metal mask. More astonishingly, a translucent golden force field expanded from him, enveloping the entire team. Meanwhile, the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon writhed in agony, its belly churning with pain, compounded by its severe injuries. It desperately attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Now, Li Ming Tian shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, the Duanyu sword carving a crescent arc of light. Jingzhan Ge followed closely behind. Her Duanyu sword aimed directly at the demon and Apos' throat. For the first time, fear flickered in the crimson eyes of the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon, slicing through the air. The Duanyu sword precisely struck the demon's left shoulder, and the black mist that erupted upon impact melted away as if snow met with a hot iron. Jingzhan Ge and Apos' Duanyu sword continued its relentless assault, each strike puncturing the demon and Apos' throat, unleashing bursts of electric blue energy with every hit. Despite the demon and Apos' formidable defenses, it soon found its throat severed under the relentless barrage of Jingzhan Ge and Apos' blows. The most fatal strike came from Tian Qisheng. She concentrated all her accumulated energy into a single golden needle, shooting it from her fingertip towards the demon's brow. This was her never-before successful curse piercing, a theoretical ability capable of directly obliterating a creature and Apos' nervous system. The crimson-eyed Black Panther demon emitted a deafening wail, its entire body convulsing violently. Yet a dying beast is often the most dangerous. Its tail suddenly swelled to 3 times its size, splitting into 5 bony spikes that shot out in different directions. Be careful. Su Hongbo crossed his arms, the golden force field contracting abruptly. 4 of the spikes were deflected by the force field, but the 5th found a gap, aiming straight for Jingzhangu and Appo's heart. At that critical moment, the Duanyu sword suddenly flew from Li Mingtian and Appo's hand, as if possessed by a life of its own. With a clang, the spike was blocked by the sword, mere inches from Jingzhangu and Appo's chest. The body of the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon began to disintegrate, like a paper doll engulfed in invisible flames. Li Mingtian knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His strength had been nearly exhausted. He looked up at his teammates Jingzhangu and Appo's Duanyu sword was embedded in the ground, and she leaned on it, trembling all over. A clear sign of fatigue. Tian Qixing had already fainted, having forcibly executed curse piercing, her spirit utterly depleted. Su Hongbo lay helplessly on the ground, his golden armor dissipating piece by piece, revealing his pale skin beneath. In the heavens above, there was an eerie silence. Chief Instructor Chu Tai-jun and Appo's pupils slightly constricted, a rare expression of disbelief crossing his face. This is impossible. Beside him, a tall and thin instructor swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. A level 3 hell demon has actually been slain by them? It must be noted that the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon was the ultimate test prepared specifically for graduates of the Qianlong training camp. Even a graduate who had trained for a year would require a team of at least 5 to barely manage a kill against such a level of demon. Yet now, Li Mingtian, Jingzhangu, Tian Qixing, Su Hongbo, these 4 had joined the Qianlong base for less than 5 days. They had actually defeated the hell demon intended for the graduation assessment. The instructors exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with shock. They had merely intended to increase the difficulty for these 4, but who could have anticipated that this team would defy the odds? Chu Tai-jun took a deep breath. Grade them. All S level. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, the burly instructor incredulous. Chief Instructor. No team in the history of Qianlong base has ever achieved all S and Appo's S in an ungraduated assessment. Well, today there is. Chu Tai-jun grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Li Mingtian, tactical command was flawless, exceptional adaptability under pressure, and tremendous personal combat power. Jingzhangu, her attack power is extraordinarily formidable, bold yet meticulous. Tian Qixing, her mental energy surged impressively, capable of severely disrupting enemy actions. Su Hongbo. This lad is the most concealed of them all, a mere level 1, yet able to withstand the assaults of a level 3 hell demon. With a sweeping motion, Chu Tai-jun inscribed 4 bold, Scarlet S and Appo's S onto the assessment scoring sheet. Chapter 28. Insufficient concentration of medicinal liquid detected. Supplementation in progress. The dying rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow on the mountain path as Li Mingtian carried the unconscious Tian Qixing, his step steady and resolute. Jingzhangu supported the exhausted Su Hongbo, trailing behind with a slow yet composed demeanor. Embodying a sense of calmness that comes only after surviving a calamity, Tian Qixing's body felt light in Li Mingtian's arms. The soft strands of hair brushing against her shoulder, swaying gently with each step. Typically cold and sharp-tongued, with a gaze as keen as a blade, Li Mingtian found an unexpected beauty in Tian Qixing's currently vulnerable and serene state. How unexpectedly charming he appeared in his unconsciousness, she mused. Yet her thoughts quickly returned to the battle they had just endured. Tian Qixing's curse ability was formidable. Had she not unleashed the Appo's curse-piercing and Appo's at a critical moment, directly obliterating the nerve center of the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon, it is likely that they would not have easily vanquished it. A level 3 hell demon, with speed and stealth capabilities far exceeding theirs. Without Tian Qixing's curse to weaken its agility, it would have attacked and evaded with impunity, leaving them unable to even touch it. I barely had the chance to execute and Appo's Broken Mountain, Destruction and Appo's Tian Qixing's curse was simply too powerful, Li Mingtian reflected. Acknowledging Tian Qixing's monumental contribution, Jingzhangu's fierce attack power had also taken Li Mingtian by surprise. Able to forcibly slit the throat of the crimson-eyed Black Panther demon. Even more astonishing was Su Hongbo, the chubby boy often teased as a burden. To her disbelief, he turned out to be a metal element awakened. His defense was astonishingly robust, able to withstand the claws of a level 3 demon. This fellow had hidden his strength well, Li Mingtian thought, a smirk playing on her lips. It seemed that each member of this small team possessed secrets of their own, herself included. She could absorb the information of hell demons, a fact known only to Qin Yu and Shi Kong. Su Xiaoyu was aware, but she had never mentioned it to anyone. At the medical area, the 4 of them were placed in specially designed recovery pods, where the medicinal liquid churned, releasing a rich mist that exuded a refreshing aroma of herbs. This was the unique universal medicinal bath of the concocted from hundreds of rare spiritual herbs, capable not only of healing injuries but also of strengthening one's physique and even aiding awakened individuals in breaking through their bottlenecks. The value of the universal medicinal bath was immense. Even formal members had only one opportunity to use it each month. Beep, Recovery program initiated. A mechanical voice announced as a pale green liquid slowly filled the bath. As Li Mengtian submerged herself, she felt a gentle energy seeping through her pores, akin to spring rain nourishing parched earth, prompting an involuntary sigh of comfort. Initially, she thought the medicinal bath was merely soothing, yet at that moment, her body seemed to be an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming the essence within the liquid. The veins beneath her skin glimmered slightly, muscle fibers strengthened at an observable rate, and even her bones emitted faint cracking sounds as if undergoing a transformation. Her body was evolving. Li Mengtian's eyes flew open. Before she could process the sensation, the intelligence system of the recovery pod detected an anomaly and automatically initiated the replenishment protocol. Insufficient concentration of medicinal liquid detected. Supplementation in progress. As new liquid poured in, the absorption rate accelerated. Li Mengtian felt every cell within her body rejoicing, greedily devouring the incoming energy. Her muscle fibers were reorganizing. Her bones were fortifying, and her blood even shimmered with faint golden specks. Li Mengtian stared in astonishment at her hands, acutely aware she was growing stronger. Simultaneously, in the monitoring room, an alarming siren blared. Warning. AA7 recovery pod's medicinal liquid consumption is abnormal. Warning. Spiritual herb reserves are rapidly depleting. The attending medical officer sprang to his feet, dumbfounded by the wildly fluctuating data on the screen. Li Mengtian's pod was consuming the liquid at an astonishing rate, over 100 times the norm. Even more alarming, the system had automatically replenished 3 times, yet the energy readings from that pod continued to plummet. This is impossible. The medical officer's voice trembled as his fingers flew across the keyboard to pull up real-time footage. The screen switched, and upon seeing the scene within the pod, the monitoring room fell silent. There, Li Mengtian sat cross-legged in the bath, surrounded by a visible vortex of energy. The liquid had transformed into crystal clear water, while the system continued to pour in new liquid, only to be instantly consumed as if it were but a drop in the ocean. Quick! Stop the supply immediately! The medical officer finally regained his senses, shouting hoarsely. Suddenly, Chu Taijun's voice interjected. Do not stop. Continue supplying. The instructors could only watch as Li Mengtian's body ravenously absorbed the herbal essence, as if she were an insatiable void. Immediately retrieve her physical data. The screen displayed Li Mengtian's metrics skyrocketing. Muscle density increased by 200. Bone strength increased by 300. Cellular vitality surpassing limits. This absorption rate was beyond anything humanly possible. Li Mengtian sat with her eyes closed, her skin glowing with a faint golden hue, resembling an immortal war deity. The bath's liquid had shifted from its initial emerald hue to nearly transparent water. All the essence had been devoured. Alarm! Alarm! Medicinal liquid reserves are rapidly depleting. The piercing mechanical alarm reverberated throughout the medical area, red warning lights flashing frantically. In the monitoring room, all instructors stood in unison, transfixed by the wildly fluctuating numbers on the screen. Liquid reserves, 30, 25, 20. This is impossible. The medical officer and Oppo's voice quivered. That is enough liquid for 100 people for a month. Another medical officer, Bai Yuqing, collapsed into her chair, exclaiming, My heavens! This absorption rate has exceeded human limits by tenfold. The footage displayed the water level in Li Mengtian's bath dropping at an observable rate. The invaluable essence of century-old spiritual herbs was being consumed as if devoured by a black hole, rushing into her body. Look at her physical data. Bai Yuqing suddenly shrieked. On the screen, Li Mengtian's indicators were skyrocketing. Muscle density increased by 600. Bone strength increased by 700. Cellular vitality. System unable to recognize. Is she even human? The lanky instructor's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Even an S-class awakened couldn't have such a monstrous absorption rate. By the medicinal pool. The intelligence system had completely lost control. Warning. Medicinal liquid reserves are down to 15. Emergency alert. Base reserves are about to be depleted. Ultimate warning. Please do not allow this damned monster to enter the universal medicinal bath again. Even the artificial intelligence system began to express expletives. When the instructors rushed into the medical area, they encountered a bath of crystal clear water and Li Mengtian radiating golden light. This monster even licked her lips in satisfaction, remarking, The flavor is delightful, though the quantity was a bit lacking. Li Mengtian, Bai Yuqing trembled with rage. Do you have any idea how much that liquid is worth? Li Mengtian innocently scratched her head. Can it be reimbursed? Reimbursed, my foot. All the instructors yelled in unison. Meanwhile, Li Mengtian reveled in the surging power within her. She lightly clenched her fist, the air crackling with explosive sounds. Monster. This is undoubtedly a monster. Bai Yuqing murmured to herself. Chu Taijun took a deep breath and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Splendid. What a remarkable Li Mengtian. You have consistently shattered records. The news swiftly spread throughout the entire base. Have you heard? The newcomer Li Mengtian drained the entire medicinal pool single-handedly. Incredible. Is he truly that abnormal? Not just abnormal, I've heard even the system was so startled it uttered expletives. Meanwhile, the protagonist leisurely strolled towards the cafeteria, thinking to himself, I and Apos am suddenly feeling a bit hungry. The cafeteria's supervisor suddenly shivered, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. Chapter 29. Intermediate Level 2 Li Mengtian entered the cafeteria with a buoyant stride, his stomach growling audibly. How curious, he thought. Why am I so ravenous after the medicinal bath? He patted his belly and boldly seized 3 trays, waving his hand grandly at the serving window. Auntie, I'll have 3 portions of each dish, and 10 bowls of rice to start. The cafeteria lady's hand trembled slightly. Are you eating all this by yourself? Of course. Li Mengtian flashed an innocent smile. I'm growing, after all. The surrounding students gaped in disbelief. What on earth is this person thinking? 3 trays? 10 bowls of rice? Does he think he is a reincarnation of a gluttonous beast? Surely. He must be putting on a show. He'll definitely sneakily dump some later. 5 minutes later. Burp. Li Mengtian contentedly belched. A mountain of empty bowls piled before him, reflecting the light. Amidst the stunned gazes of onlookers, he rose to grab another 3 trays. Auntie, let us go for another round. The cafeteria lady's hand shook uncontrollably this time. Are you really coming back for more? In the monitoring room. The instructors, still recovering from the shock, received an urgent call from the cafeteria. Report. New student Li Mengtian is engaging in strategic reserve-level eating in the cafeteria. Chu Taijun observed the whirlwind of activity on the screen, his mouth twitching. Has this lad converted the energy from the medicinal pool into his appetite? At that moment, the cafeteria was crowded with students watching the spectacle. Before Li Mengtian, the empty plates formed a small mountain. Yet he continued to devour the freshly served dishes at an astonishing pace. 23rd bowl now. One student trembled as he counted. Has he mutated to have 4 stomachs? Look, another exclaimed. He.S. eating chili peppers. He.S. just dumping the whole plate of spicy stir-fried eggs into his mouth. Li Mengtian chewed on the peppers, mumbling indistinctly, not bad, just a bit bland, before pouring half a bottle of chili sauce over his rice. The nearby students, wary of spicy food, watched in wide-eyed astonishment, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The cafeteria's supervisor rushed over, a distressed expression on his face. This is untenable. Today and Apos' stock is about to run out. Other students will have nothing to eat. Just then, Li Mengtian abruptly set down his chopsticks, furrowing his brow. Everyone held their breath, expecting him to finally succumb to his gluttony. Instead, he patted his belly and lamented, Alas, I'm only 7/10 full. I'm still so hungry. 7/10 full. The collective gasp of the students echoed through the cafeteria. Suddenly, the crowd stirred as Tian Qixing strode in, her cold, striking features exuding an air of aloofness. Her gaze scanned the onlookers before settling on Li Mengtian, who was still cradling his 23rd bowl of rice. Having fought alongside Li Mengtian against the Hell Demon, Tian Qixing's perception of him had shifted. No longer filled with disdain, she felt a sense of camaraderie from their shared brush with death. Seeing the throng of students surrounding Li Mengtian, murmuring amongst themselves, an inexplicable annoyance surged within her. Humph, what a bunch of simpletons. They're making a fuss over him eating. With a huff, she strode directly towards him. The crowd instinctively parted, for this was Tian Qixing, the awakened curse-bearer. Granddaughter of the president, renowned as the Little Sorceress. Standing before Li Mengtian, she unexpectedly displayed a hint of concern. Stop eating. You've scared off all the pigs in the cafeteria. Li Mengtian looked up, grains of rice still clinging to the corners of his mouth. But I'm hungry. Tian Qixing extended her hand, adorned with a ring that shimmered with a deep silver light under the cafeteria's illumination. Intricate runes adorned the ring, and subtle waves of spatial energy rippled across its surface. Is that a spatial ring? Gasped one student, his voice cracking in disbelief. A hush fell over the cafeteria, soon followed by a murmur of awe. It truly is a spatial ring. A storage artifact that only the most prestigious families or high-ranking military officials possess. I've heard that even a basic 1 cubic meter storage space can fetch over 100 million credit points on the black market. And you can't even buy it with money. It requires a master of spatial abilities to craft, with a low success rate. Several students unconsciously edged closer, their eyes fixated on Tian Qixing's finger, their gazes burning with desire. They might never have the chance to see such a treasure, let alone wear one. She truly is the scion of the highest echelons, even possessing such rare artifacts. Someone murmured enviously. Tian Qixing paid no heed to the gossip, rolling her eyes as she swiped her right hand across the ring. A flash of silver light illuminated her palm, revealing a translucent jade box. The moment the box opened, buzz. The very air in the cafeteria trembled. Within lay a pill the size of a longan, gleaming golden, with 9 naturally formed cloud patterns swirling across its surface, emanating a pulse of energy that made hearts race. A 5th-grade pill, the 9 revolutions pill? Someone gasped. This outburst ignited an uproar within the cafeteria. What? The legendary elixir that can resurrect the dead. This thing could be traded for $1 billion on the black market. ISNT, this only supposed to be crafted by the Apos, Pharmaceutical Valley and Apos. One pill can instantly heal a critically injured 5th grade cultivator, and she's just presenting it like this. The eldest daughter of the Tian family truly conceals her talents. Tian Qixing pushed the box toward Li Mingtian. Li Mingtian's eyes widened. This, for me? Tian Qixing looked at him with disdain. Of course. Your cellular activity level is through the roof. Ordinary food can't possibly provide the energy your body requires. Before she could finish, Li Mingtian had already opened the box and, with a crunch, bit into the pill. It and Appo's decent, although a bit bitter, he remarked, smacking his lips. The cafeteria fell silent. Everyone stared at him as if he were a monster. That was a 5th grade pill. A normal person would take at least 9 doses to refine it. Yet he casually chewed it like a candy. Aren't you afraid of rupturing your meridians? Tian Qixing's hand froze midair. Are you alright? Burp. Li Mingtian belched again, suddenly enveloped in a golden glow. His skin appeared to shimmer with countless stars, each strand of hair radiating brilliant light. Boom. A golden pillar shot up into the sky, resembling a colossal sword piercing through the cosmos. The entire cafeteria quaked under the violent surge of energy, debris falling like rain, only to be obliterated upon contact with the light. Crack. The tiles beneath Li Mingtian shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spreading throughout the cafeteria. His body began to levitate slowly, his black hair dancing wildly in the golden tempest, each hair glistening with liquid gold. This is... Tian Qixing staggered back, her pale golden pupils constricting violently. Li Mingtian's pores erupted with tangible spiritual energy, coalescing into thousands of golden runes in the air. These runes danced like living entities, gradually forming a vast star map behind him, the legendary manifestation of the Zhou Tian star body tempering. Roar. A dragon-like roar echoed through the heavens. Within Li Mingtian, the sound of rivers surging resonated, as spiritual power restructured his meridians. His muscle fibers reorganized like golden threads, profound patterns emerging on the surface of his bones. While his blood began to exude a faint golden hue, having just advanced from level 1 to primary level 2, he was now breaking through to intermediate level 2. Chu Taijun swooped down from above, his hair standing on end. Everyone, retreat 100 meters. But it was too late. Boom. A second halo erupted from within Li Mingtian, creating a vacuum in the air within a 100-meter radius. A dozen or so students, standing too close, were abruptly swept away by a powerful shockwave, while the alloy tables and chairs in the cafeteria twisted and contorted as if made of mere paper. Look up at the sky. Someone screamed in terror. In broad daylight, 9 brilliant stars appeared, shining in harmony with the celestial map behind Li Mingtian. The overwhelming force of the stars transformed into a cascade of radiant, multicolored light, enveloping him in a cocoon of illumination. The alignment of the 9 stars heralded a moment of destiny. The medical officer, Bai Yuqing, collapsed onto the ground. Recognizing this as the Appo's, Saint body breaking through Appo's, phenomenon recorded in ancient texts. With a sharp crack, akin to the shattering of crystal, the sound resonated across the land. Li Mingtian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with a golden brilliance that surged 3 feet high. All the radiant light instantly retracted into his body, coalescing into a stellar mark upon his brow. As his feet touched the ground once more, boom, the entire Qianlong base trembled, centered around him. The spiritual energy within a 1,000-meter radius was instantly drained, transforming into a tempest of energy that swept across the surroundings. When the dust settled, the onlookers beheld an unforgettable sight. Li Mingtian stood serenely amid the ruins of the cafeteria, surrounded by a gentle golden mist. Each breath he took summoned a tide of spiritual energy, and with every gesture, he seemed to resonate with the very essence of the universe. At the intermediate second level, the crowd swallowed hard, yet the pressure he emanated was comparable to the advanced 3rd level. Tian Qixing smirked, though he disdainfully remarked, "Humph. The fish may be small, but the commotion is anything but." Chapter 30. The Dragon Blood Gauntlet. Li Mingtian opened his eyes, the golden light gradually fading away, revealing a scene of devastation. A once magnificent cafeteria now lay in ruins. Only a few crooked pillars stood defiantly. The roof had vanished, the walls crumbled into dust, and even the cafeteria lady and Appo's cherished large iron pot had been reduced to an abstract art piece. By the heavens! Li Mingtian sprang to his feet. Startled, who blew up the cafeteria? Silence enveloped the surroundings. Hundreds of students and instructors stared at him, their gazes as complex as one might direct at a walking human nuclear bomb. The chief instructor, Chu Taijun, had just shielded students from the explosion with his own body, now covered in dust from head to toe. His face darkened as he approached Li Mingtian, each step causing the ground to tremble. Li Mingtian, Chu Taijun and Appo's voice emerged, strained through clenched teeth. Do you have any idea how much it will cost to rebuild the cafeteria? Li Mingtian and Appo's forehead beaded with sweat, his eyes darting nervously until he suddenly pointed to the sky. Instructor, look. A hellish demon has flown away. It must be its doing. Without lifting his gaze, Chu Taijun retorted, am I unaware of the presence of hellish demons? Perhaps the cafeteria is simply dilapidated. Exactly. A shoddy construction. I suggest a thorough investigation of the logistics department. Li Mengtian quickly added, attempting to divert blame. The logistics director, overwhelmed, shouted, "This cafeteria is built with military-grade materials. It can withstand a magnitude 5 earthquake." Well, Li Mengtian scrambled for an excuse. "I was merely trying to protect everyone. I sensed residual energy from a hellish demon beneath the cafeteria, and if it weren't removed in time, the consequences would be dire." "Oh," Chu Tai-jun smirked coldly. "So you decided to blow up the cafeteria? This is what I call strategic demolition." Li Mengtian defended earnestly. "Look how well ventilated it is now. The lighting is splendid." Nearby, a student muttered, "Indeed, with only a few pillars left, how could the lighting be poor?" Tian Qisheng face-bombed, while Jing Zhongge took a few steps back, signaling his disassociation with Li Mengtian. Su Hongbo, however, supported him. "Li Mengtian is right. This is rebuilding from destruction." Chu Tai-jun and Appo's anger flared, his hair almost seeming to ignite. "The new cafeteria will cost 6 million. The tables and chairs 400,000. The kitchen equipment 500,000. Oh, and let us not forget that you previously exhausted the base supply of medicine. That expense." Upon hearing the astronomical figures, Li Mengtian's face drained of color, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing. He rushed forward and clutched Chu Tai-jun's leg desperately. "Instructor, this is unjust. The medicinal liquids were automatically replenished by the system. How could I be blamed? If anyone in Appos is to blame, it's that overly enthusiastic intelligent system. I absorb a little, and it adds a little back. I can Appos be held responsible for that. Besides, if I refuse the system, it would lose face, so this cost cannot fall on me." Chu Tai-jun's forehead pulsed with veins. "Fine, we'll waive that expense. But you destroyed the cafeteria, and you must cover that cost. Then let the repair costs be deducted from your bonus." "Bonus?" Li Mengtian was taken aback. "I have a bonus?" "You did, but now it's gone. You want to have one for the next few years." Chu Tai-jun grinned maliciously. Li Mengtian and Appos' face fell. "Instructor, I have an elderly mother to care for, and below me. Your records indicate your parents are only in their 50s. Then I have a little brother to support." Chu Tai-jun, uninterested in further banter, pulled out a communicator. "Logistics department? Hurry and arrange for a new cafeteria. Deduct the expenses from Li Mengtian and Appos' bonus." Li Mengtian weakly raised his hand. "Instructor, I request the new cafeteria be named after me." "Get lost." Burdened with immense debt, Li Mengtian returned to his dormitory. Pushing the door open only to freeze in place, sitting on his bed was a middle-aged man clad in a black instructor and Appos' uniform, arms crossed, his piercing gaze fixed upon him. "Shun, instructor?" Li Mengtian blinked, doubting his own vision. Shen Tai-shan, the combat instructor at Qianlong Base, renowned for his mastery in close-quarters combat. Known as Iron Fist, it was said that a single punch from him could shatter the skull of a level 4 demon. How could such a figure be seated in his dormitory? "You and Appos reback?" Shen Tai-shan stood, his towering figure nearly blocking the entire doorway. "I and Appos waited for you for 2 hours." Li Mengtian felt a chill run down his spine. "Instructor, I haven't done anything wrong lately. I'm repaying the cafeteria's debt." "Spare me the nonsense," Shen Tai-shan interrupted, tossing a metallic box towards him. "Open it." As Li Mengtian reached for the box, he was taken aback by its weight. It appeared small, yet it felt as though it weighed over 100 pounds. His muscles bulged, veins protruding like coiled dragons as he barely steadied himself. Upon opening the box, he beheld a pair of gauntlets lying quietly within. The Dragon Blood Gauntlet. The surface was adorned with intricate dragon scale patterns, each scale shimmering with a metallic luster. At the knuckles were 4 crimson gems, with what appeared to be magma flowing within. Most astonishing was the back of the gauntlet. There, a miniature dragon's head was intricately carved, its eyes set with 2 obsidian crystals. Seemingly alive and gazing at the wielder. "This is..." Li Mengtian and Appos' voice trembled. "Forged from the reverse scales of a level 6 abyssal dragon." Shen Tai-shan stated flatly, yet with a hint of pride. "That beast destroyed 3 cities last year. I tore it apart with my bare hands and took the 9 hardest heart scales." Li Mengtian gasped, Shen Tai-shan's words echoing in his mind. "That beast destroyed 3 cities last year. I tore it apart with my bare hands." His throat involuntarily swallowed. A level 6 abyssal dragon could end his life with a mere glance. No wonder last year in Appos' news reported the devastation of 3 cities, each home to millions. Reduced to ashes by the abyssal dragon and Appos' wrath. And Shen Tai-shan had torn it apart with his bare hands. The strength behind those 4 words sent shivers down Li Mengtian and Appos' spine. "What? Are you stunned?" Shen Tai-shan grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Now you know whom to choose as your mentor, right?" Taking a deep breath, Li Mengtian suddenly knelt on one knee. Cupping his fist in salute, disciple Li Mengtian pays respects to master. "Haha, excellent." Shen Tai-shan erupted with laughter. Slapping Li Mengtian and Appos' shoulder with such force he nearly plunged into the ground. "From today onward, I will show you what true power is." He casually tore off his instructor and Oppo's uniform, revealing a torso riddled with scars, those scars eerily forming a dragon-like pattern. See this? It's a keepsake from that beast. Qin Taishan grinned menacingly, flexing his wrists. It bit through 3 of my ribs, and I tore off half its wing. It scorched my back. And I shattered one of its eyes. With each word, his aura swelled, and soon the very gravity of the dormitory seemed to warp, making it difficult for Li Mingtian to breathe. In the end, it tried to flee. Qin Taishan made a tearing motion. I seized its jaws. A visceral sound echoed in the air, as if some colossal creature had been ripped asunder. Li Mingtian and Oppo's scalp tingled as he finally understood why Qin Taishan was known as the human calamity. So, kid, Qin Taishan relaxed his oppressive aura, suddenly sporting a sinister smile. How much training intensity do you think you can withstand? Li Mingtian gazed at the dragon blood gauntlet in his hands and suddenly laughed. Whatever strength master used to tear the dragon apart, apply that to my training. Now that S-bolt, Qin Taishan and Oppo's eye sparkled. Tomorrow at 3 a.m., training ground number 1. Oh, and you should blood bond with the gauntlet first. Li Mingtian pricked his fingertip, letting a drop of crimson blood fall onto the gauntlet. With a sharp crack, the box and Oppo's surface suddenly fissured with countless fine lines. And blinding crimson light burst forth from the crevices. The temperature in the entire dormitory soared instantaneously. The air warped as if one were ensconced within a furnace. As the radiance dissipated, a pair of dark red gauntlets floated silently before Li Mingtian. Chapter 31. The 3 apprentices as he trembled while donning the gauntlets. A deafening dragon and Oppo's roar erupted in his mind. The dragon scales on the gauntlets stood erect, adjusting themselves as if alive, perfectly conforming to every inch of his skin. For rubies blazed with blinding brilliance, and Li Mingtian felt an inexhaustible force surge through his limbs and bones. Still reeling in shock, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. Old Qin, you're being rather unkind, aren't it, Oppo's, to you? A woman with silvery hair and ice blue eyes, clad in a white lab coat and exuding an aura like frost, leaned against the door, idly toying with a colorful butterfly. Professor Bai, Li Mingtian's voice wavered. Bai Amlin, the chief psychic mentor of the Qianlong base. An S-rank psychic awakener, known as the Mind Controller. Bai Amlin gazed at Li Mingtian quietly. Li Mingtian, do you understand what true strength is? She turned, her silvery hair flowing without wind. Li Mingtian, do you know what true strength is? Before he could respond, she abruptly raised her hand. Buzz. Li Mingtian was enveloped in darkness, and in the next moment, he found himself standing in the heart of a bustling city. Is this Donghai City? He stared around in astonishment. Suddenly, the sky split open, and countless hellish demons surged forth like a tidal wave, instinctively reaching for his blade. He realized the Danyuan knife was absent. Do not panic, watch closely. Bai Amlin's voice echoed from above. In the city, a silver-haired woman identical to her hovered in midair, facing the myriad demons. She merely raised her hand. Submit. These 2 words resonated with the authority of a deity. All the demons froze in an instant, then knelt in unison. The pinnacle of psychic power is not destruction. Bai Amlin's voice reverberated through the cosmos, but control. Suddenly, she approached, her icy fingers pressing against Li Mingtian and Oppo's brow. Your psychic potential is exceedingly high, currently untapped. Learn from me, and within 3 years. Her voice thundered directly in Li Mingtian and Oppo's mind. You will be able to control level 5 hell demons. The dragon blood gauntlets blazed with heat, and Li Mingtian jolted back to awareness. Wait, I already have mentor Qin Taishan his? Bai Amlin scoffed. Qin Taishan will only teach you brute force. What is the point of that? With a gentle flick of her wrist, the laboratory transformed into a vast expanse of stars, but I can make you a god. Boom. The entire psychic illusion trembled violently. The sky shattering like glass with countless fissures. Blazing golden light pierced through the cracks, as if some primordial beast was relentlessly assaulting this illusory realm. Bai Amlin and Oppo's ice blue pupils constricted suddenly. Qin Taishan. In the next moment, crack. A colossal fist enveloped in draconic energy pierced through the heavens. The stars, city, and countless hellish demons within the illusion shattered like fragile glass beneath this one punch. Li Mingtian felt the world spin, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in the dormitory. The sight before him sent chills down his spine. A massive fist imprint, half a meter deep, was stark against the alloy wall. The edges of the imprint glowed a molten crimson, and the dripping steel scorched the floor, creating numerous charred pits. Qin Taishan slowly withdrew his fist, his body enveloped in a tangible crimson energy. The psychic barrier fragments beneath his feet hissed as they evaporated. Bai Amlin. Qin Taishan's voice was low and terrifying. You have overstepped. Li Mingtian has already become my apprentice. What do you mean by this? Bai Amlin's silver hair billowed as countless azure psychic crystals surrounded her. I am merely demonstrating the power of psychic energy. Nonsense. Qin Taishan stomped, shattering the ground. Li Mingtian is already my apprentice. He needs none of your psychic tricks. Bai Amlin fell silent for a moment. then suddenly chuckled softly. Hee, Li Mingtian. She turned to him, her ice blue eyes shimmering with peculiar ripples. But you must have felt it, right? That feeling of controlling everything. Li Mingtian clenched the dragon blood gauntlets, which flickered wildly. Indeed, in the illusion, he had felt for a fleeting moment that he could dominate all. Enough, Chen Taizhan bellowed, his muscles bulging. Kid, now you've seen for yourself how dirty these mind games can be. He seized Li Mingtian by the collar. Come with me. From today onward, we'll intensify your Dragon Soul Guardian training, lest you be deceived by these flashy tricks. The two imposing figures stood at an impasse, the air thick with tension. Li Mingtian, caught in the middle, felt small and helpless. The force of their presence shattered every window in the dormitory building. Why did my dormitory provoke anyone? Stop! A thunderous voice echoed from the corridor. The chief instructor, Chu Taijun, appeared, his face dark. You too. Are you planning to demolish the dormitory? Chen Taizhan retracted his fist, indignant. Li Mingtian has become my apprentice, and Bai Anlin is poaching him. Bai Anlin smiled. Li Mingtian's psychic energy is unfathomable, currently in an undeveloped state. Only I can elevate him to divinity. If he follows Chen Taizhan, his future will be limited. I cannot bear to see such a promising talent squandered. Chu Taijun glanced at the shrinking Li Mingtian in the corner, then suddenly revealed an enigmatic expression. Interesting. How about this? Let the lad decide for himself. Swish. 3 pairs of eyes converged on Li Mingtian. The pressure was overwhelming. Yet, Bai Anlin's psychic control was truly remarkable. Li Mingtian swallowed hard. Can I have both? What? The 3 spoke in unison. Li Mingtian summoned his courage. I wish to learn psychic control from Professor Bai and practice boxing with Instructor Chen. Is that not possible? Silence ensued. Suddenly, Bai Anlin chuckled softly. Interesting. Old Chen, what do you think? Chen Taizhan rubbed his chin. It's not impossible. But there must be a hierarchy. Simple. Bai Anlin replied earnestly. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays belong to me. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays to you. Deal. The 2 hands clasped firmly before Li Mingtian. Chu Taijun sighed. Then I shall come on Sundays to instruct him on military equipment. Li Mingtian. The next day, training grounds. Your movements are too slow. Do it again. Chen Taizhan's roar echoed through the skies. Li Mingtian, drenched in sweat, mechanically repeated his punching motions. His arms were swollen like buns, yet Chen Taizhan showed no sign of halting. Muscle memory must be ingrained to the marrow. Chen Taizhan kicked him in the rear. Just think of how you were chased and beaten by demons. Li Mingtian gritted his teeth and persevered, sweat pouring down. By the time the other instructors finally caught on, Li Mingtian, this super potential student, had already been divided among them. Chen Taizhan, dominating Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, imparting the aesthetics of violence. Bai Anlin, monopolizing Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, developing psychic powers. Chu Taijun, special training on firearms on Sundays, under the guise of comprehensive development. The remaining instructors were collectively dumbfounded. The combat instructor, Wang Meng, slammed the table in fury. Chen Taizhan, you already have 3 apprentices. You must give this one to me. Chen Taizhan, digging in his ear, sure, beat me, and he's yours. Wang Meng glanced at Chen Taizhan and Appo's massive fists, then at himself. I suddenly feel my own apprentices are rather good. Tactical instructor, Lin Yi attempted to reason. Instructor Bai, mental training must be complemented by tactical thinking. I believe we can collaborate. Bai Anlin raised her gaze. You lost to me 16 times in the last simulation battle. Lin Yi, on the verge of tears, retorted. One should not expose the shortcomings of others. Firearms instructor, Zhao Leitang protested. Chu Taijun, what do you, a physical training specialist, know about firearms? Such matters ought to be entrusted to the experts. Chu Taijun leisurely retrieved a modified pistol. Care for a match? 10 seconds later, Zhao Leitang surveyed the scant bullet holes on his target, then glanced at the smiling face emblazoned on Chu Taijun and Appo's bullseye, and exclaimed in fury. You dare to call yourself a physical training instructor? Every bullet I fired was deflected by yours. In the instructors and Appo's lounge, a dozen instructors were seething with resentment. This is outrageous. The 3 big shots have monopolized all the promising talents. Indeed, we can end Amp, Appo's, to even get a sip of soup. Do you think we could secretly teach? The group turned in unison towards the proponent. 3 seconds later, they all shuddered. Chen Taizhan and Amp, Appo's fist, Bai Anlin and Amp, Appo's mental control, and Chu Taijun and Appo's all-encompassing abilities. Never mind, better to preserve our lives. At that moment, the remaining instructors were called Tian Qixing, Jing Zhanghe, and Su Hengbo. They exchanged glances, their minds racing with calculations. In the cafeteria, Li Mingtian was furiously devouring food to replenish his energy. Jing Zhanghe, with an impassive expression, remarked, I heard you now have 3 masters? Tian Qixing scoffed. How are you not exhausted? Su Hengbo quietly inquired. Have they assigned you any tasks? Li Mingtian, tears streaming down his face, lamented. Instructor Bai has me memorize the Amp, Appo's mental energy diagram, and Amp, Oppos. Master Chin requires me to punch 5,000 times daily. And Instructor Chu insists I memorize the parameters for firearms. The others looked at him with sympathy before erupting into raucous laughter, a palpable sense of schadenfreude filling the air. Li Mingtian, exasperated, exclaimed, "Are you all demons?" Not a shred of compassion. Suddenly, Bai Anlin's voice echoed within Li Mingtian's mind. "Have you finished eating? Come to my laboratory once you and Amp, Oppos, redone." Chapter 32. Rigorous Training Location. The mental training room at the Qianlong base Bai Anlin stood before Li Mingtian. Her silver hair flowing as if caught in an unseen breeze, and her ice blue eyes sparkled with profound brilliance. Mental power is not merely a matter of thought control. She slowly raised her hand, and at her fingertips, a crystalline blue orb began to coalesce, an extension of the soul, a manifestation of will. Li Mingtian gazed intently at the orb, feeling as though his consciousness was being drawn into it, gradually sinking into its depths. "Now close your eyes." Bai Anlin and Amp, Oppos' voice resonated ethereally. "Feel your mental realm." Li Mingtian complied, and amidst the darkness, he suddenly beheld a chaotic expanse, his own sea of consciousness. Every individual and Amp, Oppos' mental power is distinct. Bai Anlin and Amp, Oppos' voice echoed in his mind. Some are like a glass of water, some like a pond, others resemble a lake. And you? Li Mingtian stared in astonishment at his mental sea. It was an ocean ablaze with golden flames. The waves surged, boundless and infinite. Indeed, Bai Anlin and Oppos' voice carried a hint of surprise. "Your mental power is like a sea." I was not mistaken. As Li Mingtian attempted to touch the golden flames, an intense surge of heat flooded into his consciousness. He gasped sharply, his eyes flying open. "This sensation, it feels like being burned." Bai Anlin nodded slightly. "The stronger the mental power, the more ferocious its form. You must learn to tame it." With a wave of her hand, the surroundings transformed abruptly. The two stood atop an endless sea of golden flames. "This is a projection of your mental world," Bai Anlin stated calmly. "Now, attempt to control these flames with your will." Li Mingtian took a deep breath, extending his hand to try and condense the flames. However, boom. The flames not only resisted control, but erupted into a colossal golden dragon, roaring towards Bai Anlin. Bai Anlin and Amp, Oppos' gaze sharpened, and with a single wave of her hand, a blue barrier materialized instantaneously, absorbing the impact of the attack. "Your mental power is even wilder than I anticipated," she panted slightly. "It appears conventional methods are not suited for you." Suddenly, Bai Anlin raised her hand, unleashing a mental shockwave directly at Li Mingtian. He had no time to react before a sharp pain struck his head, and darkness enveloped him. Yet, in the next instant, his mental sea retaliated instinctively. The golden flames formed a barrier, effectively nullifying the assault. "Excellent," Bai Anlin nodded. "Your mental power possesses a formidable self-defense instinct. Next, I shall teach you how to initiate an attack." She waved her hand, conjuring dozens of illusory demon shadows around them. "Use your mental power to vanquish them." Li Mingtian gritted his teeth, concentrating his will as the golden flames gathered in his palm. Ha! A beam of golden light shot forth, instantly piercing through 3 demon phantoms. "Well done." Bai Anlin rarely displayed a hint of approval. But mental power is not about brute force, it requires precise control. She pointed, and within Li Mingtian and Oppos' mental realm, countless fine threads appeared. This represents the microscopic aspect of mental power. A true master can strangle an enemy with a single thread, rather than resorting to indiscriminate bombardment. Li Mingtian endeavored to manipulate the threads. At first, it was exceedingly challenging, yet gradually he managed to make one quiver slightly. "Good," Bai Anlin acknowledged. "Next, I will teach you one of the ultimate applications of mental power, and Oppos, mental resonance and Oppos." Suddenly, she pressed her hand against Li Mingtian and Oppos' forehead. A hum resonated. Their mental worlds briefly overlapped. And Li Mingtian was instantly enveloped by the vastness of Bai Anlin's mental power, as boundless as a sea of stars. This is the true power of S-class mental strength. He was overwhelmed with awe. Bai Anlin withdrew her hand, stating coolly, "At present, you cannot even endure 1/10,000th of it. But one day, you shall reach this realm." She turned towards the door. "Today, and Amp, Oppos' training ends here. Upon returning, meditate for an hour each day, attempting to control your mental flames." Li Mingtian nodded, about to depart, when a thought struck him. "Instructor Bai, why are you willing to teach me?" Bai Anlin paused, not turning back. "Because your mental power is quite extraordinary." She vanished beyond the door, leaving behind a cryptic remark. "Perhaps you can accomplish what I cannot." Training ground. For A.M. Chintaizan stood before a 10-meter-high alloy steel plate, his muscles taut, his right fist slowly retracting. "Watch closely, kid," he spoke in a low voice. "This is the technique I am teaching you, the heaven-shaking fist. With this single strike, perfected, it can break the heavens." In the next moment, boom, his fist struck. There were no flashy moves, no complex techniques, only purest power. At the instant his fist made contact with the steel plate, the entire alloy twisted like fragile paper, denting inward, and ultimately bang. The 10-meter-high steel plate was shattered, the force of the punch propelling debris 50 meters away. Li Mingtian stood agape. Is this something a human can do? Chen Taizan retracted his fist, shaking his wrist. Now it's your turn. Li Mingtian took a deep breath. Mimicking Chen Taizan and Apos' posture, pulling back his right fist, gathering all his strength. He unleashed a punch. Thud. The alloy steel plate remained unyielding, while a sharp crack echoed from Li Mingtian and Apos' wrist. Ouch. He winced in pain. Master, is there something wrong with this steel plate? Chen Taizan chuckled coldly. It's you who is too weak. He stepped behind Li Mingtian and suddenly clapped him on the back. Feel my power. A surge of intense energy flowed into Li Mingtian, and he was astonished to find his muscle fibers vibrating at a peculiar frequency. The essence of the heaven-shaking fist is not brute force. Chen Tieshan's voice echoed in his ear, but resonance. Li Mingtian had a moment of inspiration and swung his fist again. This time, as his fist made contact with the steel plate, his muscles instinctively adjusted their frequency. Crack. A fine fissure appeared on the steel plate. Chen Taizan and Apos' pupils constricted. You grasped the threshold in just one attempt? The ensuing training left even this human beast, Chen Taizan, questioning reality. In the first hour, Li Mingtian left a fist mark on the steel plate. In the third hour, he created web-like cracks. In the fifth hour, a noticeable dent emerged in the center of the plate. As the first light of dawn broke, boom. Li Mingtian, steam rising from his body, delivered one final punch, and the steel plate finally succumbed to the pressure, shattering into pieces. Chen Taizan stood silent for a full 10 seconds before pulling out his communicator. Lao Zhang, send me 10 vibranium steel plates. On the other end, Lao Zhang and Apos' voice from the logistics department was filled with confusion. What do you need those for? My disciple. Chen Taizan looked at Li Mingtian, who was shaking out his arms, his tone complex. He and Apos' too damn abnormal. Lao Zhang recalled the morning and Apos' events. 2 men and Apos' vibranium steel plates and Apos' too abnormal. He chuckled lewdly. Ha, being abnormal is great. If you're not abnormal, you can't be together. Chen Taizan looked utterly perplexed. What are you talking about? By midday, the training ground was surrounded by instructors and students drawn by the commotion. In the center, Li Mingtian stood before 3 stacked vibranium steel plates, super alloy that even missiles could not penetrate. Kid, give it your all. Chen Taizan crossed his arms. Let these useless folks see. The surrounding instructors and students murmured, damn it, how infuriating. I want to take down Chen Taizan. If only I could. Li Mingtian closed his eyes, concentrating. The eyes of the dragon on his dragon blood gauntlets shimmering faintly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and with a fist akin to a cannonball, he unleashed the earth-shattering fist. The ground trembled as 3 vibranium steel plates shattered in succession like a row of dominoes. The force of his punch remained unrelenting, causing the protective barriers of the training ground to sway violently. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Is this even scientific? I am on the verge of graduation. Yet I cannot even break a single vibranium steel plate. This is absurd. Li Mingtian is surely not human. He is a beast. Indeed, only a beast could possess such monstrous abilities. Chen Taizan erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! Excellent. This is what it means to be my disciple. He embraced Li Mingtian's shoulders. Come. Your master will take you to feast at the cafeteria. Li Mingtian weakly raised his hand. Master. I think I have fractured my hand. Chen Taizan dismissed his concern. Nonsense. Did Bai Anlin not teach you mental fortitude to alleviate pain? Li Mingtian? Chapter 33. All are advancing location. Mental training room by Anlin and Apos'. Silvery hair danced as if caught in a breeze. Her icy blue eyes fixated on Tian Qixing. The curse was not merely a means to weaken an adversary. A dark orb of energy coalesced at her fingertips. The true essence of a curse lies in instilling fear deep within the soul of the enemy. Tian Qixing's pale golden pupils constricted slightly. She sensed the annihilative power contained within that energy, not an ordinary curse, but one that eroded the very soul. Now, attempt to reverse your dark abilities, by Anlin and Apos' voice pierced her mind like shards of ice. Darkness can sear the soul as brilliantly as light. Gritting her teeth, the dark energy within Tian Qixing surged violently. The once frigid dark radiance began to blaze with intensity, ultimately transforming into a massive sphere of light. Excellent, by Anlin remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. Now, try cursing me. Tian Qixing raised her hand, and a tendril of black light swiftly coiled around Bai Anlin's arm. With a flick, Bai Anlin dispersed the black light effortlessly. Insufficient strength, she critiqued. A curse is not a mere attack, it is a relentless torment. Suddenly, she unleashed a mental shockwave, causing Tian Qixing to stifle a groan, nearly collapsing. Resist it, Bai Anlin commanded coldly. A true warrior is impervious to mental manipulation. Location, speed training ground Wenjing. A seemingly delicate and soft-spoken woman, now flitted through the training arena like a wraith. Speed is not merely a matter of swiftness. Her voice echoed from all directions, but rather the ability to elude your enemy entirely. Tian Qixing's pupils darted as she endeavored to pinpoint Wenjing's position. Yet, Each time she grasped a fleeting shadow, when Jing had already materialized elsewhere. Attempt to anticipate my movements, when Jing whispered suddenly at her ear. True speed relies not on sight, but on intuition. In the blink of an eye, when Jing vanished again. And countless tiny dark motes appeared on Tian Qixing and Appo's skin. Her dark powers were autonomously issuing warnings. With a sudden pivot, she barely evaded as when Jing and Appo's fingertip grazed her hair, creating a sharp gust of wind. When Jing halted, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Well done, your talent surpasses my expectations. Location, Assassination Training Ground. Lei Yuchuan, the most enigmatic shadow assassin of the Qianlong base, stood before Jing Zhangge. His form melded almost seamlessly with the shadows. Even his breathing barely audible. An assassin is not a brute, he spoke in a low, gravelly tone. A single lethal strike. Then vanish without a trace. This is the true art of assassination. Jing Zhangge nodded silently. As a killer accustomed to the relentless battles of the northern frontier, he was about to learn a more extreme form of combat. Your attack power is adequate. Lei Yuchuan raised his hand, a pitch-black dagger appearing soundlessly in his palm. But you lack stealth and explosiveness. In an instant, Lei Yuchuan's figure vanished. Jing Zhangge's pupils dilated in instinctive retreat. But it was too late. The cold blade rested lightly against his throat. You must abandon your previous combat style. Lei Yuchuan and Appo's voice echoed in his ear. A true assassin gives the enemy no chance to react. The ensuing training was brutal. Lei Yuchuan demanded Jing Zhangge to discern the enemy's position in complete darkness, relying solely on breath and sound, and to execute a fatal blow within 0.5 seconds. Initially, Jing Zhangge failed repeatedly, but gradually his instincts sharpened, and his movements became ghostly swift. Well done, Lei Yuchuan allowed a rare hint of approval. Now try this. He tossed Jing Zhangge a specially crafted shadow dagger. Combine your sniping precision with close combat explosiveness. Jing Zhangge grasped the dagger, his gaze icy. In the next heartbeat, he vanished like smoke, reappearing with the dagger poised at the training dummy's vital weak point. Lei Yuchuan nodded slightly. Progress is evident. Location, Defense Training Ground Wanjinda. The Earth Guardian of the Qianlong base stood before Su Hengbo, though not particularly tall, when he planted his feet firmly on the ground. The entire training arena seemed to resonate with his presence. Defense is not about sheer resilience, his voice was steady as the earth, but about rendering the enemy's attacks utterly meaningless. Su Hengbo nodded anxiously. Despite the formidable nature of his metallic abilities, they seemed insufficient before a true powerhouse. Your metallic skin is merely the foundation. Wan Jinda raised his hand, the ground suddenly rising to form a thick earthen wall. True defense is a domain. With a powerful stomp, he hardened the ground within a 10-meter radius around him, creating an absolute defensive domain. Now, attempt to extend your metallic abilities outward, Wan Jinda commanded. Do not merely shield yourself, transform the entire space into your shield. Gritting his teeth, Su Hengbo's metallic sheen shimmered as golden energy began to radiate outward. At first, he could only cover a 1-meter radius, but as training progressed, his domain expanded, ultimately reaching 5 meters. Excellent. Wan Jinda rarely displayed a hint of a smile. Now, try this. He suddenly punched towards Su Hengbo's chest. The clash of metal resounded as a golden shield materialized on Su Hengbo's chest, absorbing the impact. Well done. Wan Jinda withdrew his fist. Remember, a true defender not only protects themselves but also safeguards their comrades. Location, Special Equipment Training Ground at Qianlong Base, Chu Taijun. A cigar clenched between his teeth, squinted at the young Li Mengtian before him. Morning light streamed through the high windows of the warehouse, illuminating rows of sleek black firearms, the air thick with the distinct scent of gun oil and gunpowder. Kid. He exhaled a puff of smoke, kicking a metal box at his feet. Do you know why I summoned you here on a Sunday? As the box lid sprang open, Li Mengtian and Appo's pupils dilated in shock. ST-9 anti-material electromagnetic sniper rifle, Tyrant class, shoulder-fired rocket launcher, plasma grenades. A plethora of top-tier equipment lay before him. The kind one could only glimpse in military supply catalogs. Because the other instructors, Chu Taijun suddenly hoisted the rocket launcher onto his shoulder, have no grasp of what true violent aesthetics entails. Li Mengtian gasped in horror, staring at the rocket launcher so near. It was a Tyrant-class weapon, capable of devastating explosions with a blast radius of 100 square meters. Having recently memorized military equipment knowledge, Li Mengtian knew all too well that should he be struck by such a weapon, he would undoubtedly be injured. As he fled, he called out loudly, "Instructor Chu, please do not aim that rocket launcher at me. I'm terrified." Chapter 34. Instructor. Taste your own firepower. Chu Taijun's lips curled into a wild grin. Kid, today I shall teach you what true firepower suppression really means. Li Mengtian's pupils quaked in disbelief. Was this truly a lesson? It felt more like a murder plot. Instructor Chu, remain calm. I am still young. I have yet to marry. He shrieked while frantically retreating, his feet barely touching the ground as he left behind a blur of movement. Chu Taijun, undeterred, tightened his finger on the trigger and sneered. Don't worry, you won't die. At worst, you'll be left half alive. Didn't Bai Anlin teach you about the mental shield? That won't stop a rocket launcher. Boom. The rocket soared with a fiery trail, prompting Li Mingtian to dive into the nearby tactical trench like a rabid dog. Although he evaded the shrapnel, the force of the explosion hurled him 3 meters into the air. Thud. He landed face first in a muddy pit, his body scorched, hair resembling a bird's nest. With a half-burnt blade of grass clutched in his mouth, Chu Taijun approached, kicking him with the toe of his boot. If you and Appos re not dead, get up. That was just the first shot. Li Mingtian trembled and raised a hand. Instructor, I request a more gentle teaching method. Gentle? Chu Taijun raised an eyebrow and suddenly pulled out another rocket launcher from a box. Fine, let us switch to the Appos, Little Darling and Appos model. With an explosion radius of only 50 square meters. Li Mingtian. Is this gentle? This merely reduces the certainty of injury from absolute to, well, still absolute. For the next half hour, the testing ground transformed into a miniature battlefield. Whoosh, bang. Li Mingtian leaped into a sandpit, a rocket detonating overhead. Sand pouring down his neck. Boom. He rolled to evade, the spot he had just occupied now a 3-meter-deep crater. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chu Taijun even pulled out a heavy machine gun for a finishing shot. As Li Mingtian ran, he cried out, Instructor, this is against the rules. You said we were only practicing with the rocket launcher. Chu Taijun, puffing on a cigar, replied defiantly, Who told you that I would only teach the rocket launcher today? With that, he loaded another rocket. Li Mingtian. The 7th rocket screamed towards him, sending Li Mingtian and Appos' body hairs standing on end. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Why should I be the only one taking hits? Furious, he activated his mental shield, braving Chu Taijun's machine gun fire. With a roll, he rushed to the weapon box, seized another Tyrant rocket launcher, and spun around, aiming it at Chu Taijun. Instructor, taste your own firepower. Boom. The rocket, trailing a blazing tail, hurtled towards Chu Taijun's face. Silence enveloped the crowd. All the observing instructors and students widened their eyes. Li Mingtian dared to fire at Chu Taijun. He was the chief instructor of the Qianlong base. Instead of dodging the incoming rocket, Chu Taijun grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Good lad. Finally awakened. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to rise into a dirt wall, and crossed his arms over his chest, his muscles bulging as he braced against the explosive force. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. When the smoke cleared, Chu Taijun stood unscathed amidst his tattered uniform, grinning more wildly than before. Not bad, but not enough force. Again, Li Mingtian. Is this even human? The ensuing spectacle left onlookers questioning their existence. Whoosh, boom. Li Mingtian fired another rocket. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chu Taijun suppressed him with machine gun fire. Bang. Li Mingtian rolled to evade, throwing a grenade in retaliation. Boom. Chu Taijun kicked the grenade away, detonating it midair. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange of fire, explosions ringing out like a cacophony, transforming the training ground into a war-torn wreck. Su Hengbo watched, blood boiling. Now this is what I call a real battle between men. Tian Qixing stared blankly at Su Hengbo. Then you go ahead, no one is stopping you. Su Hengbo. As their ammunition dwindled, Li Mingtian and Chu Taijun locked eyes through the smoke. Both were caked in grime, their clothes tattered. Yet their expressions sparkled with exhilaration. Not bad, kid. Chu Taijun wiped the soot from his face. At last, you resemble a true arms fanatic. Gasping for breath, Li Mingtian grinned. Instructor, could we perhaps opt for a gentler training method next time? Chu Taijun pondered for 2 seconds, then retrieved a grenade launcher from behind a box. All right, let us use this tomorrow. Li Mingtian. The observing students quietly took 3 steps back, resolving to keep their distance from this madman instructor duo in the future. In the infirmary, Bai Yuqing applied ointment to Li Mingtian while sighing. Do you know what you resemble? What? A homeless man struck by lightning 30 times, covered in injuries, utterly miserable. Li Mingtian, on the verge of tears, was interrupted by Chu Taijun bursting through the door, tossing a new uniform at him. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to use the grenade launcher in close combat. Li Mingtian, bewildered, asked. Isn't the grenade launcher a long-range weapon? What on earth does close combat with a grenade launcher entail? Gazing into Chu Taijun and Appos' mischievous eyes, a shiver ran down Li Mingtian's spine. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Instructor Chu, tomorrow is Monday. I need to study with Bai Amlin. Chu Taijun slapped his forehead, having completely forgotten that detail. Li Mingtian had been training within the Qianlong base and had not ventured outside. Outside the Qianlong base. Deep night. A thick fog enveloped the forest surrounding the base, and in the shadows, pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness. Damn it. Why isn't that kid coming out yet? A hellish demon resembling a giant wolf growled, its claws anxiously scraping the ground. If we wait any longer, Lord Yanjin will flay our skins. Another humanoid demon hissed, its skin adorned with twisted runes, exuding a decayed aura. But he is hiding inside the base. What should we do? Those dozen humans inside are too powerful for us to assault directly. Does Li Mingtian belong to the turtle family? Always cooped up in the base. We must devise a way to flush him out. Why don't we infiltrate as humans? The hellish demons fell silent for 2 seconds, then turned to glare at the speaker. The giant wolf demon slapped the proposer away. Fool, the entrance to Qianlong base has a soul scanner. Do you think we're unaware of that? How about we raid a nearby village? The spider demon suggested excitedly. Humans love to play the hero. He'll surely come out to save them. The shadow demon snickered. Idiot, a group of fools tried that last time, and what they summoned was Chintaizan. The demons collectively shuddered, recalling the gruesome fate of that poor 5th-level demon torn in half by Qin Tieshan's bare hands. That was a 5th-level hellish demon. A being they looked up to. Just when the demons were at a loss, a clear, childlike voice suddenly rang from the treetops. You all are so silly. The demons looked up in horror to see a little girl in a red dress swinging her legs from a branch, cradling a tattered doll in her arms. But upon closer inspection, one could see the doll and Appo's button, eyes oozing blood. Blood. Lady Bloodchild. The giant lizard demon scales stood on end in fear. Lady Bloodchild licked her small canine teeth. Brother Yanjin sent me to help you. From her skirt, she produced a smartphone displaying Li Mengtian's profile. This big brother is in intensive training, right? Let us give him a gift. Chapter 35. The mysterious ancient ruins. The following morning, the communication device in the base's monitoring room suddenly blared an alarm. A D-class energy reaction has been detected 70 kilometers east of the base. An ancient ruin is suspected to have emerged. In the monitoring room, Bai Anlin furrowed her brow. This signal is too abrupt. Almost as if it were deliberately presented. Chintaizan, however, rubbed his hands together in excitement. Excellent. Another ancient ruin has appeared. It's the perfect opportunity to show this young lad the world. Rest assured, I am a formidable 6th-level powerhouse. What danger could a D-class ancient ruin possibly pose? After some contemplation, Bai Anlin concluded that with Chintaizan leading the team, there would be no peril, and thus she nodded in agreement. Inside the armored transport vehicle, Li Mengtian sat in the jostling cabin, her eyes sparkling with curiosity like a cat. Master, what exactly is an ancient ruin? Chintaizan, polishing his alloy finger claws, grinned. An ancient ruin, haha, in a word, is a grave. Li Mengtian was left utterly baffled. Tian Qixing laughed. Ancient ruins are special spaces left behind after the collapse of ancient civilizations. They usually drift in a different dimension and only materialize at any location on Earth when certain unknown conditions are triggered. With a flick of her fingers, she drew a blue light in the air, projecting a holographic image. Some depicted prehistoric technological artifacts, others were the abodes of ancient practitioners, and then the image suddenly morphed into a twisted black vortex. This is something we haven't even begun to comprehend. It's undoubtedly very enigmatic. It is fraught with danger. Chintaizan remarked solemnly. Li Mengtian stared at the vortex, suddenly noticing what seemed like eyes staring back at her from the shadowy mass, causing her hair to stand on end. Can it move? Last year, at the Himalayan site, 12 6th-level practitioners entered the number 7 ruin, but only 3 returned. This ancient ruin has significantly harmed our great China, creating a gap in our upper echelon and Appo's combat capabilities for quite some time. An eerie silence enveloped the vehicle. Li Mengtian hesitated. What you're saying is quite frightening. If ancient ruins are so perilous, why do we still seek to explore them? Chintaizan slapped Li Mengtian, disorienting him, but the next words left him wide-eyed. Do you think modern awakening serums came out of thin air? The gene modulation chamber unearthed from the Kunlun No. 3 ruin 15 years ago directly boosted humanity's awakening rate by 300. As the armored vehicle rolled over the gravel, Chintaizan suddenly tossed a metallic sphere at Li Mengtian. Do you recognize this? Fumbling, Li Mengtian caught it and discovered that its surface was inscribed with unknown characters, with a dark light swirling at its core. This is... Li brother, I know this. It's the prototype of an anti-gravity engine. Su Hengbo interjected. It was found last year in the Maya ruins. The levitation system now, equipped on the latest fighter jets, is a stripped-down version of it. Startled, Li Mengtian's hand trembled, causing the sphere to levitate suddenly, prompting him to clutch it tightly. Chintaizan lowered his voice. Do you know why nations are so desperate to explore ruins? He pointed to his temple. The neural link chip unearthed from the Pacific ruins last year reduced the control delay for the Eagle Nation's mech warriors to 0.01 seconds. Li Mengtian was left dumbfounded. No wonder high-tech innovations have emerged globally over the last decade. He had thought they were merely the result of diligent research by scientists from various countries, but in truth, they were all derived from ancient ruins. Samples procured and then replicated. Soon, the group arrived at the ancient ruin. A colossal pyramid had inexplicably materialized, standing in a vast plain. The group stood before the abruptly appearing pyramid, its metallic exterior glinting with a chilling silver-blue sheen under the sun. Its surface intricately carved with runes, definitely a technological product surpassing current civilization. What transpired on Earth? Such a magnificent civilization has also perished. Chintaizan squinted, scrutinizing the pyramid closely. A technician swiftly scanned the building and Appo's surface with a scanner. Material analysis reveals that the outer metal is an unknown alloy, with impact resistance 3 times that of vibranium. The group's eyes widened. Vibranium was known to be the most impact-resistant metal on Earth, yet here was something even stronger. Chintaizan took the lead, arriving at the pyramid's grand entrance, pushing the door with all his might. The others eagerly followed. For the technological potential contained within this pyramid could elevate Great China's technology to new heights. As the heavy metallic door slowly creaked open, a chilling gust of air rushed out, mingled with a scent of decaying metal. Behind the door lay a wide passage, its walls embedded with glowing blue crystals that provided an eerie illumination. The interior of the pyramid was far more expansive than it appeared, as if they had entered another dimension. The moment they stepped inside, the metallic floor suddenly became soft and sticky, as if they were treading upon some biological organ. The walls transformed from cold alloy to a writhing mass of flesh, covered in pulsating veins and mechanical conduits, a bluish-green luminescent liquid coursing through them. Countless half-mechanical, half-biological vesicles hung from above, each imprisoning a distorted life form. Some bore human heads but insectal bodies, others resembled grotesque beasts with exposed mechanical spines. And a few unmistakably had the faces of modern awakeners, their bodies grotesquely altered, yet their eyes wide open, mouths moving as if silently screaming. This. Li Mingtian's face turned pale. Are these experimental subjects? Tian Qixing's pupils constricted to pinpricks. They are not experimental subjects. They are failures. She pointed to a corner where a massive device still operated. It resembled a furnace constructed of flesh and metal, mechanical arms shuttling unconscious humans into its maw, while the opposite side expelled various grotesque monsters. This pyramid remains operational. It is mass-producing a bioorganic species. Even more terrifying, the entire pyramid appeared to be alive. The ground would suddenly crack open, mechanical tentacles reaching out to ensnare their ankles. The fleshy walls secreted corrosive slime. The suspended vesicles would twitch sporadically, as if the creatures inside might burst forth at any moment. Chen Taizhan shattered a tentacle with a powerful fist, but discovered that what oozed from the severed end was not oil, but a foul, black ichor. Damn it. This abomination is a hybrid of organic and mechanical. Suddenly, rumble, the entire interior of the pyramid began to twist and rotate. The walls composed of metal and flesh writhing and reconfiguring like a living creature. The entrance behind the group was instantly sealed by the undulating flesh wall, replaced by countless branching paths, each leading deeper into darkness. Li Mingtian and the others found themselves trapped in a living labyrinth. Tian Qixing hastily retrieved a satellite phone from her spatial ring, but alas, not a shred of signal could be found. Chen Qiushan's eyes widened in fury. His muscles tensed like steel, veins bulging beneath his skin. He drew back his right fist, which suddenly glowed with a blinding crimson light, the air seeming to freeze in that moment. Get out of my way, he roared, his right fist crashing down like a meteor, smashing into the writhing flesh wall. Boom. The instant his fist met the wall, a violent shockwave erupted, causing the entire corridor to tremble violently. A massive crater, 3 meters in diameter, was formed in the flesh wall, viscous black ichor and mechanical debris spraying everywhere, the wall's internal metal framework creaking under the strain. However, the wall was not breached. The indented flesh began to wriggle and repair itself at a visible speed, the shattered mechanical structures reassembling as if they were living entities. In mere seconds, the wall restored itself, leaving only a still bleeding pit. Chen Taizhan withdrew his fist, the dragon emblem on his glove dimming slightly. He gazed at his hand, an unusual gravity settling upon him. Damn, how can this infernal thing possess such resilience? Li Mingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. His master and amp, Appo's punch could shatter half a meter of vibrating gold steel. Tian Qixing, holding a scanner, wore a solemn expression. Analysis indicates. The wall is composed of a biological nanomaterial amalgam, a blend of flesh and alloy, resilient yet pliable, capable of dissipating physical impacts. At that moment, an eerie cracking sound echoed through the corridors from all directions, reminiscent of interlocking gears or the snapping of bones. Chapter 36. The Conspiracy of the Bloodchild. In the next moment, the monsters emerged. Mechanical hounds, their steel bodies stitched with decaying beast hides. Red light flickering in their electronic eyes, corrosive slime dripping from their fangs. Humanoid chimeras, the upper body of an awakened being, while the lower half resembles spider-like mechanical limbs. Intravenous tubes protruding from their backs, spraying neurotoxins. Flesh cannons. Suddenly, flesh tumors burst open on the walls, extending cannon tubes made of bone and alloy, beginning to charge. Countless grotesque creatures, a fusion of machinery and flesh, roared as they charged forth. The monsters surged like a tide, their twisted bodies of metal and flesh appearing even more fearsome under the eerie blue glow. The entire corridor trembled, as if this living pyramid was exhilarated by the carnage. Chen Taizhan stood at the forefront, the dragon pattern on his chest erupting with blinding blood-red light. He collided his fists together, the dragon eyes on his gauntlets igniting, producing a deafening dragon and amp, Appo's roar. Come forth, you wretches. He unleashed a punch, the ferocious wind transforming into a blood-red dragon, instantly pulverizing the 3 mechanical hounds at the front into iron shrapnel. The stench of mingled blood and machine oil splattered against the walls, hissing as it corroded. Yet, more monsters surged forward. A humanoid chimera pounced from the ceiling, its spider-like limbs piercing toward Chen Taizhan and Amp, Appo's back. Get lost. Without looking back, Chen Taizhan delivered an uppercut. the dragon pattern on his fist exploding forth, obliterating the upper half of the chimera into a mist of blood. The lower mechanical limbs twitched, which he crushed beneath his foot. Li Mengtian donned the dragon blood gauntlets, standing behind Chun Tai's Han to intercept the monsters he missed. To the left, he roared, sweeping with the gauntlets, severing a charging mechanical hound in half. But more monsters attacked from the right. The flesh cannon had completed its charge, a crimson beam shooting forth. Li Mengtian swiftly sidestepped, the beam grazing his shoulder and detonating a charred pit in the flesh wall behind him. Why is this thing so destructive? No, it must be destroyed, or no one but the master can withstand it. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, the dragon patterns on his gauntlets glowing as he struck the core of the cannon's flesh tumor. Boom. The internal energy of the cannon went haywire, exploding into a bloody display of fireworks. Tian Qixing stood in the center of the group, her long hair swaying without wind, data streams flashing wildly in her pupils. She pressed a hand to her temple, her voice icy. Mental link. Overload. Hum. An invisible mental storm swept through the area, freezing the monsters at the front in place, their electronic eyes flickering erratically, then bang bang bang. Their heads exploded one after another, mechanical brain matter splattering. However, blood began to seep from Tian Qixing and Appo's nostrils, clearly indicating the immense burden of such a powerful psychic assault on her. Jing Zhang wielded a pitch-black dagger, like a specter of darkness, his figure flickering as he claimed the lives of monsters with each appearance. Su Hengbo projected a metallic field to shield the few high-tech talents, who, despite lacking combat prowess, were invaluable assets that must not be lost here. The other students fought against the monsters, but they seemed endless, for every group vanquished. More surged forth, trampling over the remains of their fallen comrades. The Bloodchild sat aloft, swinging her legs, her doll and Appo's eyes glowing red, fixated upon the battlefield. Useless, she whispered, my toys are infinite. As if to validate her words, the shattered remains of the monsters began to writhe. Flesh and machinery reassembling, new creatures clawing their way out of the pile of corpses. Chun Tai's Han gasped for breath, the dragon pattern on his chest dimming significantly. He had no idea how many monsters he had slain, but they remained inexhaustible. Unless utterly reduced to dust, they would continue to recombine. He glanced back at Li Mengtian and suddenly broke into a grin. Boy, are you afraid of death? Li Mengtian smashed a charging monster with a punch, wiping the blood from his face, afraid, but even more afraid of dying in despair. Good. Chun Tai's Han laughed wildly. Then let us slaughter our way through this cursed place. He tore open his shirt, the dragon pattern on his chest igniting completely. Chun Tai's Han slowly sank his waist, his legs grounded like ancient pines, the alloy floor beneath him cracking under the immense pressure. He pulled back his right fist to the limit, the gauntlet emitting high-frequency vibrations, dragon scales standing upright, and molten crimson light bursting forth from the gaps. Shatter the heavens. With a thunderous roar, his entire body coiled like a dragon. The dragon-shaped battle pattern on his chest igniting, revealing true dragon scales on his skin. As he swung his right arm, it broke the sound barrier, unleashing a shockwave of milky white air. Dragoness fall. The moment his fist connected with the flesh wall, time froze for a fraction of a second. Then, centered on his fist, all matter within a 20-meter diameter began to disintegrate at a molecular level. The punch transformed into a substantial blood-red dragon and Appo's head, tearing through the biological armor on the wall like fragile paper, vaporizing the decayed flesh instantly, revealing the blue-glowing mechanical skeleton beneath. The ancient runes on the dragon blood gauntlet illuminated, releasing shockwaves resonating with the nanobots within the wall. The mechanical skeleton emitted a piercing metallic wail, rivets flying, hydraulic pipes bursting, the entire armor structure twisting and distorting as if crumpled by an invisible giant hand. Boom, boom, boom. As the dust settled, a tunnel measuring 5 meters in diameter and over 30 meters in length appeared before everyone. At the tunnel and Appo's end, a bright light shone, its nature unknown. Yet, whatever it was surely preferable to remaining here. The tunnel walls crystallized, adorned with pulsating red dragon patterns, any tendril that dared to approach instantly carbonizing. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. Even the Bloodchild seated above flinched. Chun Tai's Han slowly withdrew his fist, the skin on his right arm cracking, droplets of blood evaporating into mist in midair. Was that punch powerful enough? He turned to glare at the astonished crowd, spitting a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Follow me. Chun Tai's Han led the group down the newly carved passage. Li Mengtian took up the rear, ensuring their safety. The Bloodchild smirked, her finger curling slightly. Li Mengtian felt an immense force strike his back. Just as he attempted to regain his balance, the metal floor beneath him suddenly collapsed. Crack. A hidden trapdoor flipped open, and he plummeted into the darkness. Master. His cry was abruptly cut off by the thundering closure of the gate above, his last sight being Chun Tai's Han rushing toward him, smashing 3 mechanical hounds with a single punch, only to be engulfed by more monsters. Chapter 37. The 2 hellish demons of the 3rd level thud. Li Mengtian fell heavily onto a resilient surface, the crimson glow of the dragon blood gauntlets illuminating his surroundings. he was inside a living conduit. The inner walls were adorned with dark red fibrous tissues, rhythmically contracting and undulating like the esophagus of some gargantuan creature. Viscous fluids oozed from the folds of flesh, dripping onto Li Mingtian, producing an exceptionally nauseating sensation. Deeper within, the sound of metal grinding echoed ominously, as if countless spinning blades awaited to shred him to pieces. Li Mingtian, where are you? Shun Taizhan and Amp. Apos' voice resonated from the fissure above, accompanied by incessant explosions. His master was blasting through layers of flesh to reach him. Just as Li Mingtian was about to respond, the flesh wall beneath him suddenly contracted violently. Oh no! The entire conduit writhed violently like the throat of a giant serpent, and he was instantly transformed into a marble's rolling uncontrollably down a slide, hurtling towards the abyss at a terrifying speed. The dragon blood gauntlet scraped against the flesh wall, sparking wildly, yet they could not halt his descent. Master! His cry distorted into an eerie echo. In his fading vision, he saw the fissure above being sealed off entirely by newly formed flesh tumors. Shun Taizhan and Apos' furious roar becoming increasingly distant. Li Mingtian tumbled within the conduit, losing track of time. It felt like minutes, yet also like centuries. Finally, he crashed heavily into an expansive chamber, the ground slick and viscous, resembling the inner wall of some colossal creature. As Li Mingtian surveyed his surroundings, boom, boom, two resounding blasts echoed as the flesh walls on either side of the chamber suddenly exploded, revealing two dark figures emerging. Two third-level hellish demons. The shattering steel demon, towering nearly 3 meters, was encased in obsidian-like armor, with sharp bone blades extending from its joints. Its right arm was entirely mechanized, fingers merged into a massive vibrating axe, the blade humming with a frequency that sliced through the air. The heart-corroding demon, its skin as pallid as a corpse, had hair composed of countless writhing black worms. Embedded in its chest was a pulsating human heart, each throb distorting the air around it. Li Mingtian and Apos' body tensed, the dragon patterns on the gauntlet shimmering faintly. But his breath became erratic. Two third-level demons. He was utterly outmatched. After all, he was merely at the second level. In the realm of cultivators, the disparity between levels was vast. Desperate to escape, he found that the surrounding walls began to writhe again, all exits vanishing. Gripping the dragon blood gauntlets tightly, he resolved that if escape was impossible, he would fight. The heart-corroding demon cackled. The blood child is preoccupied with that human, so we were sent to attend to you. Young man, are you pleased? The shattering steel demon struck first, foregoing words, as it swung its mechanical axe down towards him. Clang! Li Mingtian crossed his arms to brace himself, the dragon blood gauntlets colliding with the axe blade, unleashing a visible shockwave. His feet sank knee-deep into the viscous ground, the bones in his arms creaking under the strain. Ugh! He rolled to the side just in time to evade the second blow. The ground beneath him cleaved open, a 5-meter-long fissure appearing as corrosive black blood gushed forth. Before he could regain his footing, the heart-corroding demon and Apos' worm-like hair suddenly elongated, shooting towards him like countless black steel needles. Swish, swish, swish. Li Mingtian desperately rolled, yet 3 of the worms pierced his left arm. Instantly, a wave of icy malice surged through his veins towards his heart. Your heartbeat is truly delectable. The heart-corroding demon licked its lips, its chest heart accelerating in rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the heartbeat resonated in his eardrums like a war drum. Li Mingtian could distinctly feel the heart-corroding demon was manipulating his heartbeat. Veins bulged, his eyes turned bloodshot, and warm liquid seeped from his nostrils and ears. His vision began to darken, a suffocating sensation of death engulfing him. But just as his heart seemed on the verge of bursting, buzz! A colossal wave surged within Li Mingtian's mental sea. He abruptly lifted his head, golden light erupting from his eyes, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. All pain, fear, and despair transformed into the purest mental blades in that moment. Since you delight in heartbeats, Li Mingtian, bloody yet grinning with a sinister smile, declared, then listen to this. Mental piercing activate. Boom. An invisible wave of mental energy erupted from him. And the heart-corroding demon and Apos' pulsating heart momentarily halted. The shattering steel demon, wielding its massive axe aimed at Li Mingtian and Apos' head, possessed formidable physical power but lacked spirit. It staggered back, struck directly by the mental pierce. What? The heart-corroding demon widened its eyes, its expression shifting from ecstasy to terror. Li Mingtian and Apos' mental force pierced her heart, establishing a reverse connection. Now, it was her heartbeat that he controlled. The heart-corroding demon, a master of mental prowess herself, engaged in a fierce clash of terrifying mental energies. The heart-corroding demon frantically activated her abilities, attempting to reclaim control. Her heart convulsed violently, black worms writhing from her orifices, twisting into strange runes in the air. Li Mingtian bit his tongue, using the pain to stay alert. His mental sea roared with tumultuous waves. His formidable mental strength manifested as countless tiny silver spikes, stabbing back into her heart through their connection. Thump, thump. The sound of two hearts reverberated within the chamber. Sometimes in sync, sometimes in conflict. The surrounding flesh walls could not withstand the residual mental waves, exploding in rapid succession, spewing forth a putrid black ichor. This was a brutal tug-of-war. Whoever faltered first would die of a shattered heart. The shattering steel demon, with its poor mental strength, became overwhelmed by the clash. Howling in agony as it clutched its head. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound of cracking echoed. A fissure appeared on the surface of the heart-corroding demon's heart. No. Impossible. It screeched, its black hair thrashing wildly. How can a mere second-level human possibly contend with me in the mental realm? Li Mingtian offered no reply. His eyes had transformed completely into a silvery hue, and within his consciousness, his mental sea was constructing a complex offensive matrix deep within his pupils. Mental-piercing second-stage eruption. Bang. Cracks spread across the heart-corroding demon and amp. Oppos. S-heart. Buzz. In the midst of the heart-corroding demon shrieks, a translucent azure barrier enveloped the massive form of the shattering steel demon in an instant. The black worms that had been writhing in pain from the mental pierce now stiffened and solidified, forming spiny armor on its surface. Useless, rise and eliminate him. The shattering steel demon, no longer racked with pain, stood upright, its towering 3-meter frame casting a shadow over Li Mingtian. The vibrating axe blade accelerated, the air sliced by its high frequency, emitting a ghostly wail. Death slash. Roar. The shattering steel demon leapt, the axe descending with the force to cleave mountains. The wind pressure, even before the blade arrived, cracked the ground beneath. Li Mingtian and Oppos, S pupils dilated suddenly as mental force was ensnared in a deadly struggle with the heart-corroding demon, rendering his body immobile. Chapter 38. Crisis moment. The crimson flesh wall writhed, enveloping the entire space in a visceral embrace akin to the belly of a living creature. With viscous digestive fluid dripping from the ceiling, corroding the ground into hissing pits. Chen Taizhan was drenched in blood, the dragon patterns on his gauntlets now dulled. Yet his eyes burned with a terrifying fury. Surrounding him lay heaps of monstrous remains, twisted creations, a grotesque amalgamation of machinery and flesh, shattered and torn to shreds by his iron fists. Yet, with every beast that fell, more emerged from the fleshy wall, roaring and lunging at him. Both Chen Taizhan and Bloodchild were 6th-level powerhouses, but in direct combat, Chen Taizhan held a slight edge over Bloodchild. However, this was her domain, and she was toying with him. He. The petite figure of Bloodchild flickered among the horde of monsters, her red dress billowing as she clutched a strange doll in her arms. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and the flesh wall behind her undulated, transforming into a massive screen. On it, Li Mingtian knelt on one knee, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the heart-corroding demon. Behind him, the steel-rending demon raised its colossal axe, the blade trembling, slicing through the air with a shrill scream. In the next moment, the axe descended, the image abruptly froze. Chen Taizhan saw his most prized disciple in peril, his rage exploding forth. His roar reverberated through the space, igniting the dragon patterns on his gauntlets into a blazing inferno. He unleashed a punch, vaporizing 3 monsters in an instant, scorching the ground into a blackened trench. Hurtling towards Bloodchild. With a graceful leap, Bloodchild evaded, her red dress unfolding like butterfly wings, deftly dodging the strike. She tilted her head, a sweet yet venomous smile gracing her lips. Are you angry? Your disciple and Oppos' head should be in 2 pieces by now, right? Chen Taizhan and Oppos' reason was set ablaze. He held nothing back, each punch imbued with the might to shatter mountains. Dragonfall. Heaven collapse. His fists collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that obliterated every creature within a 30-meter radius into a mist of blood. But Bloodchild had already retreated to a safe distance, her fingers dancing, summoning new monsters from the flesh wall to fill the void. It and Oppos' feudal, she taunted, perched atop a monster and Oppos' corpse. Here, my toys are endless. Chen Taizhan gasped, his chest heaving violently, the light on his dragon blood gauntlets flickering erratically. His stamina was rapidly depleting, while Bloodchild remained effortlessly composed. She awaited his exhaustion, anticipating him to become her quarry. Bloodchild felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Rage, attack, unleash all your power. She relished in watching her prey struggle in despair, especially someone as formidable as Chen Taizhan. Once his strength waned, she would relish in the most ruthless manner of flaying his skin, fashioning his bones into new toys. Instructor Chen, how gruesome is your disciple and Oppos' death? She feigned innocence, inquiring. I guess his brain matter must have splattered high, right? Chen Taizhan offered no response. His fist clenched tighter, nails digging into his palm, blood trickling through his fingers. Yet, Bloodchild remained oblivious. The dripping blood silently seeped into the ground, as if alive, spreading towards an undisclosed direction. Just as Bloodchild prepared to continue her ridicule, Chen Taizhan suddenly lifted his head, a sinister grin stretching across his face. Do you think that's why I am called the Amp, Oppos, human catastrophe and Amp, Oppos? Bloodchild was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, boom, the ground erupted violently. An explosion of blood flames surging from the fissures, the remnants that belonged to the monsters, the beasts in motion, even the flesh wall itself, all ignited. Dragon blood, Inferno realm. This was Qin Xiaoshan's true trump card, using blood as a catalyst, incinerating all life within his domain. Impossible. Bloodchild screamed. When did you? She abruptly looked down, finally realizing. All of Qin Xiaoshan's previous attacks, every droplet of spilled blood, had quietly woven a colossal dragon blood rune array beneath the surface. And now, the array was activated. The blood flames surged like a tidal wave. The monsters shrieking as they turned to ash, the flesh wall convulsing violently in a futile attempt to self-repair, only to be utterly suppressed by the dragon blood fire. Bloodchild finally panicked, her doll suddenly opening its button eyes, releasing a dense black mist in a desperate attempt to defend. But Qin Taizhan surged through the curtain of flames like a vengeful deity, a punch aimed squarely at her face. Did you truly think I was a mindless brute? Bang! Bloodchild and Amp, Oppos, head exploded under the force of his punch, her red dress igniting in the inferno, the doll emitting a piercing wail as it fell to the ground, only for a crack to appear, causing the doll to vanish. As the flames dwindled, Qin Taizhan knelt on one knee, breathing heavily. He had triumphed, but at a great cost. His gauntlets lay in tatters, his right arm broken, and the dragon patterns on his chest had lost their luster. Yet at that moment, well done, Qin Taizhan, I never imagined this brute would resort to trickery. I nearly tipped over today. Qin Taizhan whirled around, his pupils constricting. Meanwhile, at Li Mengtian and Amp, Oppos' location, just as the steel-rending demon and Amp, Oppos' great axe was about to cleave down upon him, Li Mengtian and Amp, Oppos' dragon blood gauntlets activated the dragon blood shield on their own. Clang! The axe blade struck heavily against Li Mengtian and Amp, Oppos' dragon blood shield, the surface erupting with golden light, a crimson dragon shadow racing across the barrier, fiercely resisting the impact. Sparks exploded where the axe met the shield. The dragon shadow on the shield emitted a pained roar. And Li Mengtian felt keenly that this strike consumed a full 30 of the shield and Amp, Oppos' energy. Crack. The first fissure appeared on the shield. The steel-rending demon and Amp, Oppos' single eye burned with a cold blue flame, its mechanical arm unleashing even greater force as it raised the axe once more, preparing to strike down. Boom. The second strike. The shield quaked violently, high-frequency ripples tearing spiderweb-like cracks across the golden dome. The dragon shadow let out a tortured cry, its radiance dimming rapidly. Li Mengtian's muscles were taut, blood seeping from his orifices, pooling at his chin. His mental energy was engaged in a perilous tug-of-war with the heart-corroding demon. Even the slightest diversion of focus towards defense could lead to a total collapse of his mental defenses. Your struggles are quite adorable. The heart-corroding demon licked her lips, her decayed heart pounding ever more fiercely. Her slender fingers danced as if playing a piano, each movement intensifying the tremors and the mental threads connecting them. Li Mengtian and Amp, Oppos' heart throbbed as if being sliced by a knife, yet he gritted his teeth, channeling all his mental energy into a sharp spike, aiming directly for the heart-corroding demon and Amp, Oppos' most vulnerable mental node. The heart-corroding demon fought fiercely against it, black worms constantly mending the mental barrier, making his piercing attempts difficult to fully penetrate. Futile. Human. The heart-corroding demon sneered, or heart racing uncontrollably, manipulating Li Mengtian and Amp, Oppos' heartbeat, causing his blood to flow backward, seeping from his orifices. How much longer can your shield hold? At this moment, the dragon blood shield had dimmed to near transparency, its movement sluggish. The remaining energy was a mere 9, far too insufficient to withstand the steel-rending demon and Amp, Oppos' third strike. The steel-rending demon and Amp, Oppos' single eye flared with blue flames, a hum of energy overload resonating from its mechanical body. It took a half step back, retracting the giant axe to gather power, preparing for a decisive blow. Just as the moment hung in the balance, Li Mengtian and Oppos' right eye suddenly turned completely silver. The third strike. Boom. The shield finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, shattering into a cascade of golden light. The steel-rending demon and Amp, Oppos' axe descended unimpeded, aimed straight for Li Mengtian and Oppos' crown. Chapter 39. The death of the steel-splitting demon. At the moment the blade of the axe descended, Li Mengtian suddenly opened his blood-soaked eyes. He executed a movement that sent chills down the spine of the heart-eating demon. He actively reduced his mental output by half. With a sudden burst of pain, the demon and Oppos' psychic tendrils plunged into his exposed mental sea, stirring up chaos and causing blood to flow from Li Mengtian and Oppos' 7 orifices, his head pounding with agony. Yet, it was through this excruciating torment that he compressed the boiling dragon and Oppos' blood down to the tip of his fist. His right arm and Oppos' skin cracked inch by inch, the blood evaporating into a mist before it could spill, rendering his entire arm akin to a glowing iron brand. As the steel-splitting demon's massive axe came crashing down, Li Mengtian spun and unleashed a strike, the earth-shattering fist. The fist rocketed upward, colliding with the demon and Apos' mechanical arm joined a mere 0.3 seconds before the axe could connect. The sound of metal fracturing echoed, and the colossal axe grazed Li Mengtian and Apos' scalp, shearing off a tuft of hair. Meanwhile, the demon's elbow joint was utterly obliterated, the axe and forearm plummeting to the ground. A furious roar erupted from the steel-splitting demon, shaking the very walls around them. The dragonblood gauntlet of Li Mengtian lightly brushed against the demon and Apos' energy core, and in that instant, he seemed to exhaust every ounce of his strength, collapsing to the ground. With bloodshot eyes, the demon's remaining left arm seized Li Mengtian's throat and slammed him against the wall. As his spine collided with the flesh wall, he heard the sickening crack of at least 3 ribs breaking. The mocking laughter of the heart-eating demon echoed in his mind. Did you think breaking one of its arms would? Coughing up blood and interrupting her. Li Mengtian rasped, am I hitting? Cough. The arm? The demon and Apos' solitary eye constricted violently, blue flames flickering wildly. It glanced down at its chest, where the seam of armor that Li Mengtian and Apos' fist had touched was now oozing a blinding crimson light. The concentrated power of Li Mengtian and Apos' earth-shattering fist finally erupted. Crack, crack, crack. The faint sound of fractures emanated from within the armor, initially resembling the cracking of ice, but soon transformed into a thunderous explosion. The steel-splitting demon and Apos' metallic body began to tremble violently, emitting a mournful wail under the strain of the energy surge. Boom! The first crimson beam shot forth from the gap in its chest armor, like a searing sword piercing through the darkness of the chamber. Then came the second, the third. The steel-splitting demon's body morphed into a shattered furnace, spewing forth torrents of scarlet energy from its joints, seams of armor, and even its eye sockets. Its mechanical structure twisted and contorted under the intense heat, the obsidian shell fracturing inch by inch, revealing a chaotic tempest of energy within. It unleashed a final, unearthly howl, the blue flame in its eye completely consumed by the red glow. The next moment, an ultimate explosion. A crimson halo, over 10 meters in diameter, erupted violently from its center. Li Mengtian was once again hurled away by the shockwave, his back slamming heavily against the distant flesh wall. Squinting against the blinding light, he beheld an unforgettable sight, the remnants of the steel-splitting demon suspended at the explosion's epicenter, resembling a furious blood-red sun. Its mechanical skeleton melted under the heat, the obsidian shell dissolving into a fiery rain, while its energy core was collapsing under immense pressure. The space seemed to warp at that moment, all sound stripped away. The core, compressed to its utmost limit, suddenly erupted into a blinding white light, transforming into a colossal pillar of energy that obliterated the existence of the steel-splitting demon. When the radiance faded, all that remained was a spherical pit with a diameter of 20 meters. The walls of the pit glistened in a crystallized, glass-like state, with remnants of crimson embers still quietly burning. No remains, no ashes. This third-tier demon, which had instilled fear in countless human cultivators, was utterly annihilated by a single punch that detonated its energy core, vanishing from the material realm. At this moment, Li Mengtian was in a dire state. Blood pouring from his orifices, 6 ribs broken, and his left arm fractured. Coughing blood, he fixed his gaze on the heart-eating demon. Cough, now. It's one-on-one, cough, cough. The heart-eating demon finally panicked. She had never anticipated that this mere second-tier human would prove so formidable, even killing the steel-splitting demon. Li Mengtian and Apos' right hand gripped the psychic thread connecting their hearts, his knuckles whitening from exertion. Blood dripped along the thread, creating eerie crimson blooms on the ground. With each step forward, he felt a tearing pain in his chest. The heart-eating demon was thrashing violently, the psychic thread writhing like a venomous serpent, attempting to burrow through his palm to escape. But he would never relinquish his hold. As the heart-eating demon desperately tried to retract the psychic thread to flee, she discovered that the end was firmly gripped by Li Mengtian. Do you enjoy controlling the heartbeat? Li Mengtian taunted, drawing closer with each step, leaving bloody footprints behind. I'll let you jump to your heart and Apos' content. Li Mengtian and Apos' eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, as monstrous waves surged within his mental sea. The once golden expanse of his mental realm now resembled a boiling lava pit, and the violent psychic energy transformed into countless spikes that surged through the connecting thread, flooding into the heart-eating demon's consciousness. Reverse erosion. The heart-eating demon emitted a chilling scream, her pale, corpse-like face contorting in agony. She had never imagined that a mere second-tier human could possess such immense and terrifying psychic power. You seek death. Enraged, she felt her corrupted heart thumping violently, black worms spilling from her orifices, weaving a deathly web within the mental realm, attempting to strangle Li Mengtian and Apos' consciousness. Their psyches clashed in the void, unleashing a blinding energy storm. Li Mengtian and Apos' psychic spikes fell like a torrential downpour, each piercing thrust sending tremors through the heart-eating demon's soul. His attacks were devoid of finesse, relying solely on raw violence, trading injury for injury, life for life. The heart-eating demon's death web constricted continuously, the black worms gnawing at Li Mengtian's mental defenses, each bite sending waves of pain through his head, blood seeping from his orifices. Thud, thud. The sound of two hearts beating echoed in reality, the battle in the mental realm directly affecting their physical forms. Li Mengtian and Apos' skin began to crack, blood oozing from his pores. Meanwhile, the surface of the heart-eating demon's corrupted heart was marred with countless intricate fissures. Li Mengtian ferociously urged his mental sea, once again flooding it with violent psychic force. Thud, thud. The corrupted heart within the heart-eating demon and Apos' chest was suddenly bathed in blinding gold, deep cracks appearing across its surface. No. Stop. She shrieked, her hands clawing at her chest, desperately trying to grasp the heart that Li Mengtian's psychic power was eroding. If you keep this up, you'll explode your own brain. Li Mengtian remained silent. He merely tightened his grip on the psychic thread, inching closer with each step, each leaving a blood-stained footprint behind. The heart-eating demon finally realized this human was truly intent on perishing alongside her. Madman, you lunatic, she screamed. If you continue to unleash your mental sea, you won't be able to withstand the backlash. Your brain will explode. How about we call a truce? You won't have to die. We have no enmity between us. Why must we engage in a fight to the death? Li Mengtian did not respond, merely grinning, revealing blood-stained teeth. He was well aware, but he understood even better that the heart-eating demon feared death more than he did. Indeed, a hint of panic began to surface in the demon and Apos' defensive stance. Her mental web was no longer so tightly woven, and the gnawing of the black nematodes had slowed somewhat. Li Mengtian seized this fleeting opportunity, as her mental spikes suddenly coalesced into a colossal hammer, striking forcefully at the core of her sea of consciousness. Boom! The world of the heart-corrupting demon trembled violently, the fissures on its corrupted heart expanding yet again. The heart-corrupting demon finally shattered. She had never experienced such agony. That heart, which she regarded as the source of her power, was now being ruthlessly ravaged by a mere human. She fell to her knees. Black nematodes frantically writhing out from her orifices, attempting once more to sever the mental connection. Yet, Li Mengtian and Apos' mental energy had already spread throughout her being along the threads, and those nematodes, upon contact with Li Mengtian, perished instantly, turning to ash. Bang, bang, bang. Her skin began to fissure, golden light erupting from the cracks. The corrupted heart throbbed increasingly faster, its surface marred by an ever-growing array of fractures. This is what you forced me to do. The heart-corrupting demon was driven to madness. She abandoned all defense and began to compress her mental core. If escape was impossible, then let us perish together. Li Mengtian and Apos' pupils constricted. The heart-corrupting demon was about to self-destruct. The self-detonation of a Tier 3 demon was powerful enough to obliterate his entire sea of consciousness. Chapter 40. The heart-eating demon of death. What was even more terrifying was that he could have prevented the self-detonation by devouring her spiritual energy, but he could not. In the past, every time he consumed a hell demon, he would fall into a deep slumber. Here, danger lurked at every corner. A moment of unconsciousness would mean certain death. Just when Li Mengtian found himself in a dilemma, the thorn god spike in his tactical backpack automatically pierced through. Flying out into the open, staring at the ancient weapon hovering before him, Li Mengtian momentarily froze. The heart-eating demon was equally startled, pausing her self-detonation, and cried out in fear, "Who are you? Why do you possess the thorn god spike of Lord Yin Zhen?" Li Mengtian sensed the urgency of the thorn god spike. As it fervently transmitted sacrificial messages to him, he extended a thread of spiritual energy, retrieving a pitch-black stone from the depths of the pit where the steel-splitting demon had perished. This was the essence of the steel-splitting demon, the energy core, though, regrettably, it was now no larger than a peanut. The thorn god spike eagerly absorbed the stone, its runes illuminating one by one, the crimson glow intensifying until it transformed the space into a blood-soaked realm. The stone rapidly shriveled, as if all its essence had been siphoned away by the thorn god spike. The heart-eating demon, stricken with terror, desperately attempted to continue her self-detonation, but, farewell, Li Mengtian whispered softly, extending his right hand. The thorn god spike shot forward like a lightning bolt, piercing accurately into the compressing spiritual core of the heart-eating demon. The moment the tip touched her heart, it began to disintegrate at the molecular level. The heart-eating demon did not even have time to scream. Her body froze in a desperate pose, and golden cracks resembling spider webs rapidly spread across her form. As a gentle breeze swept through, crack, like a shattered glass artifact, the existence of the heart-eating demon was completely obliterated. There was no bloodshed, no explosive energy, only a cascade of golden light dust, signifying that a third-tier demon had fallen here. Phew, she is finally dead. Li Mengtian knelt on the ground, his vision entirely shrouded in crimson. His sea of spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and his soul felt as if it had been torn into countless fragments. The previous counterattack from the heart-eating demon had exacted a heavy toll on him. What was once a vast and starry spiritual world now resembled a desolate wasteland ravaged by a hurricane. The golden spiritual waves parched and cracked, revealing the fragmented void beneath. The price of forcibly activating the sea of spiritual energy was steep. His pupils could no longer focus. His vision filled with pulsating crimson spots. Blood seeped from his nostrils and ears, a direct manifestation of spiritual overload. His brain and Apos' capillaries were rupturing in clusters. 6 ribs were broken. His left arm fractured, muscle fibers torn extensively, and his skin marred with spiderweb-like blood stains. His heart experienced intermittent stoppages under the dual assault of spiritual pressure, each revival accompanied by a cough of blood. Most critically, his left lung, pierced by the heart-eating demon's worm before her demise, produced a hissing sound as air leaked from his chest cavity. Yet, he was still alive. He had triumphed. Trembling, Li Mengtian fished out healing medicine from his tactical backpack, consumed it, and then channeled his vital energy for recovery. Meanwhile, over at Chen Taizhan's location, he was drenched in blood, his right arm shattered, and his left leg sustained a deep wound exposing bone, bleeding profusely. His dragon blood gauntlets were already in tatters, with only a few remnants of metal embedded in his mangled fists. Chen Taizhan glared at the intact blood child, his expression turning grim. However, he soon discovered that the doll the blood child had been holding had vanished, prompting him to bare his blood-stained teeth in a manic grin. Ha! Blood child, your substitute doll has been destroyed. You've lost a life. Come on. Let me kill you again and see if you have another doll. The blood child stood atop a protruding platform of flesh, her crimson dress still vibrant. But her once innocent and sweet face now twisted into that of a malevolent spirit. Pure hatred surged in her eyes as her slender fingers slowly rose Chen Taizhan. Her voice had lost its sweetness, replaced by an inhuman screech. I shall turn you into a new doll. With a flourish, the blood child spread her arms, causing the flesh walls of the space to convulse violently. Countless blood vessels erupted from the walls, intertwining to form a monstrous wave of crimson that surged towards Chen Taizhan. Dragon blood, city burning. Chen Taizhan advanced rather than retreating, igniting his remaining left fist in a blaze of anger, and struck the blood wave with a punch. The impact of the fist against the blood wave created a shockwave that sent the flesh-laden ground within a 30-meter radius flying. Chen Taizhan was pushed back over 10 meters by the recoil, his right leg wound tearing anew. Yet he laughed. Is that all you've got? You think you can kill me? The blood child sneered, her fingers curling. The splattered droplets of blood suddenly froze midair, transforming into thousands of blood-red needles that rained down upon Chen Taizhan. Swish, swish, swish. The blood needles pierced through the air, each carrying corrosive venom. Chen Taizhan's pupils constricted as he rolled to the side, but his severely injured body was a fraction too slow. Thud, thud, thud. 3 blood needles punctured his left shoulder, instantly corroding a hole the size of a finger. Ugh! Chen Taizhan grunted, dropping to one knee, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. He tore away the rotting flesh from his shoulder, exposing stark white bone, and grinned wickedly. Is this a mere tickle? The blood child narrowed her eyes. Her hands pressed together. Blood hell, 1,000 souls strangle. The ground suddenly split open, revealing countless gaps from which hundreds of pale arms emerged, gripping Chen Taizhan's legs tightly. Chen Taizhan was dragged towards the depths of the earth, yet he began to laugh maniacally. This is exactly what I was waiting for. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto his left fist. Dragon blood forbidden technique. Heart-burning. The dragon patterns on his chest ignited, and blood flames coursed through his veins. The pale arms that held him were instantly engulfed in flames, which raced down their limbs toward the ground. Ah! The underground echoed with the wails of countless vengeful spirits, and the blood child's expression finally changed. Chen Taizhan's flames were highly contagious, already beginning to spread along the threads of her controlling energy toward herself. In a panic, the blood child severed the control threads, the backlash causing her to spit blood. Chen Taizhan, you seek death. No longer holding back, the blood child transformed into a shadow of blood, charging directly at Chen Taizhan. He did not flinch or evade. Meeting her with his burning left fist, come on. Let us see who dies first. Bang. The punch collided with her claws midair. The explosion of crimson and golden light shaking the very fabric of space. As the brilliance faded, Chen Taizhan staggered back a few steps, each step causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. He was no longer a match for the intact blood child. In the distance, Tian Qixing and the others stood in despair, watching everything unfold. Tian Qixing, at the forefront of the crowd, dug her nails deep into her palm. Her light golden eyes reflected the distant battlefield. Chen Taizhan's dragon blood gauntlets were utterly shattered, his right arm hanging limply at his side, and his left leg pierced by the corrosive blood needle of the blood child, leaving horrific blood footprints with each movement. Meanwhile, the blood child's crimson dress remained as vivid as ever, the bloodline dancing at her fingertips like the strings of death, each movement inflicting new wounds upon Chen Taizhan. Our instructor is going to die. A young student stammered. Are we really just going to watch? Tian Qixing remained silent. She understood better than anyone. This battle between 6th-tier powerhouses was beyond their interference. The mere aftermath of their collision could severely injure even a 4th-tier awakener. The Bloodchild carelessly unleashed blood needles, capable of annihilating anyone present in an instant. The most terrifying aspect was the psychological oppression. Merely gazing upon the figure of the Bloodchild induced an unbearable headache. Let us attempt a remote attack. Someone raised a pulse rifle. Bang! The specially crafted armor-piercing round sliced through the air, only to freeze abruptly 10 meters from the Bloodchild, subsequently shredded into powder by a torrent of blood. The Bloodchild did not even glance back, merely chuckling lightly as they flicked their fingers. Suddenly, the gunman clutched his throat, his carotid artery erupting in a spray of crimson. Ants should possess the awareness of ants, came the Bloodchild's voice, drifting with the wind. Once I have finished playing with Chen Taizhan, I shall attend to you. Su Hengbo began to tremble violently. Had she just uttered the word, and Oppos, attendant Oppos. Tian Qixing's face turned ashen. As the granddaughter of the president, she understood more than anyone the dreadfulness of a high-level hell demon, once the Bloodchild devoured them. Not only would they acquire all memories, but they could also flawlessly replicate their unique abilities. Her curse, Su Hengbo's metallic prowess. If these abilities fell into the hands of the Bloodchild, combined with her original 6th-level strength, her power would undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. Most horrifying of all was the prospect of the Bloodchild assimilating their memories, even transforming into Tian Qixing and others, and then returning to the Great Xia Kingdom. The upper echelons of the Dehua Kingdom would be penetrated like a sieve. Tian Qixing murmured, the defensive arrangements of the presidential palace, the military's awakened personnel files, even the secrets of the Ark project. In the distance, a muffled grunt escaped Chen Taizhan as bloodlines pierced through his left shoulder, erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. Initiate the self-destruct protocol. Tian Qixing suddenly removed her spatial ring. Upon my death, this ring will activate molecular disintegration. Everyone must commit suicide. We cannot allow the Bloodchild to consume our memories. One by one, the group raised their weapons to their heads in a heroic display. Prepared for self-destruction. Yes, suicide. Only through self-termination could they ensure that, even if the hell demon consumed their remains, their memories would not be obtained. Tian Qixing suddenly thought of someone, Li Mingtian, recalling their battles of wits, both ending in mutual destruction. Throughout her life, no one had dared to confront her in such a manner. Li Mingtian and Oppos' presence had afforded Tian Qixing a novel experience. A smile broke across her face, and she silently pondered, Li Mingtian, until we meet again in another life. Chapter 41. The monster-nosed fear Li Mingtian sat slumped amidst the grotesque ruins of flesh. His breath faint, as blood continued to seep from the gaping wound in his chest, inflicted by the heart-eating celestial demon. The veins beneath his skin were marred by sinister black patterns, the result of spiritual backlash. His sea of consciousness was nearly drained, his soul resembling tattered cloth, on the verge of total collapse. However, upon the death of the heart-eating celestial demon, her psychic energy did not entirely dissipate. Invisible strands of black mist lingered in the air, remnants of the 3rd-tier demoness soul, imbued with the purest essence of spiritual energy. While they would typically fade with time or be consumed by other demons, at that moment, they found a new sanctuary. Suddenly, Li Mingtian and Oppos' sea of consciousness began to tremble autonomously. From the depths of his parched and cracked mind, a faint golden light flickered to life, like a candle's flame in the wind, his last undying spark of mental fire. This glimmer seemed to sense the bloodshed, spinning wildly to form a miniature vortex. With a swift motion, the first strand of black mist was drawn closer. Upon contact with the golden light, the brutal consciousness within the demon's psychic energy was shattered, leaving only the purest essence, which dripped into the fissures of his mind like sweet dew. Li Mingtian shuddered, an involuntary moan escaping his throat. The black patterns around his wound began to fade. The broken lobes of his lungs stirred with a tingling sensation of rebirth, while the throbbing veins at his temples gradually calmed. As the first essence was purified and absorbed, the vortex's pulse surged exponentially. With Li Mingtian at its center, the black mist within a 100-meter radius erupted violently, rushing toward him like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Upon contact with his skin, the mist liquefied, seeping into his pores and racing through his veins straight into his sea of consciousness. An astonishing scene unfolded. Externally, the black mist formed a tornado-like vortex, with Li Mingtian as its eye. Internally, the fractures in his mental realm were swiftly mended, and the desiccated golden sea began to churn once more. The legacy of the 3rd-tier demon was immense. Li Mingtian's injuries healed at a visibly accelerated rate. The penetrating wound in his chest saw muscle fibers writhing and merging as if alive, leaving no scars behind. The fractured ribs rapidly generated callus at 100-fold speed under the catalyst of psychic energy. Damaged organs underwent cellular-level repairs with the aid of pharmaceuticals. When the last wisp of black mist was absorbed, Li Mingtian found himself fully healed, and his sea of consciousness had expanded significantly. He kissed the divine piercing spike in his hand, exclaiming, "What a treasure! Haha, rest assured, I shall keep you well fed." As he traversed the bloody pyramid of flesh, the surrounding walls pulsed like the innards of a living being. occasionally exuding a foul, digestive fluid. The ground was slick and viscous, emitting an unsettling squelching sound underfoot. He was uncertain of his path, nor did he know if Chen Taizhan and his comrades still drew breath. Yet he understood one truth: while he lived, he must fight his way out. Suddenly, the flesh wall ahead split open, and 3 grotesque creatures resembling hyenas lunged forth. They bore no skin. Their exposed muscle fibers were infested with white, worm-like larvae, and corrosive slime dripped from their fangs. First-tier fusion beast, corrosive mutt. Li Mingtian faced this first-tier monstrosity with an ease that belied the danger. The divine piercing spike hovered in his palm, its ancient patterns glowing faintly, seemingly eager for the prey before it. With a cold gaze, he moved like a specter. The first corrosive mutt leaped, only to be pierced through the forehead by the spike, its soul immediately drained, collapsing like a rag, before the second could even howl. The tip of the spike had already plunged into its eye socket, emerging from the back of its skull. The third, attempting to flee, was seized by Li Mingtian's telekinetic grasp. The spike transformed into a streak of light, pinning it against the flesh wall. 3 wisps of grayish-white soul energy escaped from the carcasses, greedily absorbed by the spike, causing its patterns to glow brighter. The ensuing journey became a gruesome, sacrificial ritual. Within the cruciform chamber, Li Mingtian encountered 5 second-tier bone blade walkers. These monsters, reformed from human bones, fell before him as he shattered their joints with the spike, dispatching them one by one. As he traversed the spiral corridor, the hanging corpse vines from the ceiling suddenly launched an attack. The spike spun like a wheel, severing dozens of tendrils and draining the vengeful spirits within. Upon entering the circular hall, over 20 first-tier blood bats swooped from all directions. Li Mingtian unleashed a psychic pierce, and with a burst of golden light, all monsters stiffened and fell simultaneously. With each batch of monsters slain, the spike grew ever brighter. Although the thrown pattern upon it was still less than 25 illuminated, Li Mingtian felt an unprecedented surge of power. His psychic strength was rapidly approaching the 3rd tier. Overjoyed, Li Mingtian reveled in the benefits of the synergy between psychic and physical forces. Had it not been for his formidable psychic power, he would surely have perished against those 2 third-tier, hell, celestial demons. Deep within the flesh pyramid, the once twisted howls that filled the corridors had inexplicably fallen silent. The monsters, amalgams of machinery and flesh, were once the most fearsome predators of this living maze. Yet now, they cowered in the shadows, their electronic eyes flashing with streams of fear-laden data. For the monsters had come to realize, a human wielding a blood-red spike was mercilessly slaughtering their kin. Yes, slaughter. The kind that resulted in utter annihilation. With the blood child ensnared by Chen Taizhan, and the steel-rending demon and heart-eating demon vanquished by Li Mingtian, there were no foes left for him in the cavern. The monsters had initially intended to use a swarm tactic to eliminate this human, but he only grew stronger with each battle, seemingly tireless. As the monsters fell like raindrops, their lifeblood was absorbed by the spike in his hand. By the time Li Mingtian penetrated the 7th zone, the monsters finally succumbed to despair. Centipede creatures gnawed off their own legs, desperate to flee faster. Bone blade walkers turned on one another, vying for the most concealed hiding spots. Even the mindless blood bats feigned death. The blood-soaked pyramid, constructed by Yin Jin, echoed not with the roars of predators, but with the desperate wails of prey. Ironically, the creatures that had never known fear began to comprehend it. Standing amidst a mountain of monstrous corpses, Li Mingtian observed that the thrown patterns on the spike had illuminated to 51. The spike had transformed from blood red to a radiant gold, shimmering with mysterious, lifelike shadows on its surface. With every breath, a vast reservoir of psychic energy surged back into his sea of consciousness. He could feel it. His psychic power was on the cusp of reaching the 3rd tier. Li Mingtian, fully aware of the advantages of psychic strength, never anticipated that his mental prowess would ascend to the 3rd tier before his physical form. As he searched for more monsters, a distant cacophony of battle suddenly reached his ears. Following the sound, he discerned Chen Taizhan and Apos' furious roar. Elated, Li Mingtian hastened toward the source.